haukat meille taivaalla kirkkuu. Mun päästä putoruit lanteet seksiä tihkuu. Seksiä tihkuu. Sä veit mun touhi sydämään pensalla kastoin sen. Sä lykiroit hahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua.
Joo, kaikki mukaan.
Se on laakia vaina kun runtataan. Poika sinne pesään kasvamaan. Ja rakkauden maito kermaksi vatkataan. Vatkataan. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä likiroin hahtaa tervas kantona tukkaks palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämeen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä likiroit hahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to part 25. Or, wait, no, 26. 25 was yesterday. Of the Crew Cab Charger. I played Summer Car today. Summer Car for the startup music today. Because you guys are going to get the Summer Car combo 2 days in a row this week. 2 days in a row. So we're gonna work on the car and maybe do a tiny space news. Do a little tiny space news. If we're gonna do anything with space, it's probably gonna be talking about Pad 37B and how it doesn't exist anymore. And then we have my summer car for after hours. Should be about I don't know. I'd say, let me think. Probably about 12 hours of stream today. Yeah, probably. Probably something like that. Yeah, Tessa, not interested. Yeah. There is a Starlink launch, Starlink 15-6 out of Vandenberg, that's scheduled for about 10 p.m. So that's in about 11 hours, give or take. It's 10 hours and 40 minutes from now. It'll probably push a little bit, so we'll see what happens. Space is rough, EJ. Space station's even rougher or leaky? Well, I'm not sure what's going on with that. That pressure increase doesn't make sense. Uh, yeah, it don't make sense. Let me see. Ah, yes, that's what I wanted to do. Okay. Hey, article, what's going on? Parley, what's going on? Great day yesterday. New parts are now part of the Charger. Yes. Yes. Here, check this out. This is what I wanted to show you. What I mean, this is what I mean when I say 37B. We had the draft environmental assessment from 37B released last week. Watch this, dudes. Oof. I guess Slick 6 is next now. End of an era for Delta 4. Bill, that was just so damn fast, dude. Dude, Delta 4 launched from this pad less than a year ago. Really, I'm really thinking Tori Bruno wishes he painted over that logo. Or he doesn't care. Okay, can I share something before we head out to the shop? Can I share something? I I I love Delta. I love the Delta rocket. I think Delta 4 is a very, very good design for what it is, right? I think Delta rocket is very good architecture. I hate Slick 37B. I've always hated it. I hate it so much. Now, why? Why EJ? Why do you hate this pad? It's mostly because of the TISMs, okay? Slick 37B was supposed to be a twin pad launch complex, and they didn't use either one of these. They just said, screw it. We're just going to haphazardly place this crappy service structure, 2 lightning rods, and a fixed service structure just over here. We're just going to haphazardly place it there. Screw it. We're not using any of the infrastructure that made Slick 37 cool. No. Let's just pave a road over here and just build up this arbitrary stupid hill. I hate it. I've always hated it. Yep. There it is. I think Slick 6 is awesome. I hate that. I hate it a lot. I'm happy it's gone. There, I said it. They demolished that pad right there, Paul. Slick 37, fixed service structure, mobile service tower, double lightning rods, gone. Scrap. SpaceX has ownership. Well, SpaceX tentatively has lease of the pad, Matt. That's another blame for Boeing. Like, dude, you get Slick 37B. You have this gigantic launch complex, this gigantic twin pad launch complex, right? And you only built one? You built one? That's it? Now, it's possible. It's possible that they were going to try and make it a twin pad launch complex by building another one of these over here. It's possible. But that probably never happened because of the dot-com bubble. Right? It's possible. But also, it's just haphazardly placed over here, and I hate it a lot. EJ, I thought that's Slick 37. Yeah, it is Slick 37. I said I like Slick 6's Delta 4 pad because I think that's a better design. Because it's a shuttle launch pad, but whatever. This, I hate this. I've always hated it. It's just... Reject modernity. Embrace tradition. Slick 37 should be a dual pad launch complex. It always has been, alright? This is just cope. This is just a coping mechanism. Look, not even in the square hole. Look, you have a square hole. It's right there. You could have used it, but no. I'm happy it's gone. I'm happy it's gone. Yes. Go. Die. Get out of here. Oh no, it's collapsing. Oh jeez. Oh god. Oh jeez. That sucks. Kill it. Get rid of it. Yes. Face the ground, please. I guess they use Slick 37 because of availability too, since other pads not in use were used in the early 2000s. I guess, NG. No, it's not sad, Joe. I hate it. I hate Slick 37B. I've always hated it. I don't... it is always never sat right with me that you just made this one stupid pad on the very far side of Slick 37, and you didn't even bother using the actual Slick 37B that's right there, and the other Slick 37A, which was never used. They built an entire pad and then never used it. Like, it's always bothered me. It's always bothered me that they're just like, no, we're not going to use any of this. We'll just hook this up and then hook it up to the tanks. No, that's dumb. That's dumb. Get rid of it. No, get rid of it. At least SpaceX, I mean, don't get me wrong, SpaceX is bulldozing pretty much everything here and building, from what we understand, they're building two pads, one here and one here, from what I understand. I mean, I'm not going to lie, double Starship launch towers over the original Slick 37A and B would be cool, but that's not what they're doing. Yeah, here's what it's going to look like. But also, I hate it that it's just that pad was always haphazardly just placed on the side over here. It was just kind of sitting over there on this big hill. I hated it. I've always hated it. There, I said it. It is just activated my almonds. Is the blockhouse staying? It looks like it, Joe, yeah. Slick 37B, or Slick 37 should be a twin pad launch complex, okay? It should be a twin pad. Okay. It should be two pads, not one. It's just been one. And then ULA had the gall to call that Slick 37B, and then never build A. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Does the crawler fit there? No. Slick 37 is a pretty big launch complex, though. I looked at Ryan Caton's post the other day about comparing pad sizes. 37 is almost as big as 39A. It's pretty close. ULA Sniper finally got Slick 37. Yeah, I never liked this. So ULA opted to raise the launch pad up in the air. Or, well, Boeing at the time, when they originally made it. They opted to do that so they could get a flame diverter, right? Instead of using a pedestal design, which is what Apollo used. So, yeah. Yeah, baby. That's what it should look like. Oh. Nice. Nice. Very nice. See? That's what it should be. That's what it should be. Oh. Dude, the original Slick 37 design is actually really, really well thought out. It's pretty smart. You have your LOX facility over here, hydrogen over there. They're separated from each other. And then they had... It's a dual pad complex with a single mobile service tower. The mobile service tower can actually move between the pads. So you build a rocket on A, right? The rocket's stacked. You move the MST over to B, stack a rocket here, then move back. The reason why they did that was in case the Saturn V didn't work. 37B was built as a backup just in case the Saturn V didn't work. It was a backup pad. Now, what do I mean by that? If the Saturn V didn't work, if they couldn't get it to work, what they would have ended up doing is launching a bunch of Saturn 1Bs to get to the moon, using an EOR architecture, Earth Orbit Rendezvous. 39A and 39B are pretty much identical, okay, or at least they were until 2015. Actually, 2007 is when their designs diverged, but that's another story. Now it's 37.1 and 37.2. I'm never calling it that. Spoiled. I'm never calling it that. It's Slick 37A and B. I'm never, yeah, sorry. This is one of those Ship 26 Ares 1X scenarios. I'm never, ever calling them Slick 37.1 and 2. That's never happening. Imagine when people can book a shores excursion for their Port Canaveral cruise to go have a few hours in space on a starship. Hey, Karen, why you gotta put that pressure on me, you jerk? Why you got? I saw what you said in general chat. Why you gotta put that pressure on me, dick? Now Man, what the hell? It's so screwed up. You goddamn frog son of a biscuit. Why you gotta put that pressure on me, man? Now I gotta finish it. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, God. Just because you're going down swinging doesn't mean you got to take me with you. Damn it. Anyway. Nah, man. I heard the news. We'll finish it, dude. Let's go. We'll finish it. Don't worry, he's still kicking. That's why you keep your speakers down. Sorry. Sorry. I'll turn my mic down so it's not as loud. There you go. Anyway. Sorry for yelling. So I'm going to call this one A and that one B. Okay. 37A, 37B. Also, this design doesn't make sense, and I don't know why people haven't called it out. Yeah, this design doesn't make sense, at least in my mind. This is your staging area for stacking on the tower. Where are your chopsticks? And I understand that this is probably a tentative design. Like, it's probably in flux. Having a staging area right here makes no sense. The chopsticks are over here. They can only move to about here. They have about 180 degrees of motion from the point of this tower, if you drew a straight line like that. That's nowhere near that. So how are they planning on doing this? Your staging area is going to need to be over here. If they're using something similar to Pad 2 at Boca Chica. Can we call them Alpha and Bravo since they're on military ground? I guess if you want to do that, Comas, go ahead. So smart. More ways to get to the moon. What lunar lander would it have been instead of Apollo? Well, Beats, that was all made if the Saturn V didn't work. They weren't sure if that thing was going to go. But so part of what made the Apollo program good is that they established the Saturn 1B first. They established heavy lift capability. There is a lesson there in systems engineering, a big lesson. And maybe I'll demonstrate that lesson in KSP someday. Yeah, maybe we will. I don't know. I've been jonesing for it, dude, even though I said what I said yesterday about, like, really not wanting to. But what can I say? Starship is getting me excited. Or I could show you guys what you could do with a Falcon 9 architecture if you really know what you're doing. I mean, not that SpaceX doesn't, but... New chopstick design, maybe? Geeson, I just don't understand how they're going to make a style of chopstick that's going to be able to rotate all the way around, you know? So, Beats, and this is what I mean when I say the Saturn family of rockets is just so ridiculously smart, dude. Like, seriously, Von Braun and his engineers were on another level. Just another level of crazy. Like, I still don't get, to this day, how they thought about this so freaking well. So, they started off with a bunch of Jupiter and Juno rockets, okay? Now, here's something crazy. It started off with a bunch of Jupiter and Juno rockets. They were leftover rockets and leftover tooling from the Army Ballistic Missile Agency. The Army Ballistic Missile Agency was rolled over when, in the early 60s, NASA consolidated a ton of research facilities, right? A ton of research facilities from different parts of the Department of Defense. So in the 50s, it was interesting. All the branches of the military were vying to have their own ICBM capability, right? Because, you know, the idea is that if you have nukes and the other guy and another branch of the Army, like another branch of the Department of Defense doesn't, right? You're going to be the ones that everybody's going to go to, because no one's going to fight a conventional conflict anymore. At least that's what they thought at the time. We figured out that that's not how that happened. So whoever had the nukes is going to get all the funding, right? Because you're the, you know, we'll nuke you if you know, so the Navy will nuke you if you do anything. So the Navy was trying to figure out ways to make nukes. They figured it out with submarines. The Air Force was trying to figure it out. They figured it out with bombers, right? The Army was trying to have their own nuclear forces as well. And that's what the Army Ballistic Missile Agency was. In 1958, a lot of those facilities, Army Ballistic Missile Agency is a good example, in Huntsville, were rolled into NASA. The Army Ballistic Missile Agency became Marshall Space Flight Center. And that's part of how Eisenhower got NASA to be NASA anyway, to fund this new government organization, to guarantee the funding for these new facilities. Smart, very smart. Because, yeah, the Navy was trying to make ICBMs, the Army was trying to make ICBMs, the Air Force was trying to make ICBMs, and eventually it all became the Air Force with the Navy as a backup, right? Because ballistic missile submarines are a very good deterrent, right? So NASA basically got the leftovers from the Army Ballistic Missile Agency, right? They got the leftovers. And von Braun and his engineers used that to establish heavy lift capability. Heavy lift launch capability, the ability to lob 25 tons into space, was a big deal back in the day. That was President Kennedy said in 1963 at the SA-5 mission, he said that was the point where we passed the Soviets in the space race, which is very, very interesting. Now, and I kind of agree. The Soviets wouldn't have heavy lift capability like this till Proton came along a little bit later, right? So the Saturn 1B, dude, is made up of a bunch, since they kind of inherited the factories for the Jupiter, Juno, and Redstone rockets. You know what they did? You know what von Braun and his engineers did? They took Thor missile engines, put 8 of them down here, and then wrapped a couple of tanks from one rocket around another. That's what a Saturn 1 is. It is the most Kerbal rocket ever designed. It's a bunch of Jupiter and Juno missiles just kind of wrapped together. That's what the first stage is. And that established heavy lift launch capability. With this stage, with this heavy lift stage now, you got a much bigger throw weight. That allowed them to look into making bigger, higher energy upper stages. Now, they first started off, and once again, I'll talk about this more during Space News. We'll do a deep dive into Slick 37, I think. Now then what they did after that was make the S4. The S4 was a common bulkhead design with six RL-10 engines in it. And this was a good design, but they figured out that the RL-10s don't really have a lot of high energy transfer. They don't make a lot of thrust. They're very efficient, but they don't make a lot of thrust. So they redesigned the Saturn 1 eventually into the Saturn 1B. And that's when they went around trying to, make the Saturn 5 and stuff, they figured out that if you took the third stage from a Saturn 5 and put it on top of a Saturn 1 stage, you get the Saturn 1B. Now you have commonality. Because they both carry the same upper stage. Saturn 5 and Saturn 1B have the same upper stage. The third stage on a Saturn 5 is the second stage on a Saturn 1B. And establishing the Saturn 1B, building Slick 37. Slick 37 was made for the Saturn 1B. So was Complex 34, to be honest with you. But Complex 34 was originally for Saturn 1 and then retrofitted for Saturn 1B. Right? Slick 37 was clean sheet for the Saturn 1B. They built it with common architecture because it was all made in anticipation if the Saturn V doesn't work. If the Saturn V doesn't work, you're using the same integration, you're using the same upper stage, the same rockets, and you just rendezvous them together, something you already know that they can do. Dude, it really hedged their bets in the space race because they had a backup plan. So they started off with leftover parts and ended with one of the most powerful rockets ever devised by a slow, methodical approach. You establish heavy lift, and then you refine your heavy lift capability, and you use that to build a bigger rocket. Now, here, Beats, you want to hear something cool? Look, Falcon 9 1.0, Falcon 9 Block 5, Starship. A slow, methodical approach to systems engineering is how you do this. Now, Starship is in no way hardware relevant to Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, but it's all common. The crazy thing is that by the end of the space program, dude, Falcon Heavy would be Saturn 1, Saturn 1B. So they use this to test everything in space, and then they put it all together on the Saturn V. Dude, it is so ridiculously well thought out. I can't. It's so goddamn smart. Chrysler made the Saturn 1B, by the way. Yeah. Chrysler got the contract for final assembly for Saturn 1 core stages. Yes, the same Chrysler for the car that we're working on, and this is why I chose to talk about this. Look at Chrysler's product catalog from the 1960s. Look. There's my car. There's NASA's car. The Saturn 1 first stage is a Mopar. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. Coronet sedan right there. Mine's a 500, though. Mine's a 500 in medium blue like that, but mine's a 4-door like that. That's metallic mint. Pretty cool, huh? It's so smart, dude. The integration and systems engineering of Saturn and Apollo should be studied. It should be studied. It is so ridiculously well done. You can easily see the commonality between the car bodies. Well, Sig, yeah, that's what Chrysler did. Chrysler's systems engineering just in general is insanely smart. They dumped a ton of R&D into building one really good chassis and then built as many different types of cars as you could off of one chassis, the B platform. Like you've heard me talk, we're working on one right now. How did they go from a small missile like the Saturn 1B to the Saturn V? They used what they learned from Saturn 1 and Saturn 1B to build that thing. Okay? That's why Slick 37 exists. Actually, it's more 34. 34 was the first Saturn 1 pad right there. And then 37 was built for the Saturn 1B. We'll do a deep dive for Space News today. I'll show you guys why this pad was built, why it's here and what it does and what it was built for. I'll show you. Man, people thought Rolls-Royce always made cars. Dude, look at this product catalog, dude. Chrysler made everything, man. They made boats. They made trucks to haul the boats. They made vans. They made buses. They made semis. They made airport tugs. They made tanks. Heavy equipment transporters, bridge laying tanks, amphibious vehicles. Dude, in the 60s, man, it was just build as much stuff as you can. Like, diversify as much as you possibly can. Like, dude, they made everything from like a compact mini pickup truck all the way to the full-size D200. Chrysler also made the Abrams. That's right, Sig. Yeah. Good call. Yeah, the M1 Abrams tank is a Chrysler design. It's a Mopar. but it's a Mopar with a helicopter engine in the back. It makes 2,000 horsepower. Pretty cool. Yeah. Sindesi, this is what I mean, dude. You know, like the other day, just on a little bit of a side note, you know, the other day I was saying, like, doesn't have to be this way. Doesn't have to be this way. Just hop over and get the ball. Like, dude, we could do this. You could do this nowadays. You could do this. Well, not, you know what I mean. Like, back in the day, they didn't even think about this stuff. It was just, oh, sweet, we got a contract for rockets. Okay, frick, we know how to do that. Let's do it. Oh, we got a contract for tanks? Let's go. Let's frickin' do it. And let's build tanks, and they're going to be amazing. Oh, station wagons? Frick it. Take your sedan. Add a back piece to it. Done. Sweet. Send it. You know what I mean? I love it, man. Like, dude, gotta get back to doing this. Like, don't take no for a frickin' answer. Hey, you make cars. Can you make vans too? Yeah, sure. Just take the car, put a van chassis on it. Done. Pad 34 has the Apollo 1 plaque on it. Yes, it does. I've touched it, Baron. Yeah, I've been there. Walked on 34. You know? Oh, we're making vans? Cool. Make a freaking post truck. Make a postal van. Oh, you want to go camping? Cool. Let's modify our pickup truck to have a camper special. Frick it. Let's take that same truck and put a freaking fence bed on it. Whatever. Frickin' send it, dude. Light duty trucks, heavy duty trucks, whatever. Make whatever. I mean, look at all this. This is great. Where's the hatch at? So the Barracuda would probably be the hatch, dude. They made notch and fastback Barracudas. That's the compact car, which is basically a mid-sized car for everybody else today. But Sig, the cool thing is that the Barracuda is an A body, and the A body is just a B body that's shortened. It's just a shorter B body. It's just the smaller ones. They said, "Oh, we want to make a compact car. Want to make a compact car? Cool. Take the B body, make it smaller. Done. That's it. That's all. That's all you got to do." It's so freaking cool. That's so smart. Yeah, no computer. They did this all on the drawing board, man. Cool. You want to make a truck? You want to make the truck bigger? Good. Give it bigger axles and better suspension and a bigger motor. Make the same thing. I mean, Ford did that too, but like Mopar was cooking in the 60s, dude. Look at all this stuff. Did you make that image? No. This is a Chrysler advertisement from the 60s. Kind of hard to have this variation with modern monocoque design. Yeah, I know. It's stupid. Sig, I don't know, man. I firmly believe that now, I'm not saying that every car needs to be a big American boat, because those cars are freaking gigantic. I mean, the garage cam is going to take a second. Like, that car's a boat, dude. It's as big as a Formula 1 car. It's a freaking barge. You could land an airplane on the back of this thing, right? But also, like, not every single freaking car needs to be some Euro touring monocoque nonsense. I hate that stuff. Like, it doesn't have to be like that. Now, why does every car have to go 8 minutes around the Nürburgring? That's stupid. Chrysler's business is to get you where you want to go, even if it's 238,000 miles straight up. I mean, the Saturn 1B can never send anything that far, but you get the idea. Some of the Chrysler Airport mobile lounge, and those things still exist. Dulles Airport in Virginia, well, outside of Washington, D.C., still uses those. Yeah, it's cool. The airport mobile lounge, the passenger part can go up and down. It's a mobile jetway. You drive up to a plane, the thing goes up, attaches to the plane, you walk off, it goes back down, and they shuttle you back to the terminal. Oh, monocoque is just the body frame itself being one part. Oh, okay. So, Sig, we call that unibody. unibody or frameless design. It's called unibody in the States. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to go back to body on frame cars. I mean, I'd like that, but because it's easy, it's cheaper to make those. A unibody requires a lot of R&D. A body on chassis does not. Anyway, but yeah, dude, we'll do a deep dive into Slick 37, Chrysler, and all this other good stuff for Space News. We got to get out into the shop, dudes. Die. Wow, that's crazy. Dude, they demoed the thing and it just fell right onto the pad. I'm almost wondering, like, did they remove the launch frame? Frame rail ears. Yeah, yes, ears. That's what they're called, Sea Kraken. Are most pickups body on frame in some SUVs? Yeah, see. Yeah, all pickups are. I mean, the only pickup that I know that is a unibody is the Honda Ridgeline. But you know what's crazy, dude? In the early 60s, Ford made a unibody truck. In the early 60s, they made a unibody truck. Look. Like, you could just do things. Like, you know, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be like, oh, the American cars are like crazy. Like, dude, they just did stuff. You know, Chevy in the early 60s made a Corvair. They made a Corvair with a flat six turbo from the factory. Flat six turbo rear engine to compete with Porsche. You know, if you worked at Chevy nowadays and you proposed a rear engine, rear wheel drive car to compete with Porsche, they'd look at you funny. Oh. But it was unsafe at any speed. Buck, I know I shouldn't hate Ralph Nader, but I kind of hate Ralph Nader. Yeah, I kind of hate him. I know I shouldn't. Like, he did make automobiles safer, but also there was a price for that. I'd say it's kind of fair to hate him. He was wrong about the Corvair. The Volkswagen Beetle is one of the best-selling vehicles of all time. Guess what? It has the same exact rear suspension as the Corvair. It does the same thing as a Corvair if you go too fast. Ugh. Did you see Destin's new video on manufacturing purely in America? He had trouble making molds for injection molding. Couldn't find anyone to make his molds within 100 miles of his town. Finally found some small garage-style shop to make it for him. Yeah, flanking. America's car market's so isolated, it developed gigantism. Sig, okay. It developed gigantism for a reason. In the 60s, there was a reason they made cars that way. Right? There was a reason because we have the space. We have a lot of space. You can spread out. The U.S. is huge. So it would see reason to build a bigger car that goes over that travels over a longer distance. That was the idea behind it. Right? That was the idea. It's not that we didn't make small cars. The Ford Falcon is one of the best-selling cars of all time, and the Pinto, and they're both tiny cars. But the demographics and the scale of the United States is just so much bigger, dude. Induced demand. What? What are you talking about? Dude, you gotta come here. You gotta come here and do like a cross-country road trip or something, man. You gotta see how big this country is. It'll make more sense why our pickup trucks are a lot bigger. It'll make way more sense. Chevy wouldn't crap on an unconventional layout. I have a mid-engine rear-wheel drive Chevy in my garage. I say Chrysler's more stuck in convention. That's not really... I wasn't trying to make a point about brands. Nader, more. I mean, Ford and Dodge should be the same way. Uh, they're afraid to. They're afraid of the risk of trying a new design, and their risk aversion is ridiculous because of shareholders and whatnot. Like, they're not going to do anything new. Everything is going to be safe. Everything's going to be really conservative. I do applaud Chevy for having the stones to switch the Corvette to rear engine. That's super cool, and that's what Sora Duntov, the original engineer of the Corvette, wanted to do. He wanted to make the Corvette in the 70s. He wanted to make it a rear engine Wankel, a rear engine rotary, which is super cool, but GM nixed it for the same reasons. Ford doesn't even make cars anymore. They just make the Mustang, and they make Mustangs and trucks and vans, and that's it. They don't even make cars anymore. Like, what? And yes, I saw the Smarter Everyday video. Let me put it this way. Destin is way better at conveying his feelings on this with some decorum than I am. I really, you guys, you heard me this is a John Krause picture, by the way. You guys heard me a little bit earlier talk about, like, I said this yesterday on stream. Building stuff yourself and making it yourself is being independent. I like that. I think that's very nice. It's very nice being your own person, and just, if you need something, you do it. You just figure it out, right? Like, they don't make cars anymore, Beats, period. Ford doesn't make cars. First time ever. They don't make cars. They make well, unless you count the Mustang. They make the Mustang, the F-Series, the Transit van, a couple of other types of truck, Super Duty, and that's about it. And a couple of crossover SUVs that nobody cares about. Cafe standards ruin the car market with the footprint clause. Now, that I agree with. That's right, Shogun. They were made for big comfort and travel, for traveling long distances. That's why they're bigger cars. Yeah. Trouble in Paradise? No, Jens, no. Make it yourself while ordering steel from China. I actually made sure that I sourced American steel for working on the Coronet. Yeah, it's Hobart steel, if you really want to know, that I'm using to patch. Yeah, all the tools that I'm using are all Chinese, because can't find American tools anymore. At least not something that's for a good price. Hobart? I forget, Flankin. But anyway, I think the only thing that the U.S. is tooled to make right now is basically just textiles. I guess. I mean, Flankin, I did have some thoughts about that Smarter Everyday video from Destin. Guys, we wonder why something like SLS is so damn expensive. We wonder why it's so damn expensive. Like, what if so NASA has to source parts in the US. They cannot buy parts from overseas. They can't buy tooling from overseas. You can't buy anything from overseas because of ITAR. You can't, nothing. All the tools have to be made here. All the jigs and all the equipment has to be made here. All the stuff needs to be manufactured here. I can't help but think, dude, that might be the reason why everything in spaceflight is so damn expensive. For that exact same reason. Think about it. Now, SpaceX just doesn't seem to have this problem, right? Which tells me that there's still fab shops out there, and you could still do stuff like that. But you got to remember, SpaceX is using a lot of off-the-shelf components, like stainless. I'll give you an example. Stainless steel. The decision to go to stainless steel at Boca is actually really damn smart. It's smart for multiple reasons. Obviously, there's the engineering trade-offs of using stainless for your rocket design. But building a super heavy launch vehicle with stainless steel construction in South Texas is an extremely smart idea. Why? Because there's boatloads of pipe fitters and people that work with stainless all the time from the oil and gas industry. That's probably why they can just source these crazy parts out of thin air, right? Not something you'd necessarily have at the Cape. I mean, can't see me, you get no argument from me. Justin said it very well. We went from sending our machines overseas for them to push buttons to get to us getting machines from overseas, and we're pushing the buttons. Flykin, I'm trying to be nice. I find that abhorrently, like, disgusting. Us giving up the ability to make stuff ourselves is gross. And if you're in the UK, you guys have the same problem. Is there any cars that are made in the British Isles anymore? That's gross. Giving up the ability to do stuff yourself in the name of profit is disgusting. That is disgusting. A national security risk at best. Or at worst, right? You know, that's gross. There are still car plants over here? Are any of them owned by... Okay, Geeson, I have a stupid question. Are any of them owned by British companies? Yeah, Don's. Yeah, you guys got shafted over there in Australia. What Ford did in Geelong just pisses me off, dude. That makes me so ridiculously upset, dude. Not fully. That's what I mean, dude. Us losing the ability to do stuff ourselves is not... Destin's right. He's right. He's right. And it's not like... I'm not trying to beat the nationalistic drum like, oh, our stuff needs to be better than everybody else. Dude. You can't even... If you want to manufacture something in the United States, it's almost to the point where you can't, let alone being too expensive. He's right. It's to the point where you can't. You know, for the longest time, it was just like, oh, nobody manufactures here because it's too expensive. Nobody manufactures here because it's too expensive. No. We're at a point where you can't, which is, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. In fact, Toyota is moving production of cars for the U.S. market to the U.K. Interesting. You know, our ability to make stuff is, dude... That is, like I said, that's a like sovereignty thing. Not to get into Rule 8 too much, like, but I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like being dependent. That's not cool. You can't get the flour back in the bag or whatever idiom works. Sig, I think you can. You gotta want to, though. I think we're getting to the point where people want to. EJ, can I say what is happening with NASA is blatant international sabotage? Jens, I'm not sure how you came to that conclusion, but we're at a turning point, and that's all I'll say. A turning point to what? I don't know. It could be good, it could be bad. If you saw how much simple stuff I would order for the army overseas, you would fall over. Fish, who thought that was a good idea? Like, I mean, I kind of understand the context of the time. Like, after the Cold War, it's like, yeah, source our parts everywhere, you know, spread the market around. I get it. Like, I understand there's no need for huge capitalistic proxies everywhere, like Japan or Korea. Or Turkey, or you know, Western Europe. Like, there's no need for that. Like, there's no perceived need for that. But, like, I understand. I kind of get why they did it at the time, but it's a notoriously short-sighted decision. Oversee, like, exporting overseas all the manufacturing. Like, why would you do that? It's such a stupid idea. My country does a lot of subsidies to have some degree of self-sufficiency. We have 600% tariffs on cheese products, so our dairy industry stands a chance. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Fish, for real. Yeah, can't see me. That's the truth, isn't it? You know what this makes me want to do? This makes me want to open a machine shop. I don't know how I do that, but open up a machine shop. Just, yo, Like even machines with hand tools, and then teach people how to use them. And just make freaking tools. Just make tool and die. Like, just do that. Also, the bolts and Destin's video were made in Massachusetts. Hell yeah. Like, see, Kraken, we should do that, man. We should do that. I don't know how I'd pull that off, but I'd want a co-op. Anybody that wants to learn machining, you know, we would have CNC and hand tooling to learn to get people to teach people the fundamentals of machining. Because look, man, just because you know G code doesn't mean you know how to machine something. You know what I mean? I can run any machine in the shop. I just need a plane ticket. Dude, we got to do that. Didn't they used to do that in schools? Once upon a time, vocational activities were a big deal, Dons. My high school had an auto shop. It had an auto shop and a wood shop to teach people trades. In the wood shop, you learned how to frame. You learned how to do carpentry, like build a house. Like we build our houses out of wood, so everything's made out of kiln-dried pine with the studs 16 inches on center, which is like, I think 35 centimeters between the studs, right? Dude, I remember framing. I remember learning how to frame, learning how to do framing carpentry in that. We had drafting classes where you learned architecture to learn how to do architectural plans to make the frames. Like we had an auto class. That's where I learned how to change oil. That's where it started. High school auto shop, you know? I learned machining, electronic circuitry design, drafting, etc., by hand in engineering college. There's a shop near me that has welding bays, grinder rooms, a water jet, a broken mill, and a lathe, but they're fixing it in a complete wood shop, and it costs $5 to $10 a day to go to if you got a membership. We should do that. That's correct, Spoiled. They always said, oh, it's a dying industry. It's a dying industry. It's not worth it. You should go to college. Screw that. No, I reject that premise completely. I didn't like it at the time either. You know, my high school had all those vocational things, right? And then they got rid of all of them. They got rid of all of them. You guys want to hear something messed up? My high school has a wood shop. They closed everything else. Drafting, robotics, design tech, all that stuff. Well, not design and tech. That's still there. Like, they got rid of all that stuff. They got rid of auto shop. They got rid of machine. They got rid of metalwork. They got rid of all that. The wood shop is there, but the wood shop exists to make set pieces for the theater program. This isn't a slight at theater programs. Theater programs are cool. Don't get confused. Yeah, my aunt still works at my high school. See, Kraken? Yeah, so she tells me what's going on. It's just, oh dear. See what I mean, dudes? We should do that. That's a good idea. We should do that. Yeah, you learned how to build a shed in high school. So did I. Dude, that's what we did. We did framing to build a shed. The only good places to buy torque converters? Having a hard time finding one for stock Ford C4. Methane Summit Racing. Summit Racing. That's a good place. Source old bridge ports and crap. Co-op fixing them. Then start machining parts. My dad's a machinist, man. He's a machinist by trade. He probably knows people that can get that stuff that could do that. We could probably source machines like it. How we get into space though? I don't know. Be real, EJ. Theater class is the reason we lost all of our technical classes at school. You can't enjoy liberal arts unless you have an industry to back it up. Like that's a luxury, dude. You know, if you don't know how the damn electricity works in the damn theater, how's the theater gonna operate? Bigger shop GoFundMe. Are you working on welding the trunk pan in today? No, Dan, we're not welding the trunk pan in today. We got to finish frame rail tabs. Let's get out to the shop and do it. Sorry, guys. I was just thinking, you know. If you want a machine shop to build parts, start with 3D printers. Low cost entry into space. Well, can't see my dad is a machinist by trade, and he machined oil pumps for the F-22. He knows how to do it. So I'm way past 3D printers, dude. I want a Bridgeport. Give me a Bridgeport mill. We need a Bridgeport mill for the shop. Yeah. Actually, fun fact, he's machined oil pumps for the F-22 and the F-23. They use the same oil pump. Yeah, Jens, you think I just liked planes? Like I just liked airplanes? Like that's how EJ got it likes aerospace so much because I just read a book about planes someday? No, man. Dad worked in the aerospace industry. He still does to an extent. I can't say what he does though. Not that he'd want you guys to know, but here's some survey bits for the first Bridgeport, dude. Sintessa, you went to high school in Australia in the mid-90s, learned how to cook, learned how to sew, basic wood and metal work, how to use a computer, how to play a musical instrument, English and science and maths. Yeah, me too, man. Yeah, when I went to high school just a little ways after you in the early 2000s, dude, yeah, there was everything. You could do everything. Music classes were mandatory until high school. You had to learn like to pass 8th grade, which is middle school. So how it's done in Massachusetts, we have kindergarten through fifth grade in elementary school. So that's like I don't know if you guys call it that, primary school, like I'm not sure what you call it. And then we had 6, 7, and 8 in middle school, and then 7, 8, 9 no, not 7, 9, 10, 11, and 12 in high school. And in order to get to 9th grade, you had to pass music class. You had to pass music theory. It was mandatory. You had to take it. You had to take a language. You had to pass design and tech. You had to pass woodworking. You could not. They would not let you go to 9th grade if you did not pass that. Yeah, home ec is what we called it. Home economics. You had to learn to cook. You had to learn to sew. I know how to sew things. I probably am bad at it nowadays, but yeah. You have primary and high school. Yeah, I got you. Kyron, so Brimo's family's from Detroit, and your dad did aerospace hardware and mass. Any extended family involved in civil engineering? Kyron, my uncle is a general contractor on the Big Dig. No, he didn't work for Bechtel. He was a contractor. Just in case anybody's wondering. There you go, Force. Dude, we got to do this. Destin's right, man. We got to do it. I don't know how where we're gonna get the money to start a small machine shop, but we should. So it's 6 and 6 instead of 3 and 4s. Yeah, I got you, dude. I got you. Every time you mention your uncle in the Big Dig, you point out he didn't work for Bechtel. Yeah, because he gets stuff done, man. Get an injection molding machine just cuz. Does your city have a makerspace? Actually, Boston is still pretty damn industrialized, guys. Like, once again, if you watch Destined Smarter Every Day 308, the bolts were made in Massachusetts. Stainless bolts made here. There's a huge aerospace presence in around New England. You wouldn't think, but GE manufactures jet engines and helicopter engines here. Yeah. There's a huge aerospace presence. Heck, SpaceX sources parts out of here sometimes. I can't say who, where, what, or when, but they do. It's not just manufacturing that's gone overseas, it's the whole product management. If you want to make a glass bottle in China, the factory wants to make the bottle, the label, and the cap. If you want to make the same bottle, label and cap from 3 different factories, and they want nothing to do with any other step. That's it, Geeson. And that's what I mean about wanting to do it. You saw that Chrysler advertisement that I was showing, man. You saw that Chrysler... Dude, make a car... Okay, we want to make a car with 4 doors? Take the 2-door car and put 4 doors on it. Call it a day. They wanted to do it. Oh, we're going to build a rocket? Screw it. Let's build a rocket. It's going to be better than everybody else's. Let's build a tank. Frick it. Build it because we freaking can. Like, you just don't get that kind of thinking nowadays, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to soapbox you guys, but that's really wearing on me, doing that whole machine shop thing. How's Mass Shipyards doing? You don't have any shipyards, dude. They're all gone. They're all gone. They're luxury apartments. Every single one of them. Drives me up the damn wall, dude. The closest shipyard is Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where the Navy does things with submarines. It's a submarine R&D research facility, from what I understand. And then there's Bath Iron Works in Maine, which makes Arleigh Burks. We have no shipyards. All the shipyards are gone. But we do have Mass Maritime, which is pretty cool. Mass Maritime Academy is there. It's right by the Bourne Bridge. It's actually not far from me. So if you want to learn how to pilot a ship, Mass Maritime is probably one of the best in the world. One of the best, best maritime academies around. Captain Phillips from Look at Me, I'm the Captain Now. He's a Mass Maritime guy. So we had shipyards in Hingham, right here. The Hingham shipyard is there. It's luxury apartments. You can still see where the slipways were. The Hingham shipyard could build, in World War II, it was cranking out a destroyer every week. Not only U.S. designs. Take a look at some of the roads here around the Hingham shipyards for these luxury apartments. HMS Halstead, HMS Whitaker. They made ships for the Royal Navy. They made English designs for the Royal Navy. The Hingham shipyards could crank out a destroyer like every week, dude. It's pretty crazy. And now it's luxury apartments or something. Look at all the slipways, dude. They could build like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You could build 8 ships at once. And then outfitting was right here. It's now just a regular port, but now it's luxury apartments and shopping center. And then the other shipyard would be over here, the Four River Shipyard. Four River Shipyard at one point was making aircraft carriers. Some really high-profile ships from the U.S. Navy were built here. USS Nevada was made here. USS Lexington was made here. CV-16, the one that's in Corpus Christi, it's near Boca Chica. That was made here. USS Salem, which is still there. It's the only heavy cruiser left in existence. If you're A World of Warships fan, that is the only place in the world where you can see U.S. made triple barrel 8-inch self loaders. Those are the only ones left. Everything else is gone. It's not a battleship, Flykin. It's a heavy cruiser. Salem is a heavy cruiser. It's the last of the Baltimore class styled ships. Fore River Shipyard built all kinds of cool stuff. They built some of the U.S.'s first aircraft carriers here. That's gone. What else? There is the former South Boston Naval Annex, which the Navy still uses that dry dock right there. That's the only thing they use. This entire thing right here used to be a gigantic Navy shipyard, an outfitting area. Yeah. That's one of the biggest dry docks on the East Coast. That's why the Navy still has it. I forget, Flankin. And then there was the Charlestown Navy Yard, one of the oldest shipyards in the world. Actually, probably in the country. Charlestown Navy Yard, that went belly up in the 70s because Nixon didn't like Kennedy. The Cassin is still here. Cassin Young, it's one of 4 Fletcher-class destroyers left in existence. And then there's the oldest commissioned Navy ship in the world, the USS Constitution right there. The USS Constitution fought against the British in the War of 1812. It sank the HMS Gutierrez. Stalling working on the car? No. I'm just really thinking about that whole machine shop idea. We should do that. Let's work on the car. We'll do a deep dive into Slick 37 later. Sorry that took so long. We've been going for an hour. Machine shop idea. Hellfish. I watched, here, I'll go into the shop and explain it, dude. Let's go. Procrastinating. No. I mean, maybe a little, but shh. Majority of World War II submarines came from Manitowoc. Manitowoc, yeah. Cool, man. Everything is sabotage. No, it's not sabotage, dude. It's just changing economic environments, dude. But I would argue that, like aerospace, it's quintessential to be able to maintain, to be able to control and independently control your own means to for your production, right? Like, if we can't make a pencil in this damn country, like, where are we at? Can't make a friggin' pencil. Pencils are made overseas. Sneakers are made overseas. Clothes. Like, can't do that. Like, it's basic needs, right? Like, if I want to go buy a bucket that was made in this country, you're not finding that. But anyway, Hellfish, my idea was to open up a machine shop and have the machine shop kind of be a co-op to teach people machining, hand machining stuff, but also have CNC machines, you know? Who uses pencils? That's not the point. What I'm trying to say, man. Like a makerspace on steroids. It's a contracted machine shop, dude, but you have old school hand tooling machining. I don't think we should ever lose the technical industrial base for doing like tool and die, hand machining, injection molds, like that. Yeah, dude. So I'm talking about having a contract machine shop, right? Having a contract machine shop and having hand tools, and anybody that works there isn't just going to learn how to operate friggin' G code. You're going to learn how to hand machine things on a Bridgeport and then move to the CNC machine. Inheritance Machining did a test and found for a one-off part, it's still faster to do it by hand on the mill. That's what spurred this conversation, LM. Yeah. +1, manual machining should not go away. That's right, dude. In fact, can't see me now that I'm thinking about it, dude. Get the drafting table out. Learn how to draft things. I don't give a frick if the computer works or not, dude. If the computer doesn't work, then you're not gonna be able to make parts. Right? I want drafting tables, hand machines, but also have CNC machines and stuff, you know? Like you should prototype on the hand with the hand tooling and then build it on the CNC machine. Oh, that's good, Dons. Well, that's what I mean, dude. You guys should be able to fend for yourself, man. I mean, Dons, people are short to remember freaking history. Australia almost got cut off. If the Japanese had taken Port Moresby in World War II, you guys would have been screwed. Like, totally screwed. Because you didn't have the industrial base. I mean, the U.S. helped you build it up after that as a proxy, right? Like, and I'm not saying you've been sailing on that since, right? Like, that's not what I'm trying to get at. But, like, people forget history real quick, man. Guess what? I see us programmers did when CrowdStrike kicked the bucket for a few days. We made parts on the mills. Hip-hop fought in Milling Bay. Brisbane Line was a real thing. For sure, man. People, like, I don't understand. People are very short to forget their history, dude. You guys, I mean, the U.S. has the benefit of having two huge oceans between us and anybody else. You guys don't have that luxury. Freaking Northern Australia should look like a freaking Atlantic wall. Not because there's any enemies out there. I mean, there might be, but just because. Right? Like, you never know. Don't take the chance. Why would you take the chance? You lost me at drafting tables. Software saves so much time, but sketches are still definitely a thing. So can't see me. Look. Okay, here, let me explain. I'll explain while we go out to the shop, dudes. Stand by for loss of signal from the office, as expected. Jim, 86-month resub, thank you. Double alert. Double alerter. What does it mean? I'll be right back. Okay. Are we coming in here? Hello? A little bit of a delay. This camera's really choppy. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, Don's for sure. Absolutely. Desync and choppy. All right, let me give it a quick restart. I'll be I missed EJ already. Well, I'm back. There we go. Much better. Cool. Ramalot, what do you got? EJ, I have a question. What if NASA brings back the shuttle and they use the shuttle as the moonliner? How will that work and how would they get it to the moon and back?
The shuttle was never designed to go beyond low Earth orbit. It was never designed to go beyond low Earth orbit, dude. What the shuttle was designed to do is build transfer vehicles in low Earth orbit and then send them to the moon. If the shuttle is launching once a week, the idea is that just a regular shuttle mission would carry a transfer stage or a crew tank or a moon lander. And the shuttle, with its robotic arms, could just assemble the stuff together. We saw it demonstrate this capability in the 90s during STS-88 when they mated the Unity module with PMA-1 to a Russian functional cargo block, Zarya. The shuttle could build things in space. It was really good at it. The shuttle had the provisions to be able to carry 2 robotic arms. So the shuttle could go, like, there could be a transfer stage, right? There could be a transfer stage sitting up in space, right? The shuttle could grab it, like how the shuttle could grab Hubble, right? Set the thing on a pedestal in the payload bay and use another arm to grab a payload out of the payload bay and join the damn thing together. So a crew tank and a transfer module. And then, you leave that up there, and then another shuttle could come up the week after with a lunar lander, pull it out of the payload bay and attach it. So the shuttle could grab the transfer vehicle on orbit, pull the lander out, and attach the thing together. Not a lot of people know that the space shuttle could use 2 robotic arms. It could carry 2 arms on each side of the payload bay. There are provisions and control systems on the shuttle's aft panel on the flight deck to be able to switch between port and starboard robotic arms. But anyway. Yes, Sintesi, that's the point that I'm trying to make. How does anybody in your government not understand that is beyond me, but that's Rule 8 stuff, and I'm not getting into it. Anyway, can't see me. You talked about, I lost you at drafting tables. Okay, so the reason why I would want people to learn how to draft a part on paper and make a blueprint is because when you're going about engineering things, if you have to draft it on the table, you're thinking about designing it in a completely different way than the computer. Believe me, I've done drafting, I've drafted parts, I did it in high school, and I know CAD systems. The mentality for drawing something out and drawing a part out is completely different than using a CAD system. It's a completely different workflow. Right? Completely different. I would want to teach people drawing and drafting on tables for parts to understand that workflow, because it gets people to think about manufacturing parts in a completely different way than the CAD system. That's why I've drafted things. I've made plans for albeit for houses. And I have a degree in computer animation. I know how to use CAD. The methods and the workflows are completely different. Now, with that all being said, like this car, for instance, this was engineered on a drafting table. Is it a bad design? No, it's not. Does that mean that Chrysler wasn't using computers in the 1960s for stuff? No, of course they were. They were using Scantron sheets to make build sheets and sequence order numbers, and using computers for different types of permutations of cars, so you can make cars with a bunch of trim, with a bunch of different trim levels. You can make the most amount of cars with the least amount of design. Smart, very smart. Why? Why did they engineer that way? Well, very simple. Drafting stuff takes time. Design took time, right? So they were using computers, but their design is bottlenecked from drafting. Now, a lot of people look at that as a bad thing, right? You look at that as a bad thing. Oh, the design is a bottleneck. That's no good. No. That makes you really think about the design. You really have to cover all your bases with the design. Because if you draft something out and it's wrong, you're going to have to do it again. That's what I mean about a different mentality. You're really drafting parts out and designing parts on a drafting table really changes the way you think about stuff. Because the workflow involved there, i.e. not having an undo button, right, forces you to cover all your bases. It forces you to think more about what you need to design and why. It helps make the stakeholder expectations about whatever you're making come into focus a lot easier. And I will die on this hill. It's absolutely true. Nobody wants to sit there erasing a bad design, right? That type of mentality is why we got cars like this. You know, people say they don't build them like they used to. Well, I think that's part of the reason. Well, they don't build them like they used to. Every car nowadays is designed on a computer and wholly on a computer. And it was designed by people on a computer that do not know anything about working on cars. Because it's just make this part as light as possible, make the least amount of machining in the G code. What is the, you know, if this part is billet, what's the least amount of machining we need to make the most amount of part? We need to shoehorn more parts in there. We got to get everything in there. Everything needs to be, able to be kind of flowed together, and, we need to do it for the least amount of money. That's how CAD forces you to think when you're designing. And you might not cover all your bases. How many cars have recalls? I mean, don't get me wrong, cars in the 60s had recalls too. But the point is that, learning how to use G code. So guys, G code is the back end, it's the software for operating a CNC machine. And we need that model by end of day. Worse, designers have never actually used the machines that make the parts by design. Bingo. That's why I would be, if we have this proverbial, that's why I'm not procrastinating, I swear. I want to get this done, and we will. That's why anybody that, if we have this proverbial machine shop, anybody that works there, you have to learn this. I will pay you to learn this. To machine stuff, so you become a better machinist. So when you get to that CNC machine, you know how to use it. Like I said, Chrysler in the 1960s, they weren't not using computers. They were using computers. But those engineers from from Chrysler, from Ford, from the Apollo era, from the late 60s into the early 70s, started with drafting things and then moved into computerized manufacturing in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And we kind of hit a really nice sweet spot in the 80s and the 90s, where a good balance between computerized control and still doing stuff by hand. And that's why my truck from the 90s, for instance, is a tank, because it still can trace its roots back to the times where stuff was drawn out. But a lot of the stuff, there's a lot of computerized components on it too. It has a computer on board for controlling your fuel delivery, right? It's a good hybrid, right? And I think if we get back to that style of manufacturing, where people start with, drafting and work their way up, they kind of level up that skill into full-on G-code machining, you have that perspective. And people are thinking about building a part that's going to last, rather than building a part that's going to cost you the least amount of money. Does that make sense, dude? That's why I would have drafting tables. I've done both of those things. Drafting out stuff and drawing it out forces you to think a different way. And in forcing you to think a different way, you're going to inadvertently build something that lasts. That's the world now. Money is everything. No, Wolfie, I reject that premise. And, I reject that, and I believe in capitalism. Right? I really do. I'm not suggesting any other means of economic system, right? We're not going workers and resources here, man. Face the wall. I don't want that. I just think you can make money and you can also make a good product. It doesn't need to be one or the other. Case in point. There was a time where it wasn't like this. You could make a good thing that's really inexpensive and really well made. It's not mutually exclusive, and people that think that it is are off their rocker. Not sure what that's worth from Nevada, but we'll see. All right, man. That's a good idea. You know, my dad's getting to the point where he's going to retire soon, so he'll have free time. He'll have free time. It's a good idea. Does my dad have machines? No, but he knows people that do. I always left the back right corner of or the front left corner of the garage, because the door's over there. That's the front. I always left that corner open. I just have my engine crane and stuff over there. But I left that corner open because it's close to the circuit box. The breaker box is over there. I always left that corner of the garage open in anticipation of putting a machine there, a lathe or whatever, or a mill. Does your shop have 220? It can, yeah. Coltec, I have a double breaker on the box. The main breaker is a double breaker. We could, yeah, it's not wired for it right now, but you could, yes, you can get 220 out here. It would be only 220 at 50 amp, but you could do it. Machine should not be near the doors where blowing dust and dirt gets to it easily. Yeah, good point. All right, anyway. Dudes, all right, let's pick up where we last left off. That's a good idea. I'm gonna ask my dad about that, because he would know where to start. I think the thing is that people used to have pride in their work. Nowadays, it's just a job. Yeah, Shogun, I know. So the solution there is don't have a board. Just because you're a company doesn't mean you have to have a board. Like, that's a template. You don't need to do it that way. You can do a company any way you frickin' want to. I mean, Martin, yeah, no shareholders. The way Elon runs SpaceX. SpaceX does have a board of directors, right? To be very clear. But SpaceX is entirely privately owned, and Elon owns 40+%. He's controlling shareholder in SpaceX. That's his company. It's his baby. The rest of the 58% there is owned by workers at the company and venture capitalist investment, VC investment. If you get a little manual lathe, I suggest a turret lathe. Fastest parts I ever made was on a turret lathe. Sintesi, the interesting thing, you're saying people used to have pride in their work. Nowadays, it's just a job for most people. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. I mean, I think we just don't hear about the people that put pride in their work because they just make something that works and you never hear about it. But I do believe that we are at a point where people want to go back to that. Especially, you know, guys that are around my age. We grew up with computers all of our lives. We don't want to do, like, I don't know about you guys, like, and I'm not trying to say that I'm not going to stop streaming or anything. Like, the computer world is all fine and dandy, and I love it. And that's, you know, video games and software and all that, and CAD systems. That's cool, man. I like that stuff. But I think people around my age, if I got my finger on the pulse correctly, and then even probably down to about like 10 years younger than me, I think we want to get back to that point. I think people want to just have a job that they can go in and do good work, and you can see material results. Like, that's why I like doing this stuff here as opposed to doing this on a computer. Because I can see the results. The results are right there. You can touch it. You can touch it. You could, you know, on the computer, it's just there. Like, it's on your hard drive. And that's cool. But I really think that I really think that people are done with just this bottom dollar nonsense, you know? I think people want to go back to making an honest buck and making something that, that lasts, you know? Cutting Edge Engineering is a boss. Scope that out if you haven't yet. Yeah. I love my work. I hate the work environment these days. Yeah, you do? Effort produces measurable results that you can feel. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like if you're an architect, and I'm not saying that, this isn't like to say that you shouldn't have an architect like on a construction project, right? And a civil engineer signing off on the project as well, right? I'm not saying don't do that. But if you're an architect and you draft out on the computer, you draft out the plans for the building that you're making, well, that's all fine and dandy. But there's looking at the plans on the computer and then go seeing the building after it's built. You know what I mean? It hits different, you know? What, live streaming is not an honest buck? Is that what you really got out of that, you dope? Yeah, guys, this conversation really got the gears turning up here. Can't ask a person at a hardware store for advice anymore, or even which product is a good one. Yeah, I mean, Sintesi, that's why I don't. There's a lot of. In this part of the country, in my state, particularly this part of my state, there's still a lot of independent hardware stores. That's not like a Home Depot or a Lowe's or like a franchise store. I go to those stores. Like there's a hardware store down the street where I get a lot of my hardware from, you know? I'd rather go there than go to Home Depot or Lowe's or, like I said, any type of like name brand store. I'd rather go there. Because I went into a franchise hardware store the other day looking for a welding spoon and they looked at me funny. They go, what? Huh? And then all I got is, oh yeah, all of our welding supplies are over there. Thanks. Like, okay. We still have privately owned hardware stores, David. Yeah, just a regular hardware store. We still have regular auto parts stores down here in this part of the state too, which is crazy. Like independent automotive part stores, like not a Napa, not an AutoZone, not an Advance, not an O'Reilly's. Hi, I'd like some wiper blades for your car. Oh yeah, what motor's in it? Yeah, just... There you go, WD-40. Hell yeah. Yeah, I like supporting the local guys. Because they know what they're talking about. It's good stuff, man. Remember this, guys, the machine shop idea. I'm going to get to work, but remember this. Check this out. Look at that. Look at that. Would you just look at it? Yeah, sorry. Took me a second to get going today. But I like talking to you guys before we do work. It gives people a second to trickle in and stuff. That's pretty good, dudes. There ain't much rust left in this picture. Now keep in mind, that's just mocked up. We still have a lot more work to do. But yeah, sexy work. Thanks, X-Wing. But I put all the parts and did kind of a fitment test at the end of the stream, at the end of the auto stream yesterday. I am very happy with what I see here. That looks real good, and more importantly, it looks right. This is how it should be. I mean, we still gotta, doing the quarter panels and stuff is gonna be, yeah. We're probably gonna have to wait on doing the trunk extensions and the crossmember extensions until we get quarters. But that doesn't mean that we still don't have a lot of work to do. I'm really not gonna burn this trunk pan in until I'm absolutely 100% sure that it's in the right spot. The reason why is the trunk pan here in this type of car is not just there for putting stuff in. The trunk pan, there's a lot of stuff here that, because once again, this car is a unibody design. The structure for the car is built into all of this. Every bit of sheet metal in this car, every panel carries load from the chassis in some way, shape, or form for structure to keep the thing rigid. The reason why is because unibodies are made out of only sheet metal. It's easier to manufacture it, okay? That trunk pan has to be dead center and dead flat on those frame rails, or else when the car goes around a corner, right? When we go around a corner, this will not flex correctly and the car will handle like dog crap. So it's really important. That's why I took so long to get that leaf spring perch that's under, I mean, it's under there. I got to get at it. That's why I took so long. Like I took 3 episodes building out that area and redoing that area to make sure that that leaf spring perch is in the exact right spot. It is very important, especially for the pan. The pan, in this particular regard, helps keep the frame rails nice and strong. The 2 structural components that are under here, it helps keep them nice and strong. That's very important. It's basically a strut that connects them together. That has to be perfect. It has to be dead center and it has to be lying completely flat on the rails. So, with all that being said, let's undo our mock-up. Let's start taking, we'll take the trunk extensions out. Let's start taking this apart and let's get down to business. But yeah, that's what it's going to look like. And to be honest with you, when I did this fitment test yesterday, guys, this a lot of the frame rail did end up pretty much in the right spot, or a lot of the trunk pan. It's pretty close to being right. Yeah, it's pretty close. Over here on this side, on the right-hand frame rail, it's actually pretty damn flush. It's pretty damn flush to the mount. Like, this is all pretty damn good over here. That's because it's still the stock frame rail, and this frame rail didn't need nearly as much modification as that one, right? But we're all pretty much nice and square on the rail over here. It's over there that didn't come in exactly right. So this trunk pan is almost in the right spot. It's close, but it's not exact. So that all being said, we're going to be doing this a lot in the future here. Hang on, dudes. I got to make sure I don't knock over the camera. I had a bad experience once. Ugh. Okay. It's not the first or the last time that thing is going to be in and out of the car. We're going to need to do a ton of mock-up to make sure that this is right. But big tasks for today. The big thing that we got to do is we got to, if you notice, there's a little bit of structure missing there. We have to rebuild that structure all the way back to the rear cross member. Now the rear cross member is clamped in position. But once again, just like I was saying, every other part of the car, this is a major structural component. That holds your frame rails true, keeps them nice and straight. Now, I have my temporary bracing in there to hold that in place, and that's what's been keeping the frame rails true while we've been doing all the work on them. Once we get this back in there, we can cut the bracing out. But there's still parts of the frame that we need to fix over here and over there. What I want to get done today is this piece right here, and then we need some small modifications on the ends of the frame rail over here. That's what we need to finish. So Let me undo the rear cross member. And let's get to it. I've been using just regular old clamps to hold all this in place. Does the gas tank go between the frame rails? Yes. Yeah. See, Kraken, I don't know if you can see up there. It's a little bit dark, but right there where those three kind of, see that? That's the hose clamps for the end of the fuel line. So the gas tank goes here. The sender unit is basically right here where my hand is, and then that's the fuel line right there. Fuel line and the vent line as well. Yeah, you need a vent line or else your tank will implode when you're driving down the road. I have the vent line and everything. I managed to salvage it from the original trunk, and it's still in good condition. Does it looks tight? Yeah, it looks tidy. Sexy word. Thank you. Thank you. That is deceptively large. May, this is a gigantic trunk. There's tons of space in here. But like I said, the engineering behind this is that the U.S., you know, and if you think about it in the 1960s, the U.S. has a gigantic highway system that's being built across the entire country. So, you know, you have completely decentralized independent travel. And in the 1960s, there was still a long way. I mean, nowadays it's way more built up, right? But there are times where you're going to be driving down the road, you're not going to get a gas station for 300 miles. So they built this with the expectation that you'd be traveling longer distances. That's why these cars ended up being so big. And fuel obviously wasn't a problem. Fuel wasn't expensive. So it was purely designed for purpose. It's not like they looked at it and said, man, that's really inefficient. Screw that. That doesn't matter. Whatever. No, it was built for purpose, for traveling over long distances. So the idea was that with this car, you'd need a lot of stuff back here, like a full-size spare tire. And don't get me wrong, the full-size spare probably took up a lot of space in here. But the cool thing is, just on a side note, is we managed to salvage the spare tire rack. And it goes on the trunk pan right here, which is actually pretty cool. I managed to salvage it, and the frame rail flanges are, not frame rail, the flanges on this are all screwed up. We're going to have to weld new ones in. We'll make new tabs, weld this all in, clean this part up, make it look nice. Like the bottom is kind of shot, but we'll put all new flanges on here, drill the holes, and we'll plug weld it to the trunk pan when we get to that point. So we'll have the provisions for a full-size spare, baby. Full-size spare, baby. You could fit dead bodies in there easily. Hey, violence is wrong. But yes. It vents into the trunk. XJ, yes and no. The vent line goes through the top of the trunk pan, goes up against the wheelhouse. I'll show you. I have the vent line over here. The vent line does go into the car, interestingly enough. So it would be oriented this way in the car. This is the vent line coming out of the sender unit, and then it goes through a grommet that would be in the trunk pan. So like the top of the trunk pan is right here, and then this would run on the surface of the trunk pan. The trunk pan would be right here. Your wheel is right here. And then it kind of bends up and over, and the wheelhouse would be right here, and then it goes back down through the pan. The idea is that you have a high point in your fueling system, and that's where the air will go out. That's what they did. That was the idea. So this point right here is the highest point in any in your pressurized fuel system. Well, your fuel system, let's say. This point is higher than the carburetor at the front of the car. Because of this, all the air will naturally go to the highest point because gasoline vapors rise, right? So this will simultaneously, if you're draining fuel, this will suck in air into the gas tank. And when you fill it up, it'll push air out instead of pushing air bubbles down your fuel line. It's just, yeah, Archimedes principle. That's why this is here. It's smart. It's a really smart idea, but it does, the vent line goes up. I mean, you can tell which part was inside the car, the part that isn't rusty. And like, if you look at the difference right there, you could see what part of the vent line was outside of the car and what part of the vent line was inside of the car. Yeah, it goes through the fire, it goes through the, not the firewall, it goes through the pan, but it doesn't vent like directly into the cabin. This is just there because of Archimedes' principle. It's tucked away, like, I didn't know what the hell it was when we went to pull it out of the trunk. And then I figured it out. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. But yeah, my vent line is over there. I keep it over here on the 3D printer because, yeah, I keep it with delicate things because I don't want to kink that thing. That would really suck trying to make another one of those. You found something in Rutland, Kansas-me. Interesting. Rutland is not near me. Hey, Dazarn. Dude, long time no see, man. How are you? Man, how's things? Haven't seen you in a couple of years, dude. How's things? Everything good? Or at least I haven't talked to you. Is it possible to treat all that rust? I'll clean up that line. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll clean it up. We'll paint it, make it look nice. Okay, let's go, dudes. So, I think we'll start over here today. We've been working a lot on the driver's side. Let's work on the passenger side today. I'm good, busy working. Good to see you. Yeah, likewise, man. So, Daz, if it's been a while, I mean, I'm not sure how long you've been out and about, but I'm glad you're working, dude. That's good. I swapped out the SPH for the actual shop, if you remember from the Kerbal times. I have my shop. This is in my backyard, so that's kind of cool. So we have a high bay in real life, and we're working on cars in here. I can tell this car is really old because it has sheet springs. Oh, leaf springs? Yeah. You call them sheet springs. That's interesting. We call them leaf springs. I don't know why they're called leaf springs. But yeah. I mean, actually, you know what's cool, Jens? These cars, these old Chryslers are so sought after, dude. And there's such a big aftermarket for them that you can buy modern suspension. Somebody engineered modern suspension for the back of the car. Like modern rear suspension, not leaf springs. You could put a 4-link with coilovers in here, which is like, Jens, that's something that you'd see like on a BMW. Maybe not. Yeah, BMW hasn't had a live axle for a little while. Older BMWs, like a E36 or something. No, E36 was independent rear as well. Now I'm wondering if someone makes an independent rear suspension kit for this. Are you going to make your own model rockets in the garage? Got to get some machine tools first, but yeah. Breaking news from Boston Logan. What do we got? Whoops. Plane veered off the runway. Everybody's okay though. Well, that's good. That's good. All right. So Ollie, yeah, we'll do high-powered rocketry in here. Yeah, we will. We will at some point. I have to get the proper licenses for it and stuff, right? But we will. And My first priority, though, is to not have lawn art. Like a car that doesn't run, a car that doesn't drive. This is the last one, believe it or not. If we get, I mean, the Coronet does run, arguably, but every single one of my cars running and driving past it with an MOT. I mean, it's not an MOT, it's called state inspection here, but yeah, every single one of them except for this one. That's the last one. I want to finish all my project cars first. License, what are you talking about? You live in the land of the free. Ollie, to be honest with you, you know there's 50 states. Every state has its own rules about driving. In Massachusetts, dude, our driving rules are very similar to the UK. We have MOT. You have to pass yearly inspection. If you don't, you can't drive. So, yeah, that's very different than like Texas. Texas, they're just like, Michigan, they're just, what do you mean it doesn't have a tire? Can it drive down the road? All right, go. They inspect a car, two-slider. The state inspection is the car. Yeah, so we have 50 different, there are federal rules. Like there's like the overarching rules for driving, right? But every state has its own registry of motor vehicles and different rules about, like, some states have state inspection, others don't. In some states, you can drive at a younger age than others. We in Germany, NBOS, TUV. Xerax, we're not at TUV. Our vehicle inspection is not TUV, but it's not nothing either. It's kind of like England. MOT would probably be the right thing. When you get your car inspected, they're going to look over everything. They're going to make sure all your ball joints are right, make sure all your suspension is not jacked, right? They're going to make sure there's no visible rust. So it's going to be a while before we get this thing all up. If it's a newer car, they'll check emissions, stuff like that. Yeah, they'll check to see if it's thrown any check engine codes recently. Yeah. They'll check all your suspension, they'll make sure the brakes are working, they'll make sure all your lights work. Your reverse lights have to work, your license plates need to be illuminated. You need to have functioning brakes, you need to have functioning directionals, your headlights need to work, low beams and high beams. Front directionals need to work, front running lights need to work. And I think that's it. No way, New England has similar rules to England? I mean, when you say it like that, Rhino, yeah, okay. Anyway, oh, I gotta take the ring off. Be right back. I'm gonna put it in the SE to aux box. Yeah, when you say it like that, dude, yeah. I mean, the interesting thing is that that's Massachusetts, dude. Massachusetts has similar rules to England. New Hampshire does not. Maine, I don't even know if Maine has any rules. They just give you your license and you register a car and go on your way. In Europe, in some Balkan countries, inspection costs only $50. It's $30 here, Gingery. $30 per car. When you have freaking 5 cars. It's expensive to operate this fleet, but they're useful. I mean, I use all my cars, so. Maine has yearly inspection too? Oh, there you go. Maine, don't hit people. That's the test. Yeah, there you go. Do you need all the side windows? Asking for a friend. Do I need all the side windows? Actually, I don't think so. I don't think you need windows. The only thing you need is a windshield. I don't think you need any other windows for the car to pass inspection. You don't need side windows. You definitely don't need a rear one. You just need a windshield, and the windshield can't be tinted. If your windshield is tinted too much, Massachusetts considers that a driving obstruction, and the car will not, it's not legal. $50 in the inspector's pocket. I mean, Gingery, I have my thoughts about state inspection. I'm pretty sure the state just uses it as an excuse to rake money at this point. But to be 100% honest, the flip side of that, our road design is caca. I am very happy that road inspection exists because that means all the cars on the road have brakes. And I would not, like this car, I wouldn't drive this down the highway unless I was absolutely sure that the brakes work. Like, that's just asking to die. Because, dude, you'll be driving down the highway and somebody that doesn't know the area pretty well, like an exit, their exit will come up on the highway and they'll step on their brakes and turn from the left lane. It happens all the time. Like, people that don't know the area, people that aren't paying attention, they'll just, whoop. Oh, there's my exit. Whoop. You know, people just, for some reason, they're on autopilot, they're on their phone or something, they're driving in the left lane, they'll just step on their brakes. They're not brake tapping you, they'll just step on their brakes. And then they'll just sit there in the left lane and just keep stepping on the brakes until it causes a traffic jam. So, yeah. Dude, like, this isn't like live free or die stuff like New Hampshire. Like, I'm not driving on the road if I even have any inkling that the car's brakes don't work. Not a chance, dude. You are asking to get killed. Yeah, gingery, and it's stupid. Do I mean this? Yep, this is what, yep.
How much signal I need to cut across 8 lanes? None? I turn now. Good luck, everybody else.
Now, see, that's not realistic, though, Creation. Good luck, everybody else? No, the person isn't thinking about you. They're just thinking about getting to their exit. Good luck, everybody else. No, that's not realistic. Inspection in Germany costs 150 euros. Car basically needs to be in the condition it came out of the factory to pass. See, Akimi, and I'm gonna talk and work. You know, like, I understand TUV. I get it. It is kind of ridiculous, but also you have roads with no speed limits. Like, there's the autobahns. Like, dude, you throw a wheel going like 150 miles an hour down the highway, you're not just endangering yourself, you are endangering people around you. So I kind of understand the stringent vehicle inspection. Like, I kind of get it. That kind of makes sense to me. You know? But, yeah, I don't know. All right, let's get to work, dudes. There's a joke about taxi drivers in Athens, Greece. They say they drive with their heart, not with their eyes. Some of that applies to Boston and general drivers. Well, our road design is terrible, dude. It's just bad. It's a half-completed design. Like, I've talked about this many times when we play cities and stuff. Also, quick side note, dude. Somebody floated to me the idea of playing Cities 1 again, and you know what, man? I'm not, it's not a bad idea. I wonder if people would care. Like, you think that would take off? Who knows? Maybe we should. Maybe we should reject modernity and embrace tradition. It's kind of been the MO for this stream. Did they ever fix Cities 2? No. So, XJ, if Cities 2, if we're making an analogy about Cities 2, say that Cities 2 represents a bridge across a river. The bridge was made, it's a pretty damn good design, but there's cracks in the footings. There's cracks in the footings. What you really need to do is dismantle it, you know, or at least figure out a way to temporarily brace the bridge and redo the footings for said bridge. All the patches that we've seen for cities is not doing that. It's repaving the road surface on the bridge in this analogy. Does that make sense? Oh, look, we repaved the road. The bridge is a lot nicer. No, the foundation's still cracked. Yeah, but we repaved it. That's Cities 2 in a nutshell. Like people are like, we want the game to be more difficult. We want the gameplay to be more challenging. So they just implemented an arbitrary taxation on land in the city to make spending your money more difficult. But that doesn't fundamentally address the problem that the game just hands you money arbitrarily for building up a bigger city. So the game hands you crazy amounts of money if you just keep building and you keep leveling up and you keep leveling up and you keep leveling up. So their solution to that problem was to make taxes so you wouldn't get as much money instead of fixing the problem of rewarding players for being fiscally irresponsible. Cities 2 lost me when I built a city in Cities 2. It was the second or third city that I worked on. There was no fiscal responsibility in the city at all. I built all the biggest buildings. I built ridiculous highways where it wasn't needed. I zoned gigantic shops, just arbitrarily zoned crazy amounts of housing, had nice roads with grass and sidewalks, all the municipal services, no taxes. And we figured out that in cities you can fail forward. As long as you keep building, the game's going to keep giving you money and there's no incentive to be fiscally responsible. So what kind of city simulator is this? It's like that movie. You guys, what kind of city simulator is this? It's like Jesse Plemons in that Civil War movie. You guys remember that? He's sitting there and he's like, this is an airsoft gun, by the way. It's not real. He's sitting there going, what kind of American are you? Huh? What kind of city simulator are you? If you're an airsoft nut, this is a 2005 CAM-15. Really nice, actually. It's really old. This airsoft gun's 20 years old. Can you believe that? I reshimmed the gearbox once upon a time in that thing. Dude, that thing really shoots hard. It's got an upgraded spring and shimmed gearboxes with metal gears. It's really nice. Is Twitch chat down or is it just you? Imagine losing a wheel in the interstate in a random place like Oklahoma. Yeah. Here, let me ping it. Yeah. Twitch chat went down. If you visit Montana, we'll go play some air hard guns if you catch your drift. I would like to have seen Montana. I will drive my pickup truck to Montana. Yeah, message failed to send. Hold on. Dude, like I already procrastinated enough. Twitch doesn't need to do it for me. Huh. Chat's down. Suddenly I can't find your channel on Twitch? Let me refresh my dashboard. Dashboard still works. Stream is still up. Yeah. Follow list and all that is dead. Yeah, it shows the stream playback's still good, but it says I have 0 viewers, 0 followers. So either I just got banned over there or they're having an outage problem. I really think it's the latter, but then again, I don't know, maybe they don't like airsoft or something. If Twitch cut you out because you held up an airsoft gun, I'm going to lose my marbles. I swear, man. Can you believe that? That would... Storm, you're seeing, hearing things fine on Twitch, but your messages aren't working. All right. Twitch problems, carry on. I'm watching on Twitch and it's still live. I don't think they would do that, guys. The reason why is I know them, and they know, I know people that work at Twitch, and they know me. They know I'm not trying to do a politics or anything. I've talked to a lot of people at Twitch face to face. They know, you know what I mean? Like, they know if I have an airsoft gun up like that, it's probably a prop for something. It's not. There's no ill intent. It turns out that if you actually go and talk to these people, they treat you pretty fairly. My bot detected you as offline before you held up the airsoft gun. It's almost certainly Twitch twitching. Yeah, Racing Pro, for sure. But yeah, it turns out if you like actually go and talk to people there and explain your intentions, you know, they'll be cool with it. Now that's harder to do on YouTube for sure, but EJ plus Dan Clancy, I'd go talk to him, bail him, sure. He's ex-NASA. You know that the CEO of Twitch worked at Ames, right? He worked at NASA. He's a space guy. And then he worked at Google, but you get the idea. Yeah, Dan, they wouldn't do that. You'd be surprised what you can get away with when you don't treat your service provider, your stream service provider, as adversarial. Just saying. It's because he set the kitchen on fire. Okay, that was just one time, Aaron. Jeez. All channels on Twitch are glitching out. I'm on YouTube because of it. So, I don't know, guys. What do you think we should do? Should we keep going? Like, I guess it's just the tubes now. TOS is very much not enforced equally. Yeah, 1320, like I said, if you talk to them and you explain what you're doing, yeah, you can get away with stuff. Me, I don't abuse that privilege. I'm not saying that other people are. We're not trying to have that conversation, all right? I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else but myself. But they know me at Twitch. They know what I'm about. They know what I do. They know if I have an airsoft gun or even a real firearm on the stream that I'm not doing dumb things with it. You know, we saved that for my summer car and real car. More machine shop talk. Seriously, I'm a machining addict. Dude, I want to get a lathe in here. Lathe and a mill. A CNC table would be pretty nice, dude, because then we could just cut the template out. But that means I would have to draft stuff. I don't want to do that. All right. So, just remember, tag out EJSA for questions. Jibber jabber less. Yes, that's right. Let's work on the tabs here. So, the last bit of repairs that we need to do to this side of the frame rail, dudes, 3D print the template. Yeah, there you go. All right. The last bit of stuff that we need to do over on this side is make sure, I added about 1/8 of an inch extra, well, not 1/8 of an inch, like a 1/16 of an inch extra to this frame rail when we welded it on. The frame rail was shot from about here back, so I re-welded and plated a new thing in, and I'm looking at those welds and they're absolute garbage. They'll hold, but they're doo-doo caca poo-poo. Very boogery. Whatever. We know we could do it better now, and it's fine. So, this rail needs to have an ear on it. There needs to be a piece of metal that goes right here. There needs to be a piece of metal that goes right here, and there needs to be a piece of metal that goes right here. These pieces of metal are the flanges. They're called frame rail ears, right? They're the flanges that ultimately the rear cross member, which goes across this right here, is going to be bolted to. So we have to plate this. We have to make a template right here, right? We've got to make a template for a frame rail ear here and a frame rail ear here. Simultaneously, we need tabs to go on the ends of the frame rail flanges. There needs to be a little piece that extends off of this. The rear cross member has a lip on the top of it. Here, let me show you. The rear cross member has a lip on top. You can see that the original tab was there, but it rusted off. Right there. You guys need a light. That's a little bit dark for the camera. Shiloh! A-Bomb79 is a great machinist to follow. Yeah, I'm going to start looking into that, dudes. So, you can see the original tab, it was rusted, and I cut it off because it wasn't there anymore, right? But the original tab picks up on this lip right here. We need a tab right here, and we need a tab right here. Simultaneously, we need the ears right here. There should be a plate of metal right there. There should be a smaller plate of metal right here, and there should be another wider plate of metal right here. I'll show you what it should look like. If we move the camera over here, like this, that is what we need to make. Now this is the repop part. That's the flange that we need to make. This needs to be right there. So we have to make a piece, and that piece has to have a slotted hole in it. If you look at this rail, getting you guys down here. If you look at this rail, or what's left of the leaf spring perch ear right here, you can see where the slot piece was. Now that slot piece, right? The slot piece is right there. See it on the bump, see it on the rear cross member? And then the bumper bracket goes over it. It makes a sandwich. It's a tasty sandwich. So you can kind of see right there where that piece was. It's not there anymore, but you can see where it was. We have to weld the tabs. We have to do that. If we look at the bumper bracket again, zoom out a little bit, you line up the bracket here. We need another plate that goes about to about here for the other part of the bumper bracket. This is where the bumper bracket mounts to, and that's why it's plated with 16, no, that's not 16. This is 1/8 of an inch. That's why this bumper bracket is really heavy, because it has to hold up the rear bumper. So they plated the cross member instead. So we got to make tabs here and here, here. We have to make a wide frame rail ear with this slotted hole. The hole is slotted like this. It's slotted like that to allow for adjustment for the bumper, to get the bumper to be centered over the rear of the car. Simultaneously, if you look right here, there's a hole. This flange, somehow, this piece right here is still intact. There's a hole right there, and we need to drill a hole in the frame rail right here and put a captive nut in there. Because there's 4 bolts for the bumper brackets. There's 2 that go here and 2 that go there. One of them is on a captive nut because you're not getting a wrench in there because it's inside of the frame rail. The trunk rail will be on top, the rear cross member's on the back. You're not getting at it from the bottom, so Chrysler put a captive nut there. If we look at the bumper bracket, if we look at the rear bumper bracket, this is how it picks up. You have a slot in the bumper bracket, so you can pilot it with this. There's a through bolt here, right? And then the bracket goes on like this. Now, if you look at the two captive nuts that are here, they're square nuts for whatever reason. If you look at those line up perfectly with the slots on the cross members, so you can adjust this back and forth. This makes it so you can move this left to right within an inch, right? That'll get it so your bumper is centered on the rear of the car correctly. We need to rebuild all that, and we need to make sure we get it right. We need to make sure the slotting is correct for the frame rail ears here and here. So you can see what's left of the slot right there. So we got to figure out a way to make that with the tools that we have, and then we got to make the plates. So what I should have done when we made this was just make just make this and just bend it correctly. But I wasn't confident in my bending capability on the brake. I'm still not, to be honest with you. I got to make more parts for it. We will when we go to make this for the other side. I do have a paper template here. Something is broken rather impressively on the Twitch side. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Everybody here from Twitch, like the YouTube stream so that Google knows where Mafia. Oh, geez. I don't know. That doesn't exist, man. I don't know what you're talking about. So I did make a paper bracket. It was the first template that we made, and we drafted it out, which is cool, right? And that's what this needs to look like. And this earpiece needs a slot in it. So my ignorance here is kind of showing because I didn't know how this frame rail went together. My template doesn't have the original tabs on it. So what we got to do is we got to weld the tabs on. We got to weld it, and then we got to weld the ear on and everything. So, yeah, that's kind of, yeah. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Yeah, we're going to have to weld it on like that. That's okay. This ear right here is just a flat piece. The tabs are just flat pieces. And then we need to make another ear. This piece needs to go over here like this. We got to figure out where, you know, how far back we need to cut into the rust, and we need to make the leaf spring perch ear right there. Fortunately, we can use, like I said, we can use that as our guide for making this with the slotted hole and everything. We can use that as our guide, which is good. And the reason why I wanted to get that leaf spring perch, why I wanted to burn this in, is so, and why I was so anal retentive about getting that thing into the right position, is because we can figure out exactly where this needs to live. We can figure out exactly where this needs to live by basically just lining up the slotted hole over here. That's it. We can use what's left of the slot piece over here, and we line it up over here, right? And as long as we make sure we're dead center, we can figure out the positions for this. We can figure out exactly where these need to go, and we can mark this as such. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to reclamp our rear cross member, and we're basically going to use it to figure out exactly where the tabs and the rails need to go. Basically kind of reverse engineering this from Chrysler. Might as well just seam weld the cross member on. You don't really need the ears. I would prefer to plug in seam it, dude, just because I'm not 100% confident in my welds still. You know, more welding, more better at this point, dude. You know what I mean? So the tabs, that's not going to be hard. That's not going to be hard to get that right. The tabs don't need to be arbitrarily placed. It's the ear and stuff. I mean, can't see me. The other thing is that, you know, yeah, if we just build a small frame rail ear right there, just a tiny one, right? Maybe that it goes to like here. Like it's not going to be an exact replica of what came from the factory. But if we make the tab just like an inch, right? What I can do is if I have a big enough drill bit, just drill through it. Or we just, yeah, just basically slot it and section it. Like it doesn't, the one from the factory is about 2 inches long, or about 100 millimeter, maybe. So, something like that. Actually, no, it wouldn't be 100 mil. It'd be closer to 50 mil, so somewhere in there. With the real one, there's a slot piece to make room for this indentation. This is a beveled drilled hole. That's there for structure. Beveling this increases the amount of surface area that is it makes the rear cross member resistant to bending like this. Because if this was flat, it'd be really easy to bend it like this. So they put the tabs on the top and the bottom, and then beveled these. Well, chamfering is technically the right way to say this. They chamfered it so this has depth to it. Like it's not just a flat hole, it bevels inward. They chamfered these. That's the machining term. Like you can see, those things have a little bit of shine. So if we made the piece exactly right, actually I can show you a picture. Hold up. I can show you a picture on the internets. There's a project called Project Zombie that Mopar Connection magazine did, and they have pictures of it. I gotta find the right page. And it's cool because Project Zombie is pretty much doing the exact same thing that we're doing, but with a two-door car. Like if you look at their pictures, right? Their frame rail ends were shot and there's no cross member, and I got the idea of putting the brace there from them. Like getting all the right bracing. I kind of knew, but the exact positions for all the bracing. Why am I showing up twice? Cool. Hi. That camera decided to work today. That's neat. Is Twitch still colossally screwed? Yeah. All right. Well, YouTube, I'll still be live on Twitch, but YouTube, you got me. One of the few occasions where I'm just streaming on YouTube. But yeah, see the tabs and stuff? We gotta do all that. There's the bumper bracket. They're drilling the holes for the plugs. That right there is what I wanted to show you. Audio and video are good on Twitch, but chat is dead. Cool, tabs are fine, but mostly a process cost-saving part to set up for the spot welders. Seam welds take longer. Anyways, you do you. Yeah, you know what, dude? That's a good point. That's a good point. I don't ignore you, Dean. Why you gotta make me feel bad? Why you gotta make me feel bad? Actually, can't see me. Look at this. I just loaded up a picture. Look. So see the left ear? The leaf spring ear? They seam welded it. They seam welded that sucker. They're doing exactly what you're saying. And it looks like they seam welded both of them. Couchy, what's up? I'm a Twitcher, but this YouTube account is older than Google's acquisition of YouTube. Nice. Marco. Hey, Meg. Here, hold up. There you go. Make, you got mod over here now, buddy. Seam weld the cross member to the end of the frame rail. Yeah. I know, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that goes for any other Twitch mods. If Twitch mods are lurking around in the tubes and you don't have moderator, tell me. I'll give it to you. But yeah, that's yeah, see, Can't see me. What I'm wondering, you're probably right about the process orientation thing. They did it so they could spot weld it. So there's surface area to spot weld. Oh, God. Well, at least their frame rail ear is there. Mine was not there. I know, I'm not a Twitch bot, but I am Mr. Yeeticus. All right, cool. Yeah, if you're on Twitch, guys, if you're on Twitch, the chat's kill. EJSA1 on YouTube. It's not under, there's no underscore. YouTube doesn't like that. So it's EJSA1 over on YouTube. You want to go over there and talk to me. But yeah, Twitch chat is not having a good day. Man, that's going to mess with their bottom line. Jeez. It's EJ_SA. That works. All right. Cool. Channel name is EJSA1. I'm not going to lie. I'm Fluffy. Apparently Google makes me use my government name here. Oh. Well, the underscore gets you here. Well, that makes my life easier. Thank you for letting me know. Jim, you join YouTube chat. Now my browser memory usage has gone into orbit. Don's, gotcha. Cool, cool. All right, so now, can't see me. What I was saying is that for this process here, right? Twitch has completely died for your channel, 1320. Yeah, I got you. Can't see me. What my mind is going to is that you're right. It's probably, those ears are probably there to spot weld it and make it spot weld a lot easier, right? We can seam it, make it a lot easier. I still want to do the tabs on top so we can tuck the thing up against it and have, you know. Christian, I couldn't find you in the search and my follow list is gone. Honestly, I thought IRU got banned. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude, it scared me for a second because I just had the airsoft gun, but yeah, it seems like it's on their end, which is a relief. Can't see me. Can we think of any structural reason why those tabs should be there over a seam weld? Seam welding is stronger anyway. Yeah, Xerax. Jawohl. Yeah, for sure, man. I think welding the new side tabs is a waste of your time. Like Dean said, just weld the end of the cross member. Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just trying to make sure we have no mental stone unturned here. Would there be any other structural reason why those tabs would be there? Think like for the bumper bracket or anything like. WW here, I see that Twitch is having issues. Oh, Twitch is having some real big problems right now. Alignment. Yeah, Lanny, that's what I'm getting at. Is there anything that we're not thinking of? Because I have no problem seam welding it. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm a little more comfortable plug welding because, I mean, you've seen my seam weld. I'm getting better at seam welding, but I'm not done. We're not done dialing that in, so to speak. The Spaceballs 2 trailer was just released. Yeah, Trey, somebody linked it to me in Discord. Seam weld would provide more structure than 4 plug welds. Yeah, exactly. So can't see me, you're right. No, I'm not saying that you're not. Like, let me explain. What I'm saying is like, because it's a unibody, because it flexes, are we building too much reinforcement in that area? Right? You see what I'm trying to say? Like, the whole unibody does bend and flex. Do you think they spot welded it, not just for better manufacturing, but do you think that it was engineered that way on purpose to allow some flex and some give? I'm not sure. Not back there. No, you don't think so? You can figure out alignment with the original measurements you took in the beginning. I got you. Maybe. Yep. Spot welding is just cheaper and faster to manufacture. Yeah, SVO. Yeah, exactly. I'm just wondering if there's a reason why they did that other than just ease of manufacture. Is the unibody designed to flex back there? I mean, I don't think so. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to make a difference. Once again, it's the foundation for our car. I really want to make sure it mimics the factory, at least somewhat similar. Yeah, Steve, Twitch is not doing well right now. It's struggling. It's riding the struggle bus. There should be almost no flex there behind the suspension. Flex points are between suspension. Flex on unibody is why there's 3 plates. Yeah, Lanny, that's what I'm thinking. It's might be that it gets a little bit of flex on the longitudinal axis torsion, longitudinal axis with torsion through the bars. For like, there might be a little bit of flex to mitigate body roll there. I'm pretty sure I'm overthinking it, dude. But you never know. On the other hand, dudes, okay, fellas, I got a stupid question. This is me learning to be a fabricator, okay? This isn't me like saying, well, that's not a good idea. Is there any downside other than more work and time to making those tabs? And if I do make the tabs, we seam weld the cross member to it. Is there any downside to that other than time? Mustang does the same thing on the earlier models. Okay. Sounds like overthinking like I usually do. Can you show me what you're talking about? Sure. So SVO, on the back of the Coronet, at the end of the frame rails, dude, there's tabs. You see them right there? There's tabs. Those slotted ports are the adjustment for your rear bumper bracket. Sandwiched up against that is the rear cross member, which if I flip over to my front cam, that's that same area. That picture is basically from the same area that the picture from the website is, right? The slots are right here for your bumper bracket. Right there, and right there. That allows you to, it's play for the bumper so you can get the bumper centered. There's an ear, a frame rail ear right here, and a frame rail ear right there, and then a smaller one right here. The smaller one is designed to tuck in on the inside of this chamfered hole, and then there's another one right here that's designed to, it needs to be sectioned around that chamfered hole. I'm not sure what those are there for other than structure, to be 100% honest, other than to keep the cross member from turning. And this is what I'm talking about. You see this sucker right here? That's chamfered for a reason. So if you look, it looks kind of shiny compared to this. This is just a punched out hole, right? That's just punched out. This one was drilled and then a dimple die, pushed that through and beveled the surface. It curves inward. That makes your rear cross member less susceptible to bending on this axis. It's less susceptible to torsion, which means there is some load being carried through here. This wouldn't have this if it didn't. There's some load going through here, and this thing has to not bend, right? Joe, I'm no fabricator, but I'd recommend doing the extra work. Leave no doubts. That's what I'm thinking. I like the idea of seam welding the tabs. We could seam weld here, you could seam weld there, you could seam weld up top, you could seam weld down the bottom. Same thing for over here, same thing for over here. But it's very clear that this carries some structure. I don't know if this is rigidity resistance for the bumper or whatever, like for a rear impact or something, or if this is the carrying the load from the flex from the frame rails from doing that. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a gross over-exaggeration of what the thing would be doing going down the road, right? But it's very clear that Chrysler wanted this rear cross member to be very rigid and very not susceptible to bending. And that's why you have the tab, this bent over flange on the top, a bent over flange on the bottom, and every single structural hole in this is chamfered except for the bumper mounts. I think no tabs, just seam welded as it sits now. Holes are for structure and weight reduction. Ford came up with that. Look, you just put a hole in the frame and it's stronger. Yeah. I just want to make sure with, like, dude, if this was the quarter or something, yeah, just seam weld it. We're not, when we go to do the quarters, I'm cutting this whole freaking thing out and we'll just spot weld it, or not spot weld, we'll tack it and then seam weld the damn thing into place, right? Like, that's not what I'm getting. Like, that's just the side quarter, right? But that's a huge structural part of the back of the car, you know? I just want to make sure that I don't think there's going to be a big difference between doing what you guys are saying and then doing what, drilling holes in it and doing plug welds. You're probably right. There's not going to be that big of a difference. I just want to make sure with something as quintessential as the piece that holds the entire back of the car together that we're being absolutely sure, right? Consider it retiring risk, because remember, I have to drive this car down the road going 70, 80 miles an hour. I don't need the rear end coming apart when we're going down the road because we over welded something and it wasn't able to flex and we're getting cracks in the welds. No worries, just your 2 cents. No, I'm not, I get you, yeah. I'm not, I got a wedgie again. I'm not trying to say like, no, that way sucks. I'm just considering all the options. The only thing I can think of is that tabs would provide structure if weight is put on the bumper from the top. Yeah. Top and bottom flanges keeps it from twisting. The punched holes keeps that flat plane rigid. Yeah. So they're modern, like I said, it's very clear that that piece needs to stay nice and strong, but it needs to resist flex. So if that's the case, right, a seam weld wouldn't be the worst idea. Yeah, because if you think about it, the rear cross member is there to tie the two frame rails together to make sure they don't do this. And if that piece is more resistant to bending, right, with the dimples in it and the lips on the top and the bottom, that's going to prevent torsion. So we want that to be strong, right? Like we want it to be nice and strong. So by that logic, the more weld that we have connecting the rear cross member to the frame rails means the more it's going to be more rigid back there and it's going to allow, there's going to be less flex. Am I thinking about that right? Read your above. So I have two thoughts. One, you can just seam weld the plate to the rail for more strength rather than the plate. Second thought is that the second plate is to act as a doubler for the bolt to the bumper. Correct. That's right, SVO. I think you missed that part, dude. Like, I'm not sure if you were here or it was like during the Twitch, when Twitch decided to Twitch. So how this works is, I'll just explain it one more time to make sure we're getting this right. So crossmember goes on, tabs and ears, like I'm saying, and then the bumper plate goes on. It's a sandwiched plate. It has a ridge in it. It's very clear that they just added, like when you're manufacturing with sheet metal like this, you want to make something stronger. You don't get a thicker piece of metal because that's more expensive. You just get two pieces of metal and you sandwich over it, right? So that goes there. That's going to be welded in on top of that. And then the trunk, like this piece is going to be more or less right here, but you know, the clamp's in the way, but you get the idea. And then the trunk, actually, the trunk pan goes over this. It overlaps right here. So, here, let me, real quick. And then from there, dudes, look, we got the bumper bracket. And see how these are slotted, SVO? There's captives on here. And then the bottom parts of this is slotted. So there needs to be a captive nut in the frame rail, like basically right here. And there needs to be a hole over here. The hole is already there from the leaf spring perch. The slot, there's still a piece of the slotted part right there. There's no frame rail tabs here and here. So the two like horizontal bolts for the bumper bracket are designed to slot this way, and then the two bolts that go through the bottom, through the frame rail and through the rear leaf spring perch mount, those are slotted on the bracket, but they're captive nuts here. They probably did two captives here and no captives here with this to make it easier to assemble. That's my guess. So yeah, that's how the whole structure goes together. That whole assembly goes together like that. So, I mean, now that I'm talking myself through it, dudes, it's very clear that this is there to kind of locate everything, and then this back part is plated up and then it has the bumper bracket mounted to it. So the more I'm thinking about this, can't see me, I think you might be right. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm thinking that this whole back area is here to make sure, for rigidity. It's there to make sure that the frame rails don't do that going down the road, right? It's to basically tie everything together. So it's in our best interest to make this as strong as possible. Drainage for water condensation in the frame rail. Yeah, that too, Lanny. This thing has, there's holes all through the frame rail from left over from the assembly process, putting it on a frame jig on the assembly line, and also for drainage. That didn't stop the left side frame rail from getting rusted out, because those holes are the same holes that mouses used to climb into and ruin the car, ruin the frame rail. I had to do a huge patch on the left side frame rail, on the driver's frame rail. I reinforced it with 1/8" steel. It has an 1/8" steel backing plate and then a 16 gauge backing plate sandwiched around the eighth inch. That steel ain't go. The left side frame rail is stronger than it ever should have been from the factory. Plus one, that reminds me, do captive nuts before anything else for access to that weld position. Yep. Build the tab. You need the strength just for the bumper, or you'll more likely rip the holes for the bumper on the side frame rail on harder bumps or fatigue. Yeah. Argablue, Twitch took a huge dump, dude. The stream is still live over there, but I don't think anybody can find it. All right, can't see me. I am going to combine all these ideas. I'm going to make tabs, and then we'll plug weld and then seam the tabs. I know that's more work, but it's very clear to me after talking through here that you want as much structure back there as possible. That whole thing is designed to keep the whole thing, the whole back of the car nice and rigid, probably for body roll, if I had to guess. If, you know, my semi-engineering brain is thinking about this right. I can't see anything on Twitch for any of the followed channels. People can't upload images to Discord either, so it might be a cloud issue. Twitch is still live. Yeah, it's still live over on Twitch. Hi, guys, but yeah, they can't see anything. Do it up. I still want to do the ears on this. I'm going to do it. We're going to do the tabs on the top of the frame rail flanges. I will plug weld the cross member to it, and then I'll seam it on the back. It's very clear that they want a lot of structure in, but they didn't want to go too far with it because they don't want a guy on the assembly line just sitting there doing seam welds all day, because that wastes time. All right, I talked it through. I'm good. Thank you for letting me rubber duck you guys. These are the conversations that I think are fun, and it's cool. We learned stuff about what Chrysler was trying to do with this car. They were trying to make a chassis that basically can do everything. The handle's pretty good, nice smooth ride, easy to manufacture. Like, you could see where their stakeholder expectations were. So I'm going to shut up. Let's get going. So the first thing we need to do on this side is get myself some tabs. And if I'm looking at this right with the bumper bracket, the bumper bracket needs to go right here. And if you look at the flange on the bumper bracket, it goes out a good distance, right? It goes out, the flange on this is way bigger than the one on the cross member. So they sandwich this bad boy in here, like that. That's how that ended up. So that tells me I need to make the tabs to go all the way to the end here. So the tab needs to go from here all the way to there. This one needs to go to there. This one needs to go to there. So we have to add about 1 inch of tab, so to speak, back to this. That's where we're going to start today. The other thing I noticed is that if you look over here, the tab on the repopped part is 1 inch long. See what I'm talking about? It's designed to go all the way to the bumper bracket. Now, I'm not 100% sure if that means that this was spotted twice. If it was spot welded once to the cross member and then spot welded again to the bumper bracket. I want to look at a reference picture just to be sure, but now we know what we need to make. So let's rebuild this piece. We'll do the tabs first. rebuild this piece, and then rebuild those pieces. And then we'll seam it and plug it back into place. For what it's worth, Switch Tracker is broken as well right now. Seems Switch is having some issues that go API deep. Okay. Let's go back over to the desktop camera here. Flip that camera back over to me. Now look, let's look at these old pictures, these reference pictures, and let's see if we can see the tabs. See the tab right there? How much spot weld it has on it, if at all. Oh, it's hard to tell. Yeah, that should look familiar. See, they cleaned up their bumper brackets. And they seam welded their brackets back in instead of plug welding it. Interesting. And it looks like they did like an extruded plug right there. Take a look, fellas. See what I mean right there? There's a thing in the bumper bracket. When are you getting a spot welder? I could go buy one. They're $180 at Harbor Freight. All we need is a 110 spot welder, and we could do this just like the factory if you really wanted to. That's also what we got to do. We got to mark our tape lines, and then that's what the finished product is going to look like. That's what our finished product is going to end up looking like. What is this website? That's not steam welded, it's stitch welded. Yeah, that's right, because it's only certain parts, right? Pardon my French. So yeah, they would have spot welded the bumper bracket in. We could look at our bumper bracket and, do it right. Cool, cool, cool. So the tab right there is wide. See that? It's a wide tab. It's different than the frame rail tabs. Frame rail tabs seem to, yeah, there's a sectioned piece from where it bent. Frame rail tabs are smaller. We won't have to worry about that because we're welding them back in. With all the welds on the trunk pan, it might be worth it for you to get one. Plus, no worries about blowing through the old steel. My question is, how are we going to get at some of those spot welds, dude? Yeah, that's my big one. How am I going to get at some of them? They had a huge, whatever, spot welding machine from the factory, right? Like, if I need to spot weld right here, how am I going to do that? I can't get the spot weld to bite right there. You'd need a gigantic spot weld that you can get at it from the side and zap both sides, 1 and 2. Yeah, that's that one's gonna be weird. Yeah, they would have had a weird specialized spot welder to do this. I could, now Dean, like these ones right here, we could get at, but what about in between the frame rails? We're gonna have to plug weld this, dude. Like there's no real getting around that. Anyway, all right, let's roll. Let me go to camera 3, there it is. All right. So I have some leftover plate here. We're gonna need to build that tab right there, and then we gotta build another one up here, and then we gotta build one right there and one right there. These pieces are very small. And this is extra steel that I had from making this piece. This is extra 60, this is 16 gauge as well. So, yeah. I also got to figure out how the heck I'm going to drill that big old hole, the slotted hole. I don't know if I have a drill that's big enough to make that kind of hole. Let me go looking through my drill index. Yeah, the biggest one we got is a 1/2 inch drill. I'm pretty sure that's not big enough. We might need a hole saw or something to get it right. Thinking. If you had a plasma cutter, it wouldn't be an issue. Yeah. Yeah, I was also, when I got that brass hammer, I was looking at them. A spot welder and a plasma cutter would be quite useful. For sure. I'm just looking around. Okay. Drill 2 holes and use a die grinder to join said holes. Pie guy, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I could get the Dremel out. Yeah, okay, that's how that works. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, it's a good idea. Cool. All right. Let me get all my plate here. So I have a smaller piece here that we can use. That's actually pretty damn close to being right. But the problem is that we'd have to cut here. This piece is not, the rust has kind of gotten in. This piece is supposed to go to here, and then it's supposed to separate right here like that. So first of all, we got to rebuild that structure, and then we got to rebuild that structure. This is not the right piece for that. So I'm going to use this to make the tabs. So here's what we're going to do. Watch this. See the actual tab right there? Check it out. Get me some just regular old matte paint, right? I'm going to move the camera back a little bit. Right, and is that crooked? What the hell? Screw that. Try again. Oh yeah, it kind of is. It's a little crooked. Here, we'll try to make it straight on. Ready? There we go. Sweet. There it is. Let me cut this out. Let me just clean up the matte paint that I just used. Should have used a corner, 2 cuts instead of 3. Yeah, that would have been good for optimization. I have so much practice now. Well, yeah, and that would be a more efficient use of metal though, wouldn't it? It's 1.25 inches. All right. If I section this in half, so basically zip right down the center and zip that way, we can do exactly what you're talking about. But yeah, that would have been a smart thing to do, huh? God dang it! Why you gotta have a better way of doing it than me, man? SEO, what's up, dude? It only moved like 3 times. Yeah, yeah, okay. All right, hearing protection, eye protection. Let me get the cutting wheel. Okay, headphone users, this is loud. The cutting wheel gets a little rowdy. Man, my pencil. Pencil fell out. I got my pencil! Give me something to write on, man. Okay, so we got our piece. Yeah, a little short. A little short. I don't like it. No, sir. I don't like it. Should have just used my template. Well, we'll do it again. I can use this piece to make this tab over here. I don't know if you guys can see that. See? You can use that to make that one. Or that one. Easy peasy. Let me just check the measurement here. 1.25 inches. You guys just stay over there for a second. I'm going to zip this piece off. I dropped it. Much better. My markings ended up, because you guys thought of an easier way to do it. I mean, I ended up doing 3 cuts anyway. That's good. The part is still hot, but you can see right there. Ignore the painting marks. That's actually pretty good. I mean, it's not 1.25 inches long, dudes, but hey, looks like Twitch chat came back. All right. We are so back. We are so back. All right, so this should be good. I'm worried that there's a little pitting right there, so I'll probably just use this to make the other tab over here. We'll cut that up, the two pieces that we just made. I'm gonna do the not lazy thing and just measure. So we are 1 inch by 1 3/8. Oh dear, that doesn't, guys. That, yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make that big of a difference as long as we have good weldable area. Whatever, I'll still do it again just to be sure. Okay, we got our straight edges, right? And I'll do this again. We'll do it the right way. And we'll line up the corner and then zap this with some paint. I mean, I got to clean up that anyway, so. Let me get my matte paint again. There we go. Sweet. That's the exact piece that we need. I got to go over to my paint booth and clean this, clean the tip out of this thing. There you go. Tippa. Chat, hodl. Oh, the black looking metal's way better than the rust. Dude, I'll post before and after pictures, Dan. Oh my goodness. Like, I was looking at some yesterday because like we did all that work, right? And I'm sitting here thinking like, what did it look like when we start? Dude, even right now, even how it looks right now, still missing pieces and not completely put back together. Dude, knowing what I know now, like knowing what the scope of that work is to rebuild all the rails and stuff. Yeah, I think I was right when I said at the beginning of this, in part 1, right, that this car is way too far gone. For somebody that was trying to like build equity into your car. This is a parts car all day. This thing should have been chopped up. Like 20% of the car is rust. I mean, when we started. Now the rust is probably down to like maybe 10%. But yeah, dude, it looks so different than when we started, even now. I'm pretty excited. Okay, I'm gonna section that piece, and then what we'll do is I'll cut here, cut that, see the pitting right there? We'll cut that out. I don't trust that, we'll blow through it. So I'm gonna section this out here, cut about 1/8 of an inch out of this, and just get it to good metal back there. If another thing that I've learned is to don't trip over your wires like I just did. And yeah, if there's pitting, just cut it out. What is that? River Turtle gifted a sub to Floykin. Yeah, it's not too far gone anymore. When we started, though.
This is space. I'm in space.
Gotta do that when I'm using the grinding wheel, dang it. Sorry, I was just, Uticus gifted a sub to Pokemon. That's cool, but I'm not 100% sure she is interested in what we're doing here. But I could be wrong. So, gifted a sub, that's cool. She was talking to you and wanted to live. That really is, that's multiplanetary, yeah. That's what it's not the way that makes the most financial sense,
space.
but...
I'm in space.
I'm in space.
No, Rafter gifted a sub to PewDiePie, okay. Dude, I mean, I just had that multiplanetary, I was just talking that whole thing about how, like, I'm letting the part cool off. I'm not just sitting here talking, because I cut it and it's really warm. Like, car talks to you, man. And I just said, like, I hate it how everything is nickel and diming. I'm not nickel and diming this damn project. Why? Obviously, principle. But the second part is I'm learning. So when you learn, you want to learn to do it the best way, and then, depending on the car, like maybe we have another Coronet in the future. Maybe, maybe I know to look at the frame rails this time around on the next purchase. I know where the car rusts. So now I have the experience, and I know how long it's going to take to fix something, et cetera, right? Like, I'm doing this because this is a learning process. And nobody really cares if I screw up a four-door car anyway, so. I think the gift sub is working on Twitch as well. Okay, piece is not hot anymore. Well, it's still pretty warm. Next thing we got to do is section this sucker off right here. Hang on, I got to put my safety glasses on. 20%, I think that math maybe is still a little on the optimistic side. Yeah, whatever. Cool. Cut that out, made it nice and flat with the grinder. Now let me get my piece. The piece that we just had has a burr on it from where I went at it with the grinding wheel. So I'm going to take it over to the bench grinder real quick. And I'm just going to get the burr off. There we go. Okay, cool. D-Bird. Oh, I missed a spot. Dang it. All right, wheel's still spooling down. Come on. There we go. I got it. We good. Okay, so. Oh, yeah, dude. Look at that. Ooh. Fucking cut off wheel, man. See all the burrs? Give me the file. Gotta file that down. But yeah, dude, I firmly believe the car talks to you. You know, the car will tell you if it wants to live or not. Like, with how many bolts come apart, for instance, right? Like, if you can take apart certain pieces of the car and it gives it up nice and easy, then, you know, it's talking to you. It's saying, I want to live. the vast majority of stuff that I've done to this car, that, you know, with the exception of back here, the back here said, please kill me, but, you know, the engine and the transmission and stuff said, hey, I'm still good. Please, I'm still good. Save me. Help, save me. I'm rusting out, please, save me. Okay, it looks like in order to get this nice and straight, I need to just zip a little bit off right here. I don't know if you guys notice, if I get this thing nice and straight on, right, it's wide over here and it's short over here. That's going to be bad for our weld. Yeah, I don't want that. Cool. And oh, there's still some undercoating and stuff in there. I'm gonna have to get the stainless brush out and clean all up in here. And then we just zap that back in, build this plate, zap that back in, and then rebuild this structure right here. Rebuild, I gotta put another plate down here, but we are gonna have to cut that out, but that's okay. But it looks like this is pretty much the right size. I might need to just take a little bit off the edge with that edge with the cutting wheel, just so we can get a good pen with the weld on that side. Yeah, all right. Cutting wheel, real quick. There we go. Made that edge nice and straight. Now give me my tab piece again. And voila. Perfect. See? Now we put it in place. We got a nice gap. I drop it on the ground. But the piece is supposed to be right here, give or take. It gives me a nice gap so we could pen with the weld. Now we're good to go. Now the next thing I got to do is, there's a bunch of schmutz under here and there's a bunch of scale and rust. To do the rest of the patching here, like to patch this part right here and to make the tab eventually, I'm going to need to clean this. We got to clean the surface. I mean, if anything, just to, you know, make it look nice. We've got to get in here and clean the schmutz. So let me take the angle grinder. I'm going to take that piece out, take the cutoff wheel out, and we're not going to use the flap disc. I'll use the stainless steel Yeto bit. See? The Yeto bit. All right. Make sure that that thing is nice and tight on there. Cool. This thing likes to shoot stainless steel shards out everywhere when that brush delaminates. So I'm putting the welding jacket on. Those things will shoot out at high speed and they will impale you. And yes, it does hurt. When that first wheel hub didn't release, we were concerned. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've been impaled with those things before. I did it, it happened on a stream the other day. Vice grips to hold that thing in place? Yeah, Shogun. I actually have some super high powered magnets that I bought. I bought neodymiums to hold stuff in place. The schmutz removal tool is the second draw down. Oh, yes, precisely. Okay, I'm putting the face shield on too, because yeah, I don't need it to screw up my pretty face. You know what I mean. There was definitely schmutz. Definitely schmutz. It is schmutzing. It is schmutzing a lot. Oh, here it goes. It's going to schmutz a lot. If it's shooting sparks, that means there's rust. Cool, that's clean. Yeah, there's a little bit of pitting there. But I think we're still solid. Problem is replacing that's going to suck because there's a flange here. But I think we can make a plate. I think we can make a plate right here, and then tack the plate on. We seem to have good metal right there. Not down here though. Down here, that is the opposite of that. And we have to, another thing that we got to do is de-schmutzify the entire right side frame rail and clean it up. Make it look like the left one. We cleaned up the left one completely. There is some pitting up there, but it's surface pitting. That's not too bad. I mean, not ideal. It's certainly not like the other one. The other one's brand new. How much are those perches? Would it be better to replace it? Oh, the lighting is screwing up the camera focus. Here, that should give it some depth so you guys can see it. Leaf spring perches aren't expensive. I think it's $100, dude. But I don't know. Well, EJ can enjoy black boogers tonight. Yeah, I've been getting those more frequently, Creation. Yeah, see that pitting up around the top, dude? That's not great. But it's all right. It's, yeah, the undercoating protected most of this. The backside here is nice. The spot welds are still very strong. It's just there's some moisture that built up on the backside of this thing. Moisture built up in here, and it's pitting it through. Actually, the backside of that metal's good. This is just moisture that got stuck right there. Huh, interesting. It's a little scaly, dudes, but I think this is all right. Yeah, there's a bulge in the metal right there. That's from rust on the backs. Oh. Wait till you pull a wire out of your lip. That's a bummer. Yeah. Now you want another new perch, huh? It's just the very back there, as far as I can tell. The rest of the perch, and that, how I judge that is by looking inside of the frame rail. Hang on. A 2x4 fell on the other side of the shop. That's weird. Ghosts! 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 Period, question mark. Okay. It's fine. Doesn't exactly look mint. Well, like inside of the rail is fine. Like, it's pretty damn clean in there. It's just at the very... Uh-oh. How goes the car? We found some tin worm that I didn't see before. It's just the very bottom right there, dude. I don't, guys, like, I don't know if that's enough to constitute that. Like, what you just saw was basically on the back side of this. We could get rust converter in there. It is pitted a little bit. And it definitely would have rotted through sooner rather than later. I'm not sure I trust right here. If we weld something to that, I'm pretty sure we'll blow through. Relax, Ray. Everybody has 3 mortgages. That was my grandparents' house. It was the house I was born in. And Twitch is back. Yep. Yes, it is. I mean, the rest of the... See, I've been looking at the rail from this perspective most of the time, and it's pretty good. It's fine. Pretty much just that one spot. Now I'm looking over it with a fine-tooth comb. Everything else seems fine. Yeah, there's not a lot of pitting. There's some pitting here. There's a little bit there. Most of it is back here. Always something. It's always something, dudes, huh? It is borderline. I don't think you want to change it later after it's back together. Now or never. Touch it with the flap wheel. I got a better idea. probing tool, or well, just the pointed hammer, pointed dolly hammer. Let me get the screwdriver out for more coarse adjustment. How much of this is bad? The hammer, believe it or not, that's all good. It's just that one spot right here. Guys, we can weld that up. It's just that. That's it. That's good enough to weld. I can weld that. Yeah, no, it's good. Are you confident in yourself to cut out that angle piece and remake it yourself? No, we don't need to. Let me just get the probing hammer one more time. I'll hammer around it just to be sure. Let me get the flat one. Let's get this one. So, guys, you want to tell if metal is good or bad is a really easy way. Hit it with a hammer. Don't hit it hard. Listen. Hear how it resonates? That dong. Hear that? That's good metal. Listen to rust. Let me hit over here where we know there's rust. Rust doesn't ping. Does that make sense? This metal right here, it resonated. The sound resonated. That's good metal. Here, let's look at our frame rail patch. Ready? That really resonated. Hear the difference? But if we start getting around the rust, here the pitch changes. It makes a thunk instead of a ring. I will exercise all the rust out of you, car, whether you like it or not. I can weld that. Guys, that ain't no problem. We can weld that up. Let me get my face shield back on, and let me get the schmutz remover. There's rust behind this metal. Not a lot, but it expanded here. That's why that bow's out. See how the edges don't look like they're aligned? Because there was a high spot right here. Because all the water got trapped right there. Water got trapped up in here, and then it went down to the bottom of the frame rail right here, and it stayed there, and it rusted it from the inside out. That's why you see a bulge. We're going to need the flap disc. I can patch this. We can patch it. Not a problem. That's fine. There's not a lot. It's just a little. We'll rust convert the hell out of the back, and then we'll rust convert the hell out of the back of this thing. Let me just make sure there's not more. Yeah. Okay. There is a little bit right here, but we'll seal it up. This pinch weld right here, those two spots, is still strong because it's not moving, and we know that's good metal. Let me get my flap disc. Okay. I got to get the stainless schmutz remover off, and we got to put the flappy boy on there. All right, I'm putting the flap disc on. We're gonna intentionally go ham with the grinder to try and get that rust out of there. How you doing? I'm fine, S. How are you? In aviation, we have similar methods of finding hidden corrosion in aluminum. You can either do a coin tap test with a literal coin, or you can use a device called a woodpecker that taps the metal. Yep. Non-destructive material science testing. So watch. Watch. What's going to happen is we're going to polish this up. It's going to get nice and shiny, right? It's going to get super shiny, and then a big, will blow through, and then a big puff of rust is going to come out. There it is. See, you can see right there where that rust was pooling. See the difference? You see the shiny metal? And then you see that like blister right there? That's it. Yep. Yep, all right, here. Rough week followed by an extremely rough day. Oh. I'm sorry, yes. Don't forget why you're there, buddy, okay? This is what I mean about no bull crap. You don't want any bull crap because the bull crap's going to come to you. You may not like it, but you're in a high-stress job, man. Yeah, there was a lot of rust there, but we got it. S, did you hear what I said? Yeah, see? There's a lot of rust pooling in there, but for the most part, pretty good metal. But you can tell, you can hear the difference tapping this. That's how I figured out that there was rust there. I started tapping around. And we found it, so we good. Yeah, it's gonna be tough making a connection there. But keep an eye on how thin you're grinding it. Yeah. Do you have the door open? No, it's too hot. I have the fan blowing around though. Flankin, we got to get the rust out of the back of this thing. That's the problem. You got a Dremel? I do. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Let me just take a look at this up close with the light. Yeah. Yeah. See, I got at this with the flap, and I ground a lot of the metal off, but that rust doesn't want to go. No, I don't want to go. No, I don't want to. Sorry. Liliana, 72-month resub, 6 years. Hello.
Go and throttle up.
Liliana, what do you think? If this was an airplane, would you let that fly? You lost your girlfriend over this job, drove 300 miles across all of Texas to see her just for her to tell me to leave and slam the door in my face, now driving home. Stream ruined one of my relationships, but I found a better one after. Just putting it out there. The Russ is saying, not like this. Not like this. Time for a mini split. Wait, a mini split like HVAC? A mini split out here would be useful, but a mini split would make me comfortable, but my wallet would be very upset. If these people could read, Bobby, they'd be really upset. Hey, Shadow Mask, what's up, buddy? I mean, dude, it happens. Like I said, the stream, I had a choice in 2014, dude. Build a life with my ex or keep streaming. I kept streaming. And I found someone that I'm way more compatible with. We found Bree. I say we. I found. Well, she found me, but you get what I'm trying to say. Point is, chat's right. One door closes, another door opens, dude. And honestly, I'm not entirely sure how you're going to make long distance while balancing your job with that. I don't know how you're going to make that a thing. But that's my only advice is that, you know, the next one you get, the next fish you catch, lay down the law first. That's what I did with Bree. I was very honest about this. The first day that Brimo and I decided to start dating, we were in New York City. We were in Times Square. I told her this. I go, look, there's going to be times, my work is very, very important to me. It's very important to me, this job. It means a lot. There are going to be times where I ain't going to be there. Can you handle this? And I laid down the law real quick. And she said, yeah, that's cool. I understand. I'm on Twitch all the time. I get it. And I'm like, God. And then I said, okay. She lived with you. She moved out. Yeah, red flag, dude. Don't worry about it. Find another one. Find another one. Plenty of fish in the sea, buddy. I know, but don't get me wrong. Yes, I know. I've been there. It hurts. It hurts. Focus on your work. You'll find the right person, man. But yeah, dude, if she's gonna move out to try and fix things, that should have been your first red flag. I would have broken it off right there. You know, I don't want to be where you are. I don't want to live with you. I want to try to make this work. I would have been like, no, because that's what happened. I've had 2 relationships on stream. One is with my wife, but I had one before that, right? When I was still single, right? I had one before that, and it got to a point where she ultimated me. She said, the stream or me? And I'm like, I mean, as I've told you this story, you understand the gravity of asking me that. That's asking me to take a part of me out of myself. No, I'm not doing that. And then, you know, I said, no, I'm not doing that. I mean, as I've told you this story, it got way worse than that. I moved out the next day, set up my streaming setup back in my room in my parents' house, and just, I kept streaming. You know? And then she tried to be like, oh, we can do long distance, we can still be friends. I'm like, no, get away from me. You asked me to sacrifice part of myself for our relationship. Kiss my ass. No way. Like, don't get me wrong, like, if you're drinking or something, or smoking, and you know, your significant other's like, I don't like that. That's not, I mean, smoking is kind of difficult. Like, but trying to take the stream, like something I grew from nothing into a successful business, a successful, sustainable business, asking me to not do that in the name of the relationship. And keep in mind, I'd only been streaming for about a year, but I saw where this job could take me, right? I saw where it could take me. And I knew that that was the right call. So that's what I tried first, but it failed and I caved. Find another one, man. Find another. You're in Texas, dude. You're in a hot spot for attracting young talent. Just, you'll be fine. You're young. It's okay. Only a Sith deals in ultimatums. Yeah, she ultimated me, and don't get me wrong, that was a really tough decision because I was like, am I being a jerk here? Am I being selfish or not? And no, I'm not being selfish. You're asking me to cut one of my arms off. Like, no, that's not selfish. That's just, nah, you're asking me to change who I am for the relationship. I'm not doing, like, at a fundamental personality level, I ain't doing that. Nah, get out. Brimo, like, and then contrast that with Brimo. I say, Bree, I want to spend some money on some good content for the stream, for making cool stuff and building a car that no one, like, you know, doing stuff that nobody has. Okay. You have the cash to do it? Yes. Okay, go. Done. Easy. So, ask the next, yeah, who's being selfish? But see, I didn't know at the time because I didn't have enough experience with relationships. I didn't know. I wasn't sure if, am I being a jerk or is she being a jerk? Like, I don't know enough about dating to know this. I mean, I was like 23, 24 at the time. I don't know. What do I know? You know, so like, I wasn't sure. And I was second guessing myself. I was like, nah, I grew the stream from nothing. I could make tons of money off of this stream. Like, I don't look at it like that, but like, this is a career path that's the dream job. I'm not giving up a dream job. No way. No way. Like I said, you're asking me to cut my hand off. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm 41, I still don't know the rules of dating. I haven't done it in a while, Wolfie. I probably don't either. But dude, if she's gonna ask you to change a fundamental part of yourself, like not work at your current place of employment, bro, you can get bent. You can get freaking bent. No way. You did the right, I mean, you tried to make it work, good on you. You have a bigger heart than I do. Hell no. Guys, for context here, S-Master got his dream job. He got the job he's been gunning for a very long time. I won't say what it is, but it's cool. And it's in Texas, so read into that how you will. All right? You scored his dream job. No. Focus on your job. Don't worry about that. You made it, it's over. Don't ghost her. Forget about it. Forget it ever happened. Move on. You made the right call. Exactly, Dons. And that's what I learned. You know, if you get into a relationship with the wrong person, they're going to try to make you into the ideal person that they want. And if they start doing that, they start gaslighting you. And this works both ways. Guys do it to girls, girls do it to guys, guys do it to guys, girls do it to girls. It happens. There's compatibility issues. If they say, you know, why do you dress like that? You know, you shouldn't dress like that. You know, why you work so hard at your job? Because it's important to me. Well, what about me? Now, when you're married, that's a different thing. When you're married, you have to make sacrifices. You have to make compromises, right? I wanted to move to Cape Canaveral. Brimo didn't. Brimo got a job here. So I stayed. I compromised. We moved to Cape Cod instead. I moved to a Cape, so that's cool, right? So you make compromises. But that's when you're married. You don't do that when you're dating because you're still feeling each other out. The whole point during that is to probe. Not like, you don't need to be a psycho about this, but probe for compatibility, you know? Ghost her. Don't ever talk to her again, dude. Ever. If I hear you talking to you again, I know where you live. I know where you live and I know where you work. I will come and punch you in the face in Minecraft. Don't talk to her again. Find another one. I'm getting back to work. Where does Brimo work? Brimo got a really nice job at a tech company in Massachusetts. I won't say which one. She does code for websites for a tech company. She doesn't want that information out there. Dude, she got a really nice job. But, you know, like I said, when you're married and when you find the right one, dude, you'll make a compromise that doesn't really, like, okay, I wanted to move to Florida. Brimo ain't getting this tech job, and keep in mind this was before everybody worked remote and stuff, right? You know, she got this really nice job, and I'm not going to take that away from her just because I want to be closer to the Space Coast. I can get on a plane and be at the Space Coast like that, or Brownsville. You've seen me do it. It's not a big deal, right? Yeah, diabetic. That's well said. This job, your job is only going to come around once in a blue moon. You would be out of your freaking mind to leave it for a girl. I'm telling you that right now. Diabetic kid is right. Don't worry, she already blocked you and ghosted you. Good, forget about it. Forget about it. You got bigger fish to fry, bro. Look, like I said, it's weird because, like I said, I did this exact thing at about the same age as you. I was a little younger. But I made this exact decision. Look how it turned out. Like I said, dude, you would be out of your mind to leave your job for a girl. If you're in a relationship with a girl and she ever tried to do, if any other girl ever tries to do that, just say, nah, I'm not doing that. You know, what about me? I want to live here. You know, I don't like where we live. We should live over here. You should quit your job. You can go find work over there. No, how about you piss off? Like, I wouldn't make Bree leave this tech job just because I wanted to move to Florida to be near the Space Coast. Absolutely not. That's not fair. Once again, that's not sacrificing for a relationship. That is being selfish. Just like my relationship before Bree. That was her being selfish. Nice, Dons. And look at it this way, now you got more time to fix your crappy truck. Learn from my welding tips here and fix your stupid truck. You got more time to do it now. Don't ever worry about that. Yeah, exactly, X-Wing. Yeah. You and X-Wing Dispatch know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, for real, man. Just make sure that the next one you get understands what you're about. You need to lay down the law. That simultaneously, though, that's on you. You find another date. I mean, don't say this on the first date, right? Like, don't be like, yeah, I like working 70 hours a week, so I'm not going to have a lot of time for you. You got to feel it out a little bit. Just, you know, you got to make it clear what you do, why you do it, and why you love it, and why it's your dream. You know, if you find the right person, they'll support you. Anyway, let's get back to work. Was that Ford on the truck with the hold down arms weeks ago, S-Master? No. If you want to talk about this more, we'll talk about it later when I'm off stream, okay? But Yeah, actually, that's because dispatch your wife. Yeah, dude. You get it, but you supported her doing the dispatch job, which is cool, man. Like I said, when marriage, you sack a little bit more, but it's like you said, you do it for mutual benefit. You don't do it just for your benefit. But yeah, when you're dating, don't do that crap. Red flag if your significant other starts trying to change you. Now, don't get me wrong. Like if you're a slob and don't do the damn dishes, and your significant other's like, please do the dishes, pick up after yourself, that's a little bit of a different story. Okay? Like, you want to make a relationship with a person that, like, dude, like, okay, so just on a quick side note, then I'll get back to work. Think about it like this. If you have a significant other, they don't pick up after themselves, they're slob, if somebody's cool with that, you're cool with that, right? But say you want to have a family with this person, right? The problems now, like not doing the dishes or something, if you, say, down the road have kids, right? Well, kids are just going to make it messier. If you have a dog, it's just going to make it messier. Everything's going to get more messy, all right? So, like, there's small things that like things like that you got to work on, right? But if your significant other is trying to, like, change you, like, maybe they like golf, and they want you to play golf, and they want you to give up playing baseball to play golf. Screw that. Absolutely not. But if your significant other is saying, hey, pick up after yourself, that's a little bit of a different story. But like I said, this relationship stuff is complicated. How long will you be streaming today? It's going to be a really long drive. I have a hard out at the Starlink launch tonight around 11 p.m., so I'm going to be here for a while. Anyway, what should we do about that? Yeah, there you go, Dan. I don't know, dudes. I don't know what we're going to do about getting all this rust out of here. Say we do get the rust out of here, right? At this point, we've blown through this plate. That's the back side of this piece of metal at this point. And that's just rust and schmutz. See, the plate, see how the color changes right here? It goes from like kind of gray to brown, and then right there at the very edge, like right here, right where my fingertip is, it's gray again. That's where the steel was from where I painted in here. And that's been rust converted. But look at how much rust that we didn't get at. Now, guys, this is thick steel. This is 16 gauge. The metal is pretty good. I'm just worried about this pocket of freaking rust. Before we, and I could zip out a little plate here and we could plate this whole thing, right? That's not a problem. But there's flanges and stuff. There's a flange right here. There's 2 spot welds for the flange right there. 2 spot welds for the flange right there. There's just a flat piece of metal behind it, and then there's another flat piece of metal behind it here. You can't see it because the rust is in the way. But if we got this, we'd have to drill the spots and then plug weld the new metal in. But the other thing that we could do is I could just try to lay bead in here, and we could just seal this up, rust convert the backside, and then undercoat the backside and just trap that rust in there so it doesn't get any worse. Or we could say, screw it, do the nuclear option and cut the entire thing out and put a new leaf spring perch in. You want somebody who's a functional adult there with you because they want to be, not because they need someone because they can't survive on their own. Bingo. Yep. File it off, Fred. You have a feeling that rot goes further? I don't know, man. Let me just look around. Yeah. It goes, from what I can tell, it goes to about here. Right there. Not great. I didn't notice this when we did this before. Nuclear option. I just got here. Is it bad that we're considering a nuclear option? Engineer, when I went to go and fix the rest of this, I found more problems with it. And, like, See, where I'm at, guys, is, okay, so let's think about this. We could patch it. That's a lot of work. Probably get it done. Probably get it done today or tomorrow. But the other thing I've noticed is that it's bulging right there, too. See where all that pitting, dang it. See where all the pitting is? Right here? It's bulging right there, which means there's rust behind that. Maybe. Okay, I'll be 100% real. I want to make forward progress. I saw that damn trunk pan in here, and I was like, dude, this is going to be awesome. I really want to get this done, etc., etc. But it might be prudent at this point in time to replace it. But if we replace it, we're going to be delayed on getting the trunk floor and everything in there. I want to replace it. It's honestly, that's easier than trying to fix that. Or is it? I don't know. If I patch this thing, if I patch it, it'll probably be fine. But how do we know we got all the rust? You know? The piece itself seems to be fairly simple. A lot of flanges, yes, but no complicated curve. Lightly tack a piece of paper on the front of this to cut out a form and make a replacement. Think of how long it would take to tear things apart to replace it later. You couldn't sleep last night and the drive is so long. I was really better on her being happier to see you. I was really betting on her to S. You got to stop this bleeding heart nonsense, dude. You got to protect yourself. You're opening yourself out. You're opening yourself up to these girls, dude. Keep your cards close next time, but lay down the law. Don't. You're allowing yourself to get hurt to try and make the relationship work. Stop. Stop that. Stop this nonsense. This bleeding heart crap is not. That doesn't work. What's going to be best for the car in the long run? Replacing that leaf spring perch once that trunk is burned in is going to be nigh on impossible. I mean, I could do it. We could get it done, but it's going to be difficult. It would be way difficult because then you have to drill all the spots upside down. And some of them you won't even be able to get to. It's your choice, but something I got is saying to replace it. I'm a broken record. I know, Flankin, I got you. Replace it. I mean, we could patch it. You could patch it, dude. That's the flip side of this. We could patch that. But I don't think there's any other rust in here. Like, now I really want to look over this dang thing. Let me take a look. I mean, it's still strong, dude. It's moving the whole thing. Like, it's not like the other one where you could just flap it. And this is definitely, it's definitely clean in here. Let me get the hammer. I'll show you. This is definitely good metal. Oh, hear the change? That's good metal. There's definitely rust up in here. There's a lot. It's definitely there. Shoot. Hang on. Getting worse. Trying to ask this without showing shade at your tax guy. Is a car lift coming sometime soon? So X-Wing, no. You can, I'd say at this point you can throw shade on my tax guy. It's freaking June. It's halfway through June. I'm on an extension, which means I don't owe anything, which is great, but I still don't know how much we're going to get back. At this point, dude, if you want me to be real honest, at this point, that whole return is probably going to need to go, and I really don't like saying this because I promised a freaking lift, that return's going to have to go towards taxes to next year. You're not following your own advice. Cut her out. You have the experience from doing the other side. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, that's the right move. Yeah, it's... what's clouding my judgment here is that if we patch it and it's not, and we get, we seal it up, we make it look nice, we can make more forward progress, but that might make problems down the road. Damn it. What this is going to do is shift my timelines for this. Or we could just stop whining and just... Yep, see? There's all that rust. There's most of it. That rusty piece right there is the backing plate that's behind here. It's the flange that's right here. What would you rather do, sweeping it right or doing it right or sweeping it under the rug to skip the work? If in doubt, change it out. Let me see how much money I got. Damn it. Hang on one sec. Let me get my phone. I got to see how much cash we have on hand. Because once again, it's what I was saying, guys. I got to be careful. I got to be careful about... I got to be careful with cash. I have cash on hand, but I got to file quarterly taxes. And I don't know how much money I'm going to, because my accountant's taking his sweet ass freaking time. I don't know how much money I'm going to get back. I don't know how much money I'm going to have to commit to taxes. And the further we get into the year, I have to commit more money to taxes because I have to file quarterly because I don't know how much I'm going to make by the end of the year. I'm not salaried, remember. So, let me think. The mightiest of civilizations can withstand outside attack, but not rot from the inside out. All right, I see how much money I got on hand. Let me think about this. Time to find a new accountant? Yeah. Order it now. We got like 8 rocket launches in the next week to cover. Clearly you're not a priority for your tax guy. Talk to the boss. It's not a big enough purchase, Fluffy, that I would Brimo and I have rules. Like, leaf springs aren't that expensive. If I was spending $1,000, if If I was spending $1,000, we'd have to figure this out. Let me just do some math out real quick. I don't want to say this on stream because I don't really like sharing how much money I have. Most of that money is accounted for and taken in. I should have.
This is space. I'm in space.
No. Kelly. Gifted 5. Yeah, we should have enough. It should be fine. Let me, is there desync? I don't get U.S. tax. Seems like they make up what you owe. With U.S. taxes, no, they don't make up what you owe. You got to figure out how much you owe. And if you don't get it right, then they go after you. But if you pay them too much, they take their time to pay you back. If you pay too much, they're like, all right, we'll just give this to you later. Crazy desync. All right, give me 1 second. Are we back? Are we back? Okay, 5x5 and in sync. Cool. How's everything going, Rarest? I went to go start doing patches for the right leaf spring perch, and we found that. But see, like, out of the money that we have to spend on this, I mean, I wouldn't have enough. I think I'm good. Then we got that for the mortgage, etc., etc. Yeah, we should be good. But what this is doing is, what this is going to inadvertently do, and I swear to God, don't fucking do that.
This should help the car a bit.
We're
good now.
This is space. I'm in space.
We're good now. I was gonna say that this is just screwing up my time frame.
This is space. I'm in space.
But yeah, because what I wasn't gonna say is that I don't have the cash. We have the cash. By the time I finish, and by the time we get that part in, we'll have the cash to buy all the other damn parts. But clearly you guys took that a different way. What I was trying to do is not say like, oh, we don't have the money for this. I have the money for this. It's just going to take time. But I guess you beat me to the punch. Frick me, right? Like, Sea Kraken with 100 bits. Wait for a monk gifted 5. Reaper Spawn gifted 10. All right. Well, we got enough now. All right. I mean, we still have to deal with the time frame problems, but all right. Because remember, I want this shell to be good by the end of the summer, because I'm not leaving the 59 outside in the winter. No, absolutely not. If at the very best, I'm going to get both of them in here. But that means this car needs to move. It needs to be running and driving.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Go.
That-
Y H.
All right, okay. Okay, all right, I get it. You can stop. Why do I do this? I always feel stupid. Why do you hate us so much? Diabetic Kid gifted a $5 super chat over on YouTube. What the
I'm in space.
Guys, I'm telling you, I had enough money. I'm not saying we don't have enough money to do it. I was trying to tell you that we don't have, like, time. I want to make...
This is space. I'm in space. I'm in space.
You suck. I'm not asking for freaking money this time. I was trying not to make that same freaking mistake again. Yeah, express shipping now. Jesus Christ. Okay.
This is space. I'm in space. I'm in space.
Use the money to expedite shipping. Well, I guess that solves the time frame problem too. That's not really where I was going with this. What I was trying to do is not turning this into a scenario where, like, oh, I don't have the money to do it. I do. I just looked. We have the cash. You already gave enough. I have the cash to do it. But whatever. I don't know why I do this to You almost covered the spread for quarterly taxes there, guys. Jesus. Man never learns. No, I was trying to learn that time, damn it. That's why I checked my PayPal and then I realized what I was doing. I don't do this on purpose. I was actually looking to see how to fund this project because I want to try and be transparent about it. Because if somebody's doing this, they can't rely on somebody just giving them $1,000. All right? I was checking it to make sure, and before the stupid tip train started happening, I was like, I have the money, let's do it. And then you did this. I'm trying to be realistic with this budget. All right? That's all. You made him mad, yeah. No, like, I don't feel comfortable being like, oh, we don't have enough money to do this, but Chad, if you give me this amount of money, we could do a new... That's not what I'm trying to do. The reason why I'm even being... Guys, when have you heard me be straightforward about finances with this? Like, about anything. I don't do that.
I'm in space.
I don't do that. I'm trying to be transparent about budget because I want to show you what it takes to do this. The whole idea is by the end of this, when we're all said and done, I can tally up how much money we spent and tally up if you can actually do this on a budget, just working, buying parts here and there over time. But the idea is that you're not just going to get an extra $500 here and there, but I guess, screw me, right? I guess you guys want it fixed. All right, I always say vote with your damn wallet. I mean, to be honest with you guys, yeah, like, the other thing, like, is if you're going to be insistent on loving me, let us love you, damn it. If you're going to be insistent on doing that, just in case anybody's watching that doesn't know me, you have my word. All this money that you're doing is going towards that. I'm not going to take it and spend it on beer. Okay? That's what the YouTube payout is for. Yeah, can't see me. I have my reservations about that, but it's not my place to bitch about that on stream, you know? Drop my water now, Chad, and it's your fault. What's your beer choice? If I'm looking to just drink beer, I like Yingling, I like lager. But my favorite beer is Guinness. I'm from Boston. What do you want? Of course my favorite beer is Guinness. Why wouldn't it be? I like long drink too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Back to some metalwork. All right, well, if you guys are gonna pay to frickin' do the leaf spring perch, I mean, let's at least build the tabs for this damn thing. Like, all right.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Tally, why are you doing this? Tally, I know where you live. I'm just saying. I know where you live. I'm not a big fan of IPAs, just in case we're going to talk about beer. I don't like IPAs. The bitter thing doesn't do much for me. I like lager. I mean, lager's still a little bitter, but you get what I'm trying to say. The trailer did spoiled, I thought. From Colorado, it scores for you, Chris? Fair. Fair. If someone hands me a Coors, I'm not going to not drink it. I mean, actually, if someone hands me any beer, I'm not going to not drink it. That's kind of my modus operandi. Hey, EJ, you want a beer? Yep. Well, do you mind if it's this kind? Nope. When lift. I'm not sure if this Fuck you. This money is going towards the car because that was the expectation that I set with this. Even if it's natty, I'll drink natty, I don't care. Buck, you're missing the point. Someone's going to give you a beer. You don't refuse the beer. It's disrespectful. You can't do that. That's disrespectful. No. Hand me natty, hand me PBR. I'll shotgun it and throw it up, crack it over my head. Hell yeah. Where are the crayons at? What if it's warm beer? Depends. Yeah, Aqualex, exactly. Exactly. You're gonna say, it's like pizza. You're gonna say no to free pizza? What are you, crazy? What about liquor? Whiskey. I like whiskey. I'm a whiskey guy. I like Knob Creek. Well, splash of whiskey on the rocks. We're good. You come into my place of work on the day of my car's frame rail installation, refusing a beer. Knob Creek, yep. Mm-hmm. A 4-inch lift kit on the car. No. No. I like Kentucky whiskey. So like Knob Creek. That's Tennessee, but you get the idea. I mean, Kentucky is more not whiskey, but you understand what I'm saying. Tennessee whiskey is good stuff. And Kentucky's bourbon, but yeah. That's good too. I'll have that. I do have a nice bottle of Coeur de Bois, which is Canadian whiskey. That's maple flavored. I got it from a Canadian. It is tasty. Yeah, very smooth. So you like the fake stuff. Calling Knob Creek fake, that's 4-link tube rear end. Shy, you can get bolt-in 4-link kits for this car. They make them. I am not saying how much they are. No, don't get any funny ideas. We'll pay for that later. I'm dead. They make 4-links for this. This thing would be sick with a 4-link in the back. It'd be like what we put on Ernock's Camaro. Rum is good. I mean, guys, like, I'm not partial. Somebody's going to hand me a scotch. I mean, yep, all right. Vodka, sure, let's go. I mean, that's fine. Like, I'm kind of impartial. If I had to choose, whatever. But, like, someone's going to give you a drink. You don't refuse a drink. Like, what's wrong with you? Geek, I know you like girly drinks. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's got to have taste or whatever. Yeah, whatever. Hey, if that's how you like getting down, whatever. I'll drink whatever. I don't care. Tres comas. You know what tres comas stands for? Or you know what it means in Spanish? It means 3 commas. It's the amount of money that I'm going to make when I sell off your company and make that frick ton of inner sight money. So I can get a car with doors that open up like this. Like this. All right. So we need to recalculate our course of action here. I won't cut that out until we get the new perch. But yeah, we could fix that, dudes. But yeah, it's probably better that we don't. Like, it's not compromising it structurally. But even if I sealed that up, I'd know it's there and it would piss me off. It's kind of where I'm at. I know it's there. I'd get annoyed every time I think about it. So we got to get some work done today. Like, we did a lot of theory crafting today, not much in the way of physical freaking work. What's the move? So, operator, I was going to repair that rust spot on the leaf spring. I probably still could. Chat decided, even though I said not to, they decided to spite me by giving enough money to buy a new leaf spring perch. So that's what we'll do. I'll get the tabs done. Let's do the tabs for the rail, and we'll do the ears and go from there. What time is it? It's almost 4. Fucking hell. So I won't cut this out. I don't want to cut that out until we're done there. Yeah, you know, what's also good is that when we did this frame rail repair initially, we found rust right there. You can see it. That's not weld, that's rust. That means this metal is no good. So when we cut this out, we can replace the frame rail flange right there, and I can just go over my welds a little bit more and make that nice. Because there's pinholes there. Look, let me shine the light underneath. See what I mean? No, bad. All right. Your gut was right. I mean, Flykin, it's a good point. Yeah, it's just, I think time was the only thing that I really wanted. Like, I could fix that today, but if I order the perch during break, if I order the leaf spring perch during break, yeah, I don't think it'll get here this week unless I overnight it, but that means we'd have to order it soon. I don't know. Yeah. Where are the dang old spot welds for this thing? I mean, we could try to drill the spots for this right now. See if we can get it off and then clean up the frame rail. I don't think we're going to do that in 20 minutes, though. Damn you, Damn you, ice cream. Come to my face. All right. So now that I'm thinking about it, if we get this here, we're gonna have to reposition where the rear cross member goes, and then I have to figure out if there's too much rail here. So, all right, let me get the spot weld cutter out. Screw it. We'll start trying to cut this out now. Okay. Let's do this. Ow! Ow! Dang it, chat, you made me kick my T-square over. You made me kick my damn T-square over, boy. Where's the spot bit? There we go. Guys, just another thing while we're here. Thank you for the support. Like, I do appreciate it. I think we built a pretty damn good community here. You know, you guys didn't need to do that. I'm telling you, you didn't need to, but clearly you don't listen to me, so. You still have pinholes in the bottom of the frame rail. I do need to clean that up. Ironclad with a 1999 super chat. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Thank you for funding this project. It means a lot to me. I know this is not Kerbal, this is not space stuff, but it does mean a lot. Couch, not Couchy. Hi Couchy, you're cool, by the way. Thank you for all the support. Yeah, Can't See Me, you helped me with, not by tipping, but by giving me pointers on how to do this. I mean, I've learned a ton over this last couple of weeks, so, I mean, you're funding the stream in other ways. You know, it'll be awesome where we can get to the point where I don't need to even have this. If we got to a point, you know, like, not that I'd sell this car, but, you know, we flip a car, we make some cash, we can just start doing trade-ups and start getting cooler and cooler cars. And then you guys don't need to fund this anymore. Think of it like, if we keep doing car streams and they're fun, right, and people enjoy them, this is like Series A funding. But I appreciate the investment in me, and I appreciate the investment in the stream. And hopefully we helped S-Master out, yep. And then when this car is finished, we'll tie it all back in and we'll drive it to Boca Chica. I'm not driving it down Highway 4, not after we do all this damn work. Absolutely not. No. Well, we're gonna have to, huh? Crap. Okay. Take the back roads. Right. I did tell Anthony at Rocket Ranch that I would drive it to the ranch. I said that on X the other day. So, we're going to fix this whole thing. It's going to be all nice, and then I'm going to drive it 2,000 miles, and it's going to get all screwed up again. But hey, whatever. That's what cars are about. Yeah, dude, I am going to, Deadbringer, yeah, when we get to that point, I am undercoating, I am putting like 3 coats of undercoating on the bottom of this damn car. I am going we're going to hit it hard. I do not want this car rusting. This is a lot of freaking work, man. If you need a pro Highway 4 driver, I can take the wheel. Yeah. You know where every pothole is? Yeah. All right, let me get the tap magic out and... where's my cutting fluid? Anyway, yeah, guys, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for funding this project. It's kind of been a dream of mine to restore a car, like fully restore a car, and you guys are definitely helping me with that. I really appreciate it. All right, so first two things we need to get at. There's a spot weld right there for the top of this flange, and then there's a spot weld right here. We have the holes on the side of the frame so we can get through to the spot welds on the flanges there, and then there's two spot welds here and another one there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 spot welds to get through, and we don't have a lot of time to do it. So let's drip the tap magic on the two upper spot welds and let's get it. We should also get the punch. That's how we do the spot welds right. Let me get the punch and the hammer. So yeah, we'll have some fun with this car. You should have received some small diameter carbide hole saws. They like to cut fast. I should have received it. What does that mean, Aqualex? The P.O. box? Were they sent there? No, I don't want to use that punch. Yes, a bit ago. I gotta head out there, dude. I haven't checked the box in a little while. It's because it's a long ways away. It's a bit of a drive to get up there. And because I've been doing Locked In June, trying to stream more. I haven't had a chance to, but I'll go and check. So that actually just went right through that metal, by the way. That yeah, it went right through that spot weld. You know, we won't read too much into that, but yeah, that went right through the frame rail flange. That's great. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure nothing bad. That's not a sign of any problem or any. Oh, crap. Okay. Okay, we got it. Got it. Yeah, that was rusty. It's rusty up there. Great. All right, so now we gotta drill through the spot welds on the inside of the rail, but there is holes that we can use to get through. Give me 1 second, I gotta put my phone down. And also I should probably take pictures and document what's going on here. Cool. I missed it before when we did our once over, but I found more rust. It looks like there's an old exhaust hanger right here that we gotta get at. I think that's 1/2. Let me grab the 1/2. That's 9/16. Actually, it might be 9/16. Hold on. Ready? Nope. Smaller.
Go at throttle up.
1/2. Yep. Who was that subbing? Yo, Hot Rod. 213 sub. Thanks, man. You make any progress on the dart, dude? That was you, right? I am making backwards progress on this by finding more rust. So, you know, I got that going for me, which is nice. There's my ratchet. Oh, look, more rust. That's great. Yeah. That's stuck in there now. Good, great. Not yet, need time? Yeah, I need the truth, bro. Pretty sure that bracket just rusted out completely. So, you know. Yep. And it's gone. It's gone. It's all gone. I need that bracket out of there so we could get at the spot welding holes. So I'll get in the car and all right, you know what? In the meantime, we'll get at the front spots. I had to move the spot weld bit further out so we could get at it. Get it. Spot welds. I got through. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of brown smoke. Oh, that's not good. All right, let's get over here. Got through. Let me see. Where's that last spot weld? Oh, okay. All right, right there.
Hi,
Hey, Bree.
Rachel and I are preparing for walking. we had to come in and make sure you had been made aware of the Spaceballs 2 announcement.
Oh yeah, your mother sent it to me.
Oh, really? I figured Chet would have got to you first.
Chat did that too.
Alright, that's all.
Cool.
We go for walkies now.
All right, have fun.
Thanks. Love you, Biggie.
Love you. Hey, I don't mean this in a like, why didn't you do this? Did you make any food today?
I made pizza.
You made pizza?
I made pizza.
Oh, you're awesome.
Yeah, I should have made the HelloFresh, but I had a meeting and crap, so I just...
No, pizza is more than okay.
Alright, cool.
Cool. All right. Bye, Bree. Bye, Titan. Get at the front a little bit more. I need more tap magic. I'll tell Bree that you guys said hi. It should be all the way through, dudes. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there's 2 more on the bottom here. It's Detroit style pizza. That's all she'll let me buy, man. So the mount for that rusted out, so the bolt is stuck in the captive part. We're gonna have to zip that off with the grinding wheel. Speaking of that, we need to, I need to clean off the bottom. I need to clean off the bottom surfaces, so we gotta get the stainless steel guy out. I have the flap disc, actually. I was gonna say the stainless steel guy, but we could use the flap disc on the bottom there. Give me one sec, and yeah, I'm gonna get at the bottom flanges. There's just some old rust protection down there, and yeah, let me get my punch for those, and we'll make sure that we got everything we need to drill this perch out. Plumber's butt, beware. We might have some plumber's butt, I'm sorry. I'm not. Okay. I got one. Got the other. Gotta get at the last one. Okay. Got him. All right. Should wear a respirator for that, dudes. Or at least a face shield. I had my safety glasses on, so we're all right. I'm just taking some cutting fluid and putting it on the bit. Actually, before I do that, let me get the punch and the hammer. All right. That should be through. That one might need to go a little bit more, dudes. This one down here needs to go a little bit more. If that isn't through, I don't know what is. All right, let me get the, I need the chisel. You need a creeper? Want to hear a weird one? I'm too heavy for one of those things. Every creeper I end up lying on just breaks. I'm serious. I have a creeper. It's broken. See, you know what sucks? We spent all this time getting all the rust out of this thing, and the more I hit these things to try and break them, get the flanges off, more rust comes off the car. So, you know. That's great. There's that spa weld is just hanging on by a thread. Oh, dudes, do you hear that? Listen. Oh, no. It's crunchy. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I'd have to say that part of the frame rail needs to be repaired. I broke all this loose, and look at all the crap that came out. All right, let me get the back mount. Better to do this now. Yep. 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 Yep, you're right. You're right. We're in under the flange. Now it's just a matter of time. Bit of the spot welds hanging on. I missed the spot weld just by a little bit. Just a little bit more. There we go. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. All right. All right. I see why people just, yeah, look. See all that? Here, give you guys a taller view. No good. Crusty. Oh, shit. Fellas, yeah, it's probably a good thing we did this. How did I not see that? Oh. Oh. How did we not see this? Oh no. Oh no. Wow. Okay. Yeah, the second we started driving this thing down the road, if we drove down any bumpy surface, this would have came apart. that was the right call. So, yeah, frame rail outside wall is shot right there. And that was, dude, guys, that wasn't even me hammering this. That wasn't even me hammering this. Like, I wasn't hammering this part. I was hammering the frame rail, the flange underneath this piece. And the frame rail just basically delaminated. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's, as the kids say, that's not great, Bob. Yeah, we're gonna need to patch it. Fortunately, I already patched right here, but we should have known by patching the top of this frame rail right here. We should have known by patching the top of that frame rail right there that there was probably rust below it. That's on me, dudes. Yep, that's my fault. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's my bad. Yep. So, you know, Flykin, you, if you're out there, dude, you made the right call. That was the right move. Yeah, this is junk. It didn't look like it, but it is. The front of it, very nice. The back, not so much. Wow. Yep. Okay. Good call on catching that one, dudes. Oh, all right. I got to go over here. I got to go on the outside of the rail to just get at it. It looks like there's just a little... Never mind. That came right out. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. How the hell did that even get there? Oh. Wow. Wow. Junk. Junk. All junk. I gotta clean this, guys. Give me a second. I'm gonna get the stainless steel brush and the respirator out. Now I'm a little concerned. Yeah, I'm a little. Yeah, I'm not happy with that at all. Let me just put that old perch down. Let me get a glove and the cut-off wheel. But you know, I'm not deterred by this. This isn't anything we didn't do to the other side. I'm just, yeah. I guess that kind of shows, you know, that kind of shows over the last couple of weeks how much better I've gotten at spotting junk. Let me get the respirator on. And yeah, that frame rail's hosed. At least on the outside right there. We got to replate it. Yeah, I can clean up those booger welds too. So yeah, flagging one step forward. Yeah, flagging, you called that. One step forward, two steps back. They're tearing down Slick 37. Yeah. Yeah, they are. All right. Oh boy. Wait, didn't they already tear it down? I thought they demolished the buildings this morning, Mike. You told me so. No, I didn't think you were necessarily wrong. It was really just patching it versus not. And patching it would have been the wrong decision there. I was just weighing pros and cons. You didn't tell me nothing, fool. Oh, just ribbing you. Why don't you rib this? Why don't you rib this respirator? Got him. Yeah, that was that, you know, once again, replacing it was the right call. That would have sucked to do all that repair, zap in that trunk pan, and then have that happen. No. That would have sucked. That would have sucked a lot. That would have been not very cash money. Dude, look at the size of the freaking... Oh, no. Oh, what a nugget of freaking rust that is. I threw it on the ground and it shattered into a million pieces. Oh, no. Not great. Anyway, well, at least we know what to do. And it doesn't look like the damage here is as bad as the other side. So, yeah, that's good. Yep. Okay. Grindy time. Okay. Good news. Good news. We got good metal right there. That's good metal. Thankfully. So we got something to attach to. There is some pitting right there, but I have my backing plate there already, so we grind this sucker down. I ain't worried about that. It's very clear with the welder that I blatantly missed that seam. I'm gonna grind that and redo it. Now let's get to the front perch here. still clean. A little pitting right there, but that's okay. Yeah, that's hosed. That's hosed completely. That all needs to be cut out. Yeah, it's totally shot. Okay. Get up to the front porch now, dude. Yep, good thing we did that. Yep, this is, not great, Bob. Oh boy. Wow. I don't know how I didn't see that, dudes. I'm sorry. That is totally my fault. Wow. Yeah, I probably should have seen that. Oh boy. Wowzers. That's bad. Jeez. Wow. That's a thing. This is a thing that exists. Yeah, this would have came apart driving down the road, dudes. There's no way that would have structurally held. We would have hit a bump, and the leaf spring would have flexed, and it would have just either done this or done that, and yeah. Maybe the trunk would have held it, but nah, there ain't a chance. There ain't a chance that would have held together. Oh, jeez. This is all shot. That's all shot. I mean, I could probably section it here. Hang on. Something bounced off the glasses. I think a piece of stainless steel hit the glasses, dudes. Okay. We got good frame rail here. Little pitted there. But yeah, look, even the stainless steel blew through a lot of my welds, which means they were contaminated. Those were the first welds that I did on the car anyway. We'll grind them down, we'll fix it. We know a lot more about what we're doing. Oh, my rail! Oh, my rail! Yeah. What time is it? It's 4:30. 4:30. That's junk. We gotta repair it. I'm opening up the garage door. Might be easier to just cut it out, bend a new brake, piece on the brake, and weld it in. Well, Christian, you know, I'm not 100% sure why I didn't think of this before, but I had an idea while I was grinding this down. The flange needs to be repaired, basically right at the bend. Well, the leaf spring perch is, that flange is okay. Why don't we just cut the leaf spring perch flange out and then patch it? You know what I mean? Why don't we just cut that out? Use that to patch the flange, right? Like, why wouldn't we do that? There are parts of that leaf spring perch that we can use. I mean, that's never getting used again. It's rusted on the back. Remember, you just spray tanned your hands with rust. Yeah, I understand. I don't like using gloves with a grinder. So why don't we cut out pieces of the damn leaf spring perch and use that to patch this? I want to clean the rest of the rail, guys, and check on the insides and stuff to be absolutely sure. But, yeah. One step forward, 2 steps back, dudes. But that's okay. This is, we needed to do that. There's no way that would have held going down the road. Wait, what did you say earlier, Shogun? Sorry. Where's that sandblaster? Detroit. It's in Detroit, Michigan. Joey Blue Skies got a sandblaster in an estate sale for like nothing. And yeah. Well, that sucks. But hey, whatever. Yeah, guys, that to cut the holder to replace the frame. Yeah, I got you, Shogun. I know what you're saying. So the weld that I did do in here, it completely missed. That was before Geek told me to, and you guys told me to actually shine a light on it so you can see what you're doing. We're pitted right there. My booger weld's right there. The plug welds are horrible. I'm grinding those down and redoing them. At least resealing them as best as I can. This is hosed, but I couldn't see it because the plate, the leaf spring perch plate was right here. I couldn't see it. That was very well hidden rust because the back side of the frame rail looked okay too. It didn't look too bad. Yeah, the good part is that all here is good. This is good. This is good metal from about here down. But I should have known. We patched a frame rail flange right here a little while back in one. I think it was part like 19 or something. I did a frame rail flange right there, and because that was super rusty, I should have known. I should have known that if it's rusty here, water goes down, and it's going to rust right there. Yeah, that's on me. That's inexperience right there on my part. I should be able to cut the profile here on this piece looks very similar. I should be able to cut this flange and then replace it with the factory one. So zip it like right here. Well, unfortunately, cut out the patch that we made. And then just rebuild all the way back into our extension piece. We've got to grind that down. I got to redo that seam. It's atrocious, to say the least. But we should be able to cut the good parts out of the spring to make good metal there. And this metal is already bent. It's already bent to the angles that we need. In fact, I might do that on the other side too, where we didn't get that flange right. You know, I didn't know why I didn't think of that before. Funny thing, considering you have a welder, you don't need to just use plug welds. You could also seam weld everything to keep the water out. Yeah, probably. It looks like the rest of the rail is okay. Yeah, I think so. Here, let me shine the light on it. Now I'm paranoid, and I'm going to check all the way up the rail. Yeah, I don't think it. The inside of the rail looks okay. There is pitting going on right here, but that's where the front perch was. Now I'm looking over this with a fine-tooth comb. I'm looking for any pitting on the inside. There isn't much. It's mostly smooth. It looks like the mouse nest that was over this side, I got it before it caused any bad damage. It is a little scaly, but for the most part, yeah. I'm going to clean that whole rail. We'll do that tomorrow. That sucks. But yeah, we can use this to patch. We can use this to get good bends and good rails. So that's what I'll do. Yeah, the rail is good down to in front of the perch, guys. And once again, just like the other side, there's a little tab. I don't know how well you guys can see it. But there's a little tab right there that locates the front leaf spring mount. See it? Buddy on the assembly line spot welded it on the seam like a turd burglar. So I'm going to have to seal that up. We'll seal this up with the welder. I'll build up a pool here on the, we'll put the brass hammer right there, seal that up, and then cut the tab down, because that tab shows where the leaf spring locates. And it's really easy to line it up from there, and it's covered under a bunch of rust, but down there on that tape mark is where we plumbed it. So we can, just like the left side, we can plumb its center and call it a day. You don't know what's going on with you today. You have squirrel brain. Dude, that was me on Monday. Actually, I didn't have squirrel brain. I had turtle brain or something. One step forward, 2 steps back, but we will prevail. Boats against the current. Yeah, see, we took such a giant leap forward yesterday. I was kind of skeptical. I'm like, Things are shaping up really good. Too good. Something will go wrong. You're struggling to focus on stuff that needs to get done, Gratian. That was, dude, I'm telling you, that was me on Monday. I just couldn't, even if I tried to exert, like, I was like, okay, focus, nope. Like, I had the nastiest brain fog, and all it did was just piss me off. I still haven't seen the viewer in chat that I cursed out. If you're out there, man, Finn, I'm sorry, bud. You didn't deserve that. But, yeah, oh well. What are you going to do? Oh, that's caca. Damn. Damn, that sucks. All right. Remember yesterday at this time? We were like super pumped. We got that other leaf spring perch in. We were like, yeah, this is excellent. Everything is awesome. Nope. Nope. Nah, son. At least we have experience doing it, so I'm not worried. I bumped my head on the side of the car when I was grinding all that stuff off, but I'm just looking at this damn leaf spring perch. I'm like, how the heck did I miss it? But it was very well hidden. That was really difficult to spot. We really needed to get into it to see. I hope he comes back. He's probably not coming back, dude. And that's why I said yesterday, take the W and walk away before it turns into an L. That's project cars, man. And we chose a hell of a project car. That's fine. I'm not deterred or anything. I'm more annoyed with myself that I didn't see it. But the reality of that is I didn't know what to look for. You know, I have much more experience now after patching the frame rail and learning what we did with, you know, trying to add material back in and patch plates and all that other stuff. I have much more experience in it now, like, you know, so imagine, you know, we patch this, imagine what we'll get in the future. Like, the other thing, dudes, is that I'm using the leaf spring perch flanges. What I'm going to do to repair that is I'm going to cut out as much of this as possible with the bend, because that's the bend that we need. I'm cutting this out. And I'm going to use that. I'm going to use this to patch it. We probably could have done that on the other side. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Can I get a really quick super TLDR? Catch me up. What's wrong? Yeah. So, Hibbit, we started to try and fix the other side of the car to get ready to put the rear cross member on. And I noticed with this leaf spring, I noticed that there was a little bit of rust here and a little bit of rust on the end. And we started looking at the back of the perch, and I ground this down to see that it's got a hole in it. See the hole down there? See that? It's got a hole in the damn thing. So that led me to, based off of what we saw on the other perch that we just finished, you know, I was thinking, like, if it's rusting there, it might be rusting in the same spots. So we decided to, chat generously funded a new leaf spring. Generously. Thank you, chat. And we got to work to getting that piece off, and we found that. Like that's where I drilled, there and there is where I drilled the spot welds. And we found probably about a golf ball sized hole in the right side frame rail. When I went to take the leaf spring perch off, this is what came out of it. This all fell, and I found a pocket of iron oxide that's probably about a 1/2 inch thick. So I got that going for me, which is nice. So we got to buy another leaf spring perch. We got to buy the right-hand side. We already, like I said, we already replaced the left-hand side, and we did a good job. But now we know what to do. But see, it's funny because look, it's rusting there, and I had to put a patch panel. I put a big patch panel in here because it was rusting on that side too. And that's what got me thinking. If the other leaf spring perch was rusty right there, if that one is rusting in the same spot, you know, chat goaded me to it. I was about to repair it. And yeah, if it's rusted in the same spot, that one probably is too. So, yep. So that's good. Not. No, this week has been a week of ups and downs working on this car, but we're slowly gaining forward progress. Slowly. And that's further up the rail from where you added the cap. The frame rail cap is starts right there. I also noticed that because I really couldn't see and in experience that I missed the seam completely. The seam is on the other side of that weld, to be honest, which is kind of funny. Yeah, there's my original 3 plug welds that are absolutely atrociously bad rosette welds. And then we have a backing plate right here, and it was pitted up against the backing plate, but we can seal that up. I'm not worried about that. We're gonna have to cut this out. This area, just like the other side, it's gotta be flat. It's gotta be nice and flat so the leaf spring perch can mount up to it. The back side of the perch will be right here, and then the flange from the perch will be right there where that big rust pile is. I should have noticed with this. I thought I just blew through the metal with the grinder. That was a case of that's not what happened. Yeah. The inner structure holder, you can see a piece of it right here, which is not good. Yeah, that's bad. Fortunately though, we got good metal right about here. We don't need to go far this direction to get to good stuff. And the bend down here, that's fine. The bend is okay. Believe it or not. Let me just check it on the back side to be absolutely sure. It's a little thin down there, but we should, knowing what I know about welds, we should be okay. Now, I know this is a bit of a setback. Restoring cars like this is a work of frustration, not love. You're doing good as it is. Yeah. Yeah, man. Fellas, I ain't deterred by this. No. What, is this worse than anything else we've found? No, not really. That's actually not bad. That shouldn't take much to fix. Dude, I'll have that frame rail nice and straight by tomorrow. Time to use the hammer to make sure. I mean, I went at it with the damn wheel, dude, but all right, here, I'll show you. Yep, the curve is good. Hear that? Curve is fine. We can section it right there, right here, and right there, and then across the top. That's definitely rusty. I might be able to build that up, but I think we'd just blow through the metal there, so I'll probably fix it. There's the frame rail flange that we put in right there. I'm thinking from my sectioned piece right here forward, if I just cut the bend out of the flange out of the leaf spring perch, that's the bend that we need already. Just cut it there, zip it there, put the leaf spring perch, the junk leaf spring perches flanges, which are good, put them in this spot. And that should get me like all the way down to here. And then we just plate right there. We're good to go. Might be able to get away with it. Either that or build a plate here and then leaf spring flange on top. Probably do that. I gotta fix my terrible rosette welds right there. Yeah, that's all fine down there. Yep, this is all good metal. It's just pitted a little bit. I might cut it out anyway, because we know what happens with the pitted metal. This feels like one step back now that saved 5 steps back later. Yep. It's not going to be the same curve. It's going to be slightly...
Oh, this is space. I'm in
yeah,
space.
maybe. Fluffy gifted 5. And then 2 before that? 7 total? Fluffy, why do you like me so much, dude? Don't do that. I'm a jerk. Don't do that. I mean, please don't. Yeah, all right, you can do it. I don't care. Go ahead. Have fun. But yeah, every one of these proverbial steps back is, you know, between my inexperience and the rust on the car, that's just going to make it easier to do later. Like, once again, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. This is one of the hardest parts of the car to get right. The only other part that would probably be difficult to get right is the front frame rails. And the front frame rails seem to be okay. But now I'm going to go over them with a fine-tooth comb to be absolutely 100% sure, because yeah, I don't trust it. I just don't trust it. No, maybe the inside surface, one is the outside of the other, and because this is the real world, there's thickness involved. Huh? Dude, I'm talking about taking this strip of metal, cutting it out, and just using it to patch at least the part with the complicated bend. This is good metal. That's all fine. Or we could just fab it ourselves. I don't know, man. Whatever you want. Like, look, Uncle X, look at the inside of this is okay. That metal is fine. It's not even pitted. It's actually just metal. It's a little pitted down here, and it's definitely pitted at the bottom. But no, wait. It's got to be your bowl. I mean, this mimics the factory bends. That's why. Like, this bend right here is very similar to the bend on the rail. The leaf spring perches are higher up, though. They're higher up in the air. But it looks to be more or less the same bend. I thought you were talking about the piece that fits to that, not another nearby piece. No, all good, man. Yeah, I figured I didn't explain myself right because I wasn't really understanding what you're saying. Yeah, just like the other one, from about here forward, this rail is just fine. Or this leaf spring perch is fine. This metal is really good. I'll use it for patching. Like up in here, like I don't know if you guys can see that. Look, it's not even pitted. That right there is just good metal. I'm thinking about taking that piece off and using it to patch. Using it to patch this thing. Because it's the right bend for the most part, and it's nice and solid. But yeah, that's a problem for tomorrow's EJ. Jeepers creepers, man. I just wanted to weld tabs onto the end of this thing today. Holy balls. I wanted to weld a couple of pieces here, and we ended up removing a ton. Damn it. That's okay, just more content, and you guys, well, you guys are funding this project, and I appreciate all the help. What do we do? Cannibalizing is the way to go when things are proper and fitting, for sure, man. The best part is no part. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. So let's think about what we got to do here. I think tomorrow I'll clean up I'm paranoid now. I'm gonna clean up that whole damn frame rail all the way to basically the same point that we did on the other rail. Yeah, I'm gonna clean all that up. I don't trust it now. I mean, probably it'll be fine, but it's gonna give me the peace of mind there. Now, with that all being said, we still gotta weld the tabs onto the back of the damn rail. Still gotta do that. The best part is Mopart. Oh, yeah. Freaking frame rail, dude. I can't believe that. That sucks. I mean, the other thing we could do is maybe repair the leaf spring perch. We could repair it now that it's out of the car. Nah, let's just buy another one. You guys funded the project. We'll just buy another one. It'd be better. Yeah, okay, so let's clean that frame rail inside and out. Get that stupid old exhaust hanger off of it that's decided to break. We still have to do the extension on the other side. That's probably what we'll do while we're waiting on the perch to get here, dudes. Missed a bit. Was at the dentist with your daughter. What happened? Well, Kyron, we started try to figure out ways to patch up the right leaf spring perch, and we found a little bit of rust, then we found a little bit more rust, and then we decided to take it off and found a golf ball sized hole in the frame rail. It's hanging on by a thread, but yeah, see this whole part? That's no good. It's okay. Chat decided to go bananas with tips for some reason. They really like this crap box car. And it is a crap box, but we will make it not a crap box. But yeah, not. I'm trying to think about what to do. So all right. I'm going to clean this up. We're going to look for more rust tomorrow. We're going to figure out what we need to do to patch, the best way to patch that. Clean this up. I got to fix a bunch of welds here. These plug welds came out absolutely terrible. I'm going to grind those down and then rosette them again. We got to fix that piece there, but the backing plate that we decided to put in, made that pretty good. We have to do this to the other side. So yeah, clean it up, patch all this, and then finally maybe we can get those tabs done. I think after I patch this while we're waiting on the perch and everything, we'll go back over to the other side, go back over here and make the extension, put a new frame rail end on this thing. That's probably what we'll do. Yeah. Jeez. Oh. Crap. Yeah. Yeah. Do the extensions and we'll do the tabs for this side, dudes. Yeah, that's probably how we'll do this. Let's get one of these freaking frame rails finished. I didn't think it would be this one on the left. I thought we would have finished the right one like way first. But yeah. I did a lot of talking today too. I did a lot of thinking about this stuff as well though, so. Beer is a solution to a lot of problems. That is why it's measured in percentage by volume, as it is a diluted solution. Yeah. Cleaning up the whole rail is a good idea. It allows you to inspect it, and it'll be clean to reapply a new undercoating. Yep. Yeah, the left rail is already pretty much cleaned. I didn't get right here because of the bracing, but man, good thing we didn't weld in the trunk cross member too, because now I got to get in there and clean everything. But that's okay. It's all right, man. Every step back right now, somebody said it right in chat. That's correct. That's the right way to look at this. Every step back right now mitigates 5 or 6 steps backwards down the road. So I'm fine. So this is, despite what it might seem, it's forward progress. So I'm good. Either that or I'm just coping.
Discovery.
So I think who's that? Rarest. Hey, 90-month resub. Thanks, man. We'll patch up the right rail tomorrow as best as we can, and then we'll make the extension for this tomorrow as well. Yeah. Frick, dude. Frick. Yeah. Yep. I just basically got to replicate this piece right here. It has to look like that. All right, well, I'm going to go grab some pizza in a second here, dudes. I'm just cutting a little bit of crap off of the piece here. I just wanted to see. This piece needs to basically go right there. So that is, minus the rust, that's the piece we need to make. Okay. Jeez. You know, I just want to know, at this point, dudes, I just want to know where this car drove to get this like this. Like, where the hell did this vehicle drive? Like, we know it's it was a Canadian ordered vehicle. We do know that. But, man, where the heck did this thing drive to get like this? Like, man. So I know the car came out of New Hampshire, but damn. Like, yeah, was this like on a salt flat or something? Jesus. Yeah, it must have been in Quebec. This car, like I said, when the paperwork that I had goes as far back as 1994 in New Hampshire. But we know it's a B car. The vehicle sequence number begins with a B. And if it begins with a B, that means it was ordered for the Canadian market, interestingly enough. That might explain why it's a weird trim level. Like, it's a Coronet 500. It has the premium VIN, but this doesn't have any premium options on it. The Canadian market trim must have been different. We use so much salt. Dude, I mean, it had to have come out of Quebec, dude. Like, how? Well, at least it had to have been to Quebec at some point, right? Like, it had to have been there at some point. Because how did it get to New Hampshire? There's a Quebec in the way. Man, I'm just, it's crazy, dude. Crazy. All right, I'm rehooking up all the lights. So tomorrow we'll begin patching. We'll begin patching the right frame rail. We'll patch that, and then yeah, I want to patch that, get that all straight, preparation for the leaf spring perch, clean up that frame rail, and then finish that tab. That is our goal tomorrow. I need this frame rail completely patched and completely straight by tomorrow. And then we need the extension piece here with the tabs, and then ideally the tabs on this as well. I want the 2 forward tabs, the 2 side tabs. But in order to do those tabs over here, I'm going to need that side. Well, no, we don't need that side done. I could take the cross member and hook it up. Yeah, we could hook up the cross member, level it, and that'll give us the position of where the slotted hole is over there. Man. So that's what they mean when they say it's too far gone. We need a 3/4 inch hole saw. By the way, I need a 3/4 inch hole saw to be able to do that. That's how a lot of cars down here in coastal South Carolina are. We get lots of flooding plus the salty sea air. Yep. Take it to Quebec when you're done and buy a poutine. Oh yeah, bud. Take your ticket back and then immediately underside of the car when you're done. Wow. Crazy. Just knucking futs, man. All right. Well, that sucked, but it was necessary because look at all the crap that came off. That definitely would have snapped going down the road. If we were driving this car any useful speed, that we would have hit a bump and this thing would have came apart. So, come see me, EJ. I offer free stay and poutine. Oh. Yeah. See all the rust that came out? Look at all the rust on the right-hand side. Look at all down here. That's all crap. That's all frame rail that just came out. We put salt on dirt roads in the summer to reduce the dirt being kicked up. What in the freaking Quebec Soir the hell does that do? Like, what? What in the name of all things holy poutine, bud? That's a really crazy idea. You shouldn't do that. You're absolutely, you guys are nuts up there. Okay. Tomorrow, very, very strict tasks because we didn't get a lot done today. And the stuff that we did get done was steps backwards. Tomorrow, clean the right frame rail. Patch the right frame rail. Then after that, get the left frame rail finished. Finish up the seam welds that are over there. Bend the extension on the metal brake. Weld the tabs in over there. And then the stretch goal is tabs on the right frame rail. Let's get this done. So once again, for everybody, for part 27, we're on part 26. I got enough weld wire? Yeah, I replaced it the other day. So for part 27, clean and patch the right frame rail. Finish the extension on the left frame rail with tabs. Weld the tabs onto the right frame rail. Those are the 3 goals. We have to, I really want to get that done. I will go and order that leaf spring perch right now. So, that's going to do it. How much is a plasma cutter? Why do we need a plasma cutter? No, dude, we're good. We're fine. We're fine with what we got. Yeah, this is all right. We good. Dang it, you made me lose my train of thought. Yeah, okay. I'm saying this just to get it right in my head. I'm pretty sure you guys heard me the second time and the third time. So, clean and patch the right rail. Extension on the left with tabs. Extension on the right with tabs. I'll order the new leaf spring. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow for the auto streams. Stay tuned, though. I have a special space news that I want to talk about today. There's big space news about Slick 37B, so Space Launch Complex 37B at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I think it'd be cool for Space News to do a little bit of a deep dive into the history of that pad, especially since the pad is going to be evolving in the next year or so, to the point of basically being unrecognizable. So it'll be pretty cool. It's going to be pretty cool to do that. So, that is coming up here very soon. Oh my gosh, it's already 5:12. All right, half past the hour. Give me about 20 minutes, and I'm just gonna go grab some of that pizza that Brimo made. It's not microwave. It's, easy pizza. Anyway, give us some sata. Keep in there. And yeah, that's going to do it for part 26. Unfortunately, we really didn't get what we wanted to get done, but yeah. Take a shower. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. I'll see you guys in 30 minutes max. So, be here for Space News. I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching. On YouTube, you guys know the drill. I'm going to jog the VOD. and you'll have a loss of signal for about 30 minutes. See you back in a second.
Sata kipinä. Sata kipinä. Sata kipinä.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Sata kipinä. Sata kipinä. Amorin nolle sä ammuit mun peffaan. Enää halu viedä sua pelkästään leffaan. Rakkauden haukat meille taivaalla kirkuu. Mun päästä putoruit lanteet seksiä tihkuu. Seksiä tihkuu. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä lykiroit hahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua.
No niin. Joo. Kaikki mukaan.
Se on laaki ja väänä kun runtataan. Poika sinne pesään kasvamaan. Ja rakkauden maito kermaksi vatkataan. Vatkataan. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä lykiroin hahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
retreat. Failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple might, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal Time will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple might, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
All right. Just need a few more bites of the pizza. I didn't finish. Almost done. So enjoy this bonus song. Here you go.
In a desert land so grand, EJ's got the master plan. Building dreams from oil and sand. Workers, resources in hand. Refinance clean with a gleam. Making cities from a stream. Sweat and grit is how it seems. Living out his wildest dreams. Heat is on in Bakalaka, Dagestan. We're building oil towers like a man with EJ at the helm. It's all in hand. In Bakalaka, Dagestan, we stand. Night and day, the grind won't stop. Concrete rising to the top. Mighty power in a drop. EJ hitting jackpot non-stop, streaming live. His empire grows in every borough, every close. From dusty plains to finance shows. EJ's name everyone knows. He is on in Bakalaka, Dagestan. We're building oil towers like a man with EJ at the helm. It's all in hand. stand. Night and day, the grind won't stop. Concrete rising to the top. Mighty power in a drop. EJ hitting jackpot non-stop. Streaming live, his empire grows. In every borough, every close. From dusty plains to finance shows. EJ's name everyone knows. Heat is on in Barkalaka, Dakistan. We're building oil towers like a man, with EJ at the helm, it's all in hand. In Bakalaka, Dakistan, we stand. We stand.
All right, dudes. Welcome to the Space and Rocket Review. Space and Rocket Review. Ugh. Barty with the 14 Australian dollar a day super chat over on the YouTube side. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate you and your dollary dues. Thank you very much for contributing to the stream. Means a lot to me, mate. All right. Refund him for that act? Hey, that wasn't the worst you've ever heard. Be quiet. Quiet. I still have the racing rig hooked up because we're playing Summer Car later, so I might be a little bit lower in the chair than normal. Yep. All right. I wish the interesting stuff was streamed earlier and the boring car renovation stuff was when I was in bed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dread, what do you want me to do with that information? Somebody gifted a sub to I Like Bobbles. That's not what that says, but all right. Bobbles. I mean, don't we all? Pace 39-month resub.
Discovery,
Here.
go at throttle up.
Sup? Sup? Mr. 57 himself. Mr. Sup, 40-month resub. The ISS is leaking again. Yep. Feedback. Okay. What's today? Is today Thursday? I can't do an early space news tomorrow because of Flame Trench. Unless I get up. Get up early and work on the car at 9. Then maybe do space news before Flame Trench. But I don't know. You my summer carring later? Yes. Yes, I am. Do you think Ship 38 will be caught? Ship 38? I don't know, man. One mission is contingent on the next mission. So we're gonna have to see. Anyway. Pace, how you doing? You doing better lately? Are you on the up and up? Can you check out the cool box I sent you? I brought it into the house. It's on my kitchen table. So we do have car parts in the kitchen. Just like Summer Car.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Space news before 4:30. Yeah, I won't stop in time. Yeah, you probably... Oh. The hell is that for, Geeson? After Flame Trench tomorrow, dudes, I have racing. We have the 2.4 hours at Le Mans. A big race for the Eric Johnson Racing Administration. Gas, gas, gas. I'm going to change the lyrics to the song. Da-da, da-da-da-da. and be a wiener. But you didn't burn down the kitchen? No, I didn't. But yeah, we got the big Le Mans race. 2.4 hours seems a little short. No, Snickers, you don't understand. We're using metric time, so it's fine. Oh, Trey, I got all that teed up. So for space news, dudes, the cycle is not, there's not a lot right now. There's not a lot, but we do have some pretty big news regarding SpaceX and Pad 37. And I figured, it might be a good idea. It might be a good idea to do a little bit of a deep dive into Slick 37B and learn a little. I whooped that pizza, sorry. And learn a little bit more about it. Should change the racing background to flags instead of stars. Well, I mean, yeah. Metric, finally. Yeah, we're using metric time, so it's 2.4 hours instead of 24 hours. That.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in
No, the
space.
gift to the sub is like 37. Thank you. So, so yeah, I thought that would be a cool thing to do. Kind of go down the list of, Slick 37 and talk about that. But first, I have a couple of different bits of news for you here. Did I hear that stage separation audio on that Electron yesterday? Sounded pretty cool. It was pretty cool, dude. That's that has been done before, but not many times. If you rearrange the letters in metric, you get crime and a T. No. Well, it might be French pace. It might be like crime it, but the T you might not pronounce it. So like, even though it's spelled crime it, it might be like cremant, crime escalante, or something like that. I don't know. It's all Greek to me. Etymos prosabahorisi. Sorry. Anyway. Dread, I will, Dread, I'll see what I can do for you, buddy, okay? Probably won't get it tomorrow, but maybe, like, I can do an early space news for, like, viewers or something. Like, maybe we do that on Wednesday. On Wednesdays, we, like, work on the car, then do space news, and then, just spend the night playing my summer car. Oh God, you know what? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. But maybe. I'll see what I can do. Ours did an interview with Rook. Yeah, I wanted to talk about that, but there is a couple of other things before we get to that. So, check this out. First thing, right here. NASA, Axiom Space, delay the Axiom mission to the space station. That's the crew of the Axiom 4 mission, commanded by Peggy Whitson, former NASA astronaut. So, here, let's read what's going on here. NASA and Axiom are postponing the launch of the Axiom 4 mission to the ISS. As part of an ongoing investigation, NASA is working with Roscosmos to understand a new pressure signature after a recent post-repair effort in the aftmost segment of the space station's Zvezda service module. Cosmonauts aboard the space station recently performed inspections of the pressurized module interior surfaces, sealed some additional areas of interest, and measured the current leak rate. Following this effort, the segment is now holding pressure. The postponement of the Axiom 4 mission provides additional time for NASA and Roscosmos to evaluate the situation and determine whether any additional troubleshooting is necessary. NASA defers to Roscosmos to answer specific questions about the Zvezda module. A new launch date for the 4th private mission will be provided once available. Well, that's good. You don't have to get up too early tomorrow. Peggy Whitson, former NASA astronaut and director of human spaceflight at Axiom Space, will command the commercial mission, while ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla, oh nice, I got that, will serve as pilot. The two mission specialists are European Space Agency project astronauts let's just call him Jeff or something. Jeff of Poland and Tibor Kapu of Hungary. The crew will lift off aboard the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft on Falcon 9 from Launch Complex 39A and NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Wisniewski, Wyzanewski. Wisniewski? We'll call, yeah, you know, Stan's better. We'll call him Stan. Stan Wisniewski. To give no details. Well, it sounds like they sealed everything up, which is good. Yeah. Sounded like they sealed everything up, so that, you know, hey, it's pretty good. I mean, that mission had been previously delayed because Falcon 9 developed a liquid oxygen leak that they found during the static fire for the AX-4 mission a little bit earlier this week. And the SpaceX at first decided to mitigate the problem, and then right after that they said, nah, never mind, we'll just try and fix it. So they did delay the mission. They originally were going to delay it until Friday, and it looks like NASA and Roscosmos said, no, don't do that. So there you go. So the reason for the delay was basically for them to ensure that it's not leaking anymore. You don't want to send more people up there and stress your environmental You don't want to send more people up there and stress out your environmental control and life support systems when the station is losing pressure. More people up there is more air to recycle, more air to scrub. That will stress out the you'll overstress your life support systems, or at least you'll put them under a higher duty cycle. And you don't want, if you do that, you're moving more air around in the space station and it is leaking, you're going to bleed more air out of the space station. Now, that is it's also worth mentioning, just on a side note, get Starbase Lab going on in the background. It's also worth mentioning, just on a side note, that the space station leaks. Everything leaks. Everything leaks a little bit. You can't completely mitigate it. Just like a boat, like a ship sailing at sea. It's always going to take on a little bit of water. The bilge will get it out of there for you, right? Space stations always leak. Spacecraft leak. You're never going to get it. It's never going to be exactly perfect, but you can get it close. But you're never, like, it's the rate of leak that is your problem. If you're leaking at a faster rate than your environmental control systems can replenish oxygen, well, now you got a little bit of an issue. Every boat has a bilge pump. Most of them do. I mean, not smaller vessels, I'm sure. Like, some of them have a passive bilge, like a small, like I don't know, a 20-foot boat has a passive bilge, which is basically, you know, you put the boat in the water, you drive it around, and then when you're done, you unscrew a little cap at the transom on the aft end of the ship or the boat, and empty the bilge that way. It's behind, like, if it's behind the engines at the aft part of the ship. It depends. I mean, anyway, for some it's called a bucket. Yes, sure. Yes, that too. Also, it is a red letter day. Bum ba-dum, bum 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 ba-dum. Bum ba-dum, bum bum ba, bum ba-dum, bum 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 ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum. Bum bum bum. All right, anyway, Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money, the trailer was announced today. Lord knows we'll all be back in the sequel. Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money. May the Schwartz be with you! Some people were really happy about this. Other people said, Barf! Nah, that's my name. Barf. Who is that? Who is that? He's a Twitch chatter, sir. I know that. What's his name? That is his name, sir. And that other guy? He's a Twitch chatter, too. 60-month subscriber. Twitch chatter. How many Twitch chatters we got in this stream, anyhow? I can't believe it. I'm surrounded by chatters. Keep chatting, chatters! Spaceballs the live stream! The kids love this one.
Discovery.
Sarah,
Going
a
throttle up.
96-month resub. Maybe the Boring Company can be contracted out for a limited run of Spaceballs the Flamethrower. What did I miss? Nothing. EJ, you didn't see me playing with my dolls again. Good! So, Princess Vespa, at last you are alone. No, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Leave me alone. Yet, I find you strangely attractive. Of course you do. You as princesses are often attracted to money and power, and I have both. And you know it. No, I hate you. No, kiss me. Yo, oh. Your helmet is so big. Knock on my door. Knock next time. Did you see anything? Good. Excuse me. Boogies. No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good! Oh yeah, you came here for space news, not space balls. Sorry, I got confused. The Flight 8 investigation is closed? Oh. All right, well, let's see what's good over there. Did mein Freund Herr Beil find something? But did you find Adrian? Okay. The FAA investigation into Flight 8 has been closed. It resulted in 8 corrective actions after a Raptor failure on Flight 8. The FAA required investigation of the SpaceX Flight 8 mishap is closed. There are no reports of public injury or damage to public property. The FAA oversaw and accepted the findings of the SpaceX-led investigation. The final mishap report cites the probable root cause for loss of the Starship vehicle as a hardware failure in one of the Raptor engines that resulted in an inadvertent propellant mixing in ignition. SpaceX identified 8 corrective actions to prevent a reoccurrence of the event. The FAA verified that SpaceX implemented the corrective actions prior to Flight 9 mission. Well, that's good. All right. Well, that's good news. When Flight 9? Yeah. When Flight 9? What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken? So an explosion. It sounds like that Raptor engine decided to Raptor-ent. You know what I mean? Raptor-ent. I mean, that doesn't really give us that FAA statement. Well, good to know that it closed. That really didn't give us any new details. That's the exact wording that SpaceX used. A hardware failure in the Raptor engine. I'm telling you guys, Flight 8, whatever that was a stupid mistake. I don't think Flight 8 had the pogo problems. Neither does the FAA. Neither does SpaceX. I don't think it has those pogo problems that Flight 7 did. I think that Flight 8 Flight 8 was an entirely different failure, and it was a stupid mistake, whatever it was. Like somebody not tagging something, not tagging out or tagging out something, or somebody not testing an engine correctly, and like it's just somebody forgot to tighten a bolt. It's something dumb. I've said it once, I'll say it again. It is something stupid. I know what happened with Flight 9, I don't know. Sorry. I ground down a piece of the metal today without with just the face shield on, and now I got a bunch of boogies. Lava Eagle. All right. Well, let me answer John's question first. Does the FAA have a resident inspector at Starbase like the NRC does at each plant? I wouldn't be surprised. I think so. Actually, I think they do. Yeah. Lava Eagle, what's your question? I have a question. I know that you might have repeatedly said how iterative testing is good and all, and I'd agree. However, do you think that with so much iteration, some of these Band-Aid solutions might end up overlapping and causing a bigger issue further down the line? No. I think the fixes that these Band-Aid issues are trying to overcome are coming down the line already, and SpaceX is just getting flight data when they can with what they can. I think a lot of the fixes are implemented, Lava Eagle, but it takes a second for them to come down the proverbial production line. Some stuff takes more time to get. Like Raptor 3 is taking more time than the Block 2 ship. Probably unfound rust in the ship's leaf spring perch. Makes sense to me. Bath, puke, whatever. The intern forgot to put in a rubber seal. Something like that, Trey, yeah. Left a wrench in its tank? No, it's not a Titan missile. Mana. Apparently the next date is June 29th. That's my vacation. Where did you hear the 29th? Somebody must have leaked it. It probably won't stick, guys, but if the 29th doesn't stick, it's going to be sometime. It's going to be sometime during my vacation, isn't it? You can take the week off after. No, I'm good. Liam, where'd you get that information from? You can vacation at the Margaritaville Hotel. I don't want to do that. They're doing the best to make sure you're not there, so it makes it probably, yeah. We know Elon watches the stream. I mean, probably not, but it's a joke. Let me put it to you this way. If it goes on the 29th, I am screwed. Like, royally screwed. I am in another wedding that day. Yeah. I am in another wedding that's a destination wedding. Actually, it's that weekend. Sorry, but yeah, the point is that I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to be near my computer. So, that's part of the reason why. Das? No, Das is already married. Das has been married for a long time. He's been married longer than me. I could see EG at the wedding going, 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah. Yeah. I ain't doing no destination wedding if I have to pay. Yeah, I know. You're marrying Das? No, yep. Don't know how you got that from what I said, but all right. Twitch friends not enough? You need real friends? You need in real life friends too? Not friends, family. Hold up, you guys have friends and family? Family, family, family. Anyway, hopefully that doesn't stick. Anyway, let's get through the other bits of news here before we get to the Slick 37B thing. All right, so Firefly Aerospace. Our Spectre engines are breathing fire at Agile Space's test facility. First used in space during our historic Blue Ghost Mission 1. These proven engines will be our next These proven engines will power our next Blue Ghost mission to the far side of the moon and future Elytra space missions. Okay, what do we got? Wrote. Family. Then they'll have a memorable wedding. How many folks have a Starship countdown as part of the wedding? Yeah, right. I don't know if that's a check engine light, though. Yeah. Can throw it, dude. That's cool, man. Can I touch it? I wouldn't. I would not lick that. Yeah, that would really hurt. Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, looks like Firefly's getting ready for the next Blue Ghost mission. Firefly launched their Blue Ghost 1 mission, Ghost Riders in the Sky, which did successfully land on the moon earlier this year. Wedding, your side or her side? No comment. It's not in Michigan, Bob. Sorry. Interesting, Black Eagle. All right, we got an update from Stoke here. After 53,000 seconds of hot fire testing and 43 plus design iterations, we've locked in the final Andromeda thruster for flight. From a backyard shipping container a few years ago to powering the Stoke's Nova rocket to space. Let's go! Rocket with shipping container. Bigger rocket in bigger shipping container. Okay. So it's all good farm. Don't worry about it. Nice, W. That's cool. Dirt bike. Cool. All right, so check this out. This next one is an Eric Berger article from Ars Technica, dudes. Check this out. This was just posted actually a second ago. Actually, well, it's about an hour and a half ago, but you get the idea. So, Eric Berger had an interview with Jared Isaacman. Let's see. Let's see what Eric writes here. Nearly 2 weeks have passed since Jared Isaacman received a fateful, brief phone call from two officials in President Trump's Office of Personnel Management. In those few seconds, the trajectory of his life over the next 3.5 years changed dramatically. One person was found folded neatly in half and placed into the back of a sanitation truck. Police are baffled. All right, anyway. The president, the caller said, wanted to go in a different direction for NASA administrator. At the time, Isaacman was within days of a final vote on the floor of the U.S. Senate and assured of bipartisan support. He had run the gauntlet of 6 months of vetting, interviews, and a committee hearing. He expected to be sworn in within a week. And then it was all gone. That's a fragment, Eric. What the hell's the matter with you? It's a fragment. That's not good grammar, bro! I'm just kidding. Screw on. I was very disappointed, especially because it was so close to confirmation. I think we had a good plan to implement, said Jared Isaacman. Jared Isaacman's nomination was pulled for political reasons, as SpaceX founder and one-time President Trump confidant Elon Musk made his exit from the White House. Key officials who felt trampled on by Musk took their revenge. They knifed a political appointment, Isaacman, who shared Musk's passion for extending humanity's reach to Mars. The dismissal was part of a chain of events that ultimately led to a break in the relationship between Trump and Musk, igniting a war of words that they've since walked back. But yeah, the Senate meeting was supposed to be sorry, metal boogies. It was supposed to be that day. Right there. The confirmation hearing was supposed to be one of these days. And they pulled the nomination on that day right there. So, you know, good times. When I spoke with Isaacman this week, I didn't want to rehash the political melee. I preferred to talk about his plan. After all, he had 6 months to look under the hood of NASA, identify the problems that were holding the space agency back, and release its potential in this new era of spaceflight. Yeah, the vote. Sorry. I said hearing. The hearing was already there. Hey, Fuke It. How are you? This explains Rook's recent comments. He's trying to get the president to reconsider. Well, let's keep reading, Bob. Man with a plan. It shouldn't be a surprise. The organizational structure is very heavy with management and leadership. Lots of senior leadership with long meetings who have their deputies, who have their chiefs of staff, who have their deputy chiefs of staff and associate deputies. He's right. It's not just a NASA problem, it's across government. There are principal, deputy, assistant to the deputy roles. It makes it very hard to have a culture of ownership and urgent decision making. Agreed. Yeah, he's right. Isaacman said his plan, a blueprint of more than 100 pages detailing various actions to modernize NASA and make it more efficient, would have started with the bureaucracy. It was going to be hard to get the big, exciting stuff done without a reorganization, a rebuild, including cultural rebuilding and aggressively hungry mission-first culture. Please tell me he would have gone in there and fired everybody, because that's what I said I would do. One of his first steps would have been an attempt to accelerate the timeline for the Artemis 2 mission. Which is scheduled to fly 4 astronauts around the moon in April of 2026. He planned to bring in strike teams of engineers to help move Artemis and other programs forward. Isaacman wanted to see the Artemis 2 vehicle on the pad later this summer, with the goal of launching in December of this year, echoing the historic launch of Apollo 8 in December of 1968. Graham, your mom says hi. Hello. Isaacman also sought to reverse the space agency's decision to cut utilization of the International Space Station due to budget issues. Instead of the current thinking, 3 crew members every 8 months to manage the budget, I wanted to go 7 crew members every 4 months. I was even going to pay for one of the missions if need be, to just get more people up there, more cracks at science, and trying to figure out the orbital economy. Or else life would be very hard on the commercial low Earth orbit destinations. See, this dude, oh, I hope he gets it back. This guy gets it, man. That's right. That's correct. No, Rams did. Change his name to Isaacman Jared and submit another bid. As part of this, he would have pushed for the certification of SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft to carry 7 astronauts, which was in the vehicle's baseline design, instead of the current 4. This would have allowed NASA to fly more professional astronauts but also payload specialists like the agency used to do during the shuttle program. Essentially, NASA experts of certain experiments would fly and conduct their own research. Isaac Jaredman. Yes. I wanted to bring back the payload specialist program and open up to the NASA workforce, because things are pretty difficult right now and I wanted to get people excited and reward the best. He also planned to seek goodwill by donating his salary as administrator to Space Camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville for scholarships to inspire the next generations of... Man! Money talks, Aqualux. What are you gonna say? I'm wrong? Nuclear spaceships. Isaacman's signature issue was going to be a full-bore push into nuclear electric propulsion, which he views as essential for the sustainable exploration of the solar system by humans. Nuclear electric propulsion converts heat from a fission reactor to electrical power, like a power plant on Earth, and then uses the energy to produce thrust by accelerating an ionized propellant such as xenon. Nuclear propulsion requires significantly less fuel than chemical propulsion, and it opens up more launch windows to Mars and other destinations. Okay. It's also the equivalent of like using a rowboat to get across the ocean. Yeah, it's really efficient because you sit there rowing the damn thing all day, but it's fine. Although the NASA budget really stopped nuclear research, it supposedly is getting rid of the Draco project, which Jared has said many times he doesn't like nuclear thermal, which is all right. We would have gone, all right, let's read. We would have gone right to a 100 kilowatt test vehicle that we would send somewhere inspiring with some great cameras. Then we are going right to the megawatt class inside of 4 years, something you could dock a human-rated spaceship to, or drag a telescope to a Lagrangian point and then return. Big stuff like that. Okay. The goal was to get America underway in space on nuclear power. Well, if that was your mission goal, I suddenly like nuclear electric. That's fine. That, whatever. If that's how we do, if that's how you want to do that, sure. As long as you have a good plan for it. Not a chance in hell that would make it past the NRC. Well, John, then what's the point in even trying, right? Frick it, He's the NASA administrator. I'm sure he would have had some pull in this regard. Sounded like he wants to buy a Vasmir engine and get it flying in that time frame. Maybe that's part of the problem. 1 megawatt isn't a rowboat. It would be a motorboat then. Yeah. Another key element of this plan is that it would give NASA, some of NASA's field centers, including Marshall, important work to do after the cancellation of the SLS rocket. Pivoting to nuclear spaceships, in my mind, was just the right thing to do for the SLS states, even if it's not the right locations to the right people. There are a lot of dollars there that those states don't want to let go of. When you speak to those senators, if you give them another kind of bar to grab onto, they can get excited about what comes next. Dude, that's what I've been saying! That's what I've been saying this whole damn time. Yes. Only my idea was just more SLSs, but this idea works too. And imagine an SLS caliber budget going into building nuclear orbiters that can do all sorts of things. That's directionally correct, right? It's not how I would have done it, but hey, plenty of ways to skin a cat, man. Let's go. Nothing right as of yet. Lava Eagle. What direction NASA takes now is unclear, but the loss of Isaacman is acute. Or is it obtuse? The agency's acting administrator, Janet Petro, is largely taking the direction from the White House Office of Management and Budget and has no independence. The confirmed administrator is now months away. The lights at the historic space agency get dimmer each day as a result. Burb. Considering politics. As for what he plans to do now that he suddenly has time on his hands, Isaacman stepped down as chief executive of Shift 4, the financial payments company he founded, to become NASA administrator. He's weighing his options. I'm sure a lot of supporters in the space community would love to hear me say that I'm done with politics, but I'm not sure that's the case. But I'm not sure that's the case, he said. I want to serve our country, give back, and make a difference. I don't know what, but we'll find something. You've talked for years about nuclear orbital tugs. I'm surprised you're not more bullish about the idea. Edmana, where I'm at with nuclear stuff is that nuclear electric it's feasible. Nuclear thermal technology exists right now. It exists right now. We've made them before and we've tested them before and they worked. The reason why I'm more bullish on like nuclear thermal, less nuclear electric is because, look, I mean, as much as I don't like what John Clark said over in Twitch chat, John, you're my boy, don't worry about it. I have the NASCARs you gave me up on my wall, by the way. Shelf the other day. Yeah, I haven't forgotten about those. I see them every day. As much as I don't mind nuclear electric, but he's right. John's right. Just because you eliminate the bureaucracy at NASA doesn't mean you're not going to do it for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which probably shouldn't be deregulated, or any other government agency, right? Like, it's probably not nuclear thermal is something that already exists. It's something, we understand. We've known about it for a half century, right? Like, so that would be an easier stepping stone. If you went nuclear thermal, right, and then gradually did more research with your nuclear thermal tugs that are up there and refuelable into nuclear electric power, maybe start as with a propulsion, like a nuclear thermal engine that also generates electricity with a power takeoff from the NERVA, right? To, with like ion thrusters on the side for its RCS, there you go. You have a very procedural stepping stone style architecture there. RTGs are, Voyager uses RTGs, radioisothermic electric generators. Those are not good for a propulsion system. They're good for trickling power over a very long period of time. They utilize waste heat from nuclear decay and convert that into electrical power. So yeah, it's not that, dude, I'm kind of on board for nuclear electric, sure. And like, when we heard Rick talk about it before, I was just like, what? What are you talking about? First of all, his reasons for not liking nuclear thermal are a little weird. He's like, oh, nuclear thermal doesn't do anything. It just sits on its test stand all day. Well, yeah, that's what happens to something that you decide to defund after you have a working prototype. It seems to have been NASA's MO for the past 50 years. You could say that about a lot of things. That's not just nuclear power. Correlation doesn't equal causation. You know what I mean? But whatever. I mean, from this Ars article, dude, if you got a plan, like, if you got a plan of attack, I'm in. We would have gone right. See, like, dude, that seems like a pretty good plan. That's fine. Slowly scale up the tech, do demonstrators, and then in 4 years, you have a megawatt thruster. Electric propulsion, guys. So Rook is not necessarily wrong about electric propulsion. Nuclear electric propulsion is a good idea. Electric propulsion is a good idea in general. But right now, electric propulsion is really only limited to RCS, reaction control systems on satellites. Starlinks use electric propulsion, for what it's worth. Now, electric thrusters require two things. You need an inert gas, so a non-reactive gas, believe it or not, and you need electrical power. What they do is they ionize an electrical arc through a thrust chamber, I should say, and they flow gas over it. Basically, think like the reverse of a MIG welder. Actually, it does basically what a MIG welder does and uses it for propulsion. But instead of the gas shielding the electrical arc, it's arced through the flow of gas, right? And that the resulting ionization of said gas does create thrust. That's what an ion thruster is. The downsides to a nuclear electric system is that you need noble gases. You need argon, krypton, xenon. Like if you look at the periodic table, look at the far right-hand side of the periodic table. Those are what you need. Those are kind of hard to find around the solar system. It's a lot easier to find hydrogen around the solar system. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. It's literally everywhere. Well, not literally, it's actually everywhere. You can find it on Mars, you can find it on the moon, you can find it in deep space, you can find it anywhere. And nuclear thermal uses hydrogen. I mean, albeit liquefied, so you'd need a Sabatier reaction to utilize it, but you're going to need a lot more to be able to find noble gases around in the universe. But that's a downside. But a plus side is that electric propulsion is very, very scalable. It's very scalable. The reason why electric propulsion thrusters, first of all, electric propulsion thrusters are about the size of a baseball. So, like, for anybody else that doesn't know the size of a baseball, about the size of an apple, maybe. Metric apples, though, right? So they maybe get about this big. The biggest ones are maybe the size of a football. Maybe. Maybe. Like, they're scalable, but the problem is you can't generate enough power in space. You're only, the thruster is limited by how much power you can generate, and satellites generate power with solar panels. So electric propulsion in space has about the thrust of a desk fan. That's like, see that? That's like 2 times the thrust of like an average Hall effect thruster. Like just blowing on a piece of paper. That's way more than a thrust than an ion thruster makes. But that's because they're coupled to solar panels. If you hook ion thrusters up to a nuclear reactor, one that can deliver 1,000 watts, you could theoretically make I don't know how big of a power plant you want. If you said something generating a megawatt, right? Like, so 1,000 watts, that's, I don't know, a thruster like that. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? 1,000 megawatt nuclear electric thruster probably make like 3 or 4 kilonewtons of thrust, maybe. But it's 3 or 4 kilonewtons of thrust with like 4,000 second specific impulse. Oh yeah, megawatt is 1,000,000 watts. Yeah, kilowatt is, yeah, there you go. Yeah, 1,000 megawatt. You get what I'm trying to say. You want somebody that's better with electricity, find an electricity-er. Okay? So, but you say you get more power for the thruster. How much faster will you burn off the inert gas, and does that affect the delta V? Of course, it's a reaction mass. Of course you're going to have to flow more gas, right? I think 3 kilonewtons is too much. So let me put it this way. So Lava Eagle, if we had a nuclear electric propulsion system and it made 5 kilonewtons of thrust, I mean, that, uh, 5 kilonewtons of thrust would get, I mean, dude, that's pretty damn efficient, right? Like,
Say nice things about those people.
who?
Those people.
Why?
Because they just gave me a leash because Titan got out again. Because I'm an idiot. So I took him back so I could take him back. They got me a leash.
Oh,
So they're cool. That was a white dog.
okay.
So,
Did you, like, talk to them?
but yeah. She gave me a leash. She said, "Well, I'm taking you back." And I did that.
All right.
She seemed cool.
Yeah, that's the lady that I met before.
Yeah. So,
Whatever.
wanted to give you an update. I'm just an idiot. Do you think there were bunnies out there like 10 minutes ago? And I scared him away. But I was like, he just kept barking at me. So I was like, I'll let him out to the fence. And I went to go get the blue leash. He soon passed me to everybody's yard.
Nice. You want to get a BB gun?
I don't want to kill him.
Why don't you want to kill the wabbit?
I don't mind a wabbit. I mind the way my dog reacts to the wabbits.
Kill the wabbit. Kill
That's
the
the dog.
wabbit. Kill
That's
the
the dog for,
wabbit.
like,
Kill
30
the
minutes after
wabbit.
he sees one.
What?
That's the dog for like 30 minutes after he sees one.
Kill the wabbit.
That's all.
All right. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Oh, he's hiding in the stove, eh? Would I put a lit match in there if he was? Oh, you might, rabbits. You might. Bye-bye. Love you. I say it's duck season, and I say fire. Anyway, guys, I was just thinking about like nuclear propulsion. Like, even if you had, okay, so you have a 1 megawatt nuclear reactor feeding an electric thruster. That's not going to make a lot of thrust. I mean, you'd be lucky if you got like to 5 kilonewtons, dude. Like, a Draco thruster on a Dragon makes more. But it's super efficient, right? But the problem is you're lugging around a nuclear reactor. So it's very efficient, but it's very high, it's a very high dry mass ratio. So you can't jettison the nuclear reactor, you can't stage it, so your mass fraction is caca, right? Like, that would be good for like on-orbit satellite servicing or something, but you're not using that, you're not coupling like a nuclear electric thruster to like a transfer vehicle and sending that to Mars. You're not doing that on any timely scale because you're really limited to extremely low energy transfers that way. TWR, thrust to weight ratio. According to ChatGPT, a 1 megawatt Hall effect thruster would only put out 2 to 6 newtons. That Lava Eagle. Okay, so John, that's what ChatGPT said. Lava Eagle, what are you saying? The issue comes from the fact that the jet power, if limited by the input electrical power and specific impulse, since specific impulse is high, thrust is necessarily very low. So a 1 megawatt thruster at 4,000 seconds specific impulse gives you 50 newtons of thrust. which is pretty crap for the power involved. That's what I'm saying. Nuclear electric, like what? Like why would you do that? Even with a very small reactor? I mean, Tim, that's what you'd really need to do. I mean, in order to do that, NASA needs to work on compact nuclear power, a compact nuclear reactor that can work in space. Just saying, NERVA had 300 kilonewtons of thrust at 900 seconds specific impulse. Now, that's something that you can use to move something somewhere. They have been. Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, not like, dude, 5 newtons is not a lot. This is 5 newtons of thrust. Here, look. Just got a cough drop pack. That's 5 newtons of thrust, maybe. That's it. This fan on my desk makes more thrust than that. Like, so Lava Eagle, can you put out can you do some math for me? How much power would we need to, can you reverse this for me? Because I'm on the stream and I don't streamer brain. If we wanted a nuclear electric engine to make 300 kilonewtons of thrust, how much power would we need to generate utilizing a Hall effect electric thruster? At 4,000 second specific impulse again? Yeah, sure. I think that a actual Hall effect thruster is a little bit less specific impulse than that.
This is space. I'm in space.
Padongadonk. 5 subs, ba-doo-doo. Padongadonk, 5 subs, dude. Last. Not to mention you have to convert the heat energy to electric. Yeah. 6 gigawatts of power. You would need 6 gigawatts. 5 flux capacitors worth of power. You'd need 5 Mr. Fusions. Yeah, that's not happening. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's not something you're doing in 4 years. John, you're absolutely right. That's not something, like, you need a breakthrough, a giant breakthrough in material science. Like, and don't get me wrong, dude, if he got to be NASA administrator and he made NASA gung-ho, I'm standing up because the racing rig is hurting my back. And he got to be like gung-ho about it, dude, sure. Sure, why not? No, this. Fission surface power. Okay. That's surface power. I'm not sure what bearing that has on spaceflight propulsion. That's 3 times the power consumption of Puerto Rico. Yeah, so fusion might be able to do it, sure. Nuclear thermal uses waste heat for thrust. So, like, I'd be on board with, like, a nuclear thermal rocket with nuclear electric RCS, right? That would be cool. But yeah, going straight electrical, I'm not sure how to feel about that. It works in 0G. It's geared towards surface ops to fit with the Artemis program. Okay. What about a hybrid that uses both modes? A nuclear thermal tug with nuclear electric RCS, dude. Now we're talking. That is something you could do in 4 years, easily. NTR doesn't produce that much extra electricity. Have a power takeoff. Put a freaking alternator on it, Make. Have an alternator attached to one of the turbines, one of the turbo pumps. What do you got to do? Worry about waste heat and thrust? Put a freaking generator on it. Anyway, I want to read this last bit of the Rook article, but I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back 1 second, okay? Just here. Enjoy the music for 1 second. Got to go to the bathroom. I got to go to the bathroom, Daddy. Not now, damn it. Truck tire. I can't stop!
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
We have confirmation of payload deploy. How you guys doing? Hey, what happened to the black chair? It's right there. See? It's right there. Look. It's right there. Oh, that must have been one heck of a poop. You look exhausted. It was a hard fought battle. It's a hard fought battle, but we got a lot of good punches in there, but I still think I won the fight. I think you need 100 kilowatts to 1,000 kilowatts to get a reasonable amount of thrust. That's what I'm saying, man. Nuclear electric is... I'm not sure what you're going to do with that. You ain't putting... That's not moving people anytime soon unless you're going to get a crash course in nuclear electric. Like Apollo levels of budget there. I mean, don't get me wrong, never say never. If anybody, Rook could convince it, people. But, yeah, anyway. Let's continue with this Rook article. Let's see what we got. So... I'm sure a lot of supporters in the spaceflight community would like to hear me say that I'm done with politics, but I'm not sure that's the case. I want to serve our country, give back, make a difference. I don't know what, but I will find something. What his role in politics would be, Isaacman, who has described himself as a moderate Republican-leaning voter, is unsure. However, he wants to help bridge a nation that is riven by partisan politics. Yep, that's fair. I think if you don't have more moderates and if you don't have more moderates and better communicators try to pull us closer together, we're just going to keep moving further apart, and that just doesn't seem like it's good for the country. I don't know, man. I guess he's staying in politics. Judging by thruster efficiencies, the actual electric power might be up to 7.5 gigawatts. Hope we got fusion. Important thing I forgot to mention, the 6 gigawatt was jet power, so the actual input electrical power must be even higher. And also, electric thrusters are not easy to scale because of funny plasma behaviors and stuff. They're pretty scalable. I have it on pretty good authority. Source. I made it up. The interesting thing is you don't need much shielding in space. Yeah, for sure. No, but we have fusion at home. Yeah. Phil, I'm not, what do you say, Philip Stewart? I'm not well versed in this, but I am curious how a long trip to Mars would really take with nuclear electric. I believe the Dawn spacecraft used a different spiral transfer method where the thruster burned for pretty much the whole transfer series, which was months of operation. I wonder if continuous thrust versus regular chemical propulsion, where you coast anyways on interplanetary missions, is negligible. Maybe I'm just crazy. Yes, I think that might be what's going on. Sure. It's not negligible at all. It adds up to crazy speeds. I mean, yeah, you're going to get a really long duration burn, but you could potentially get a shorter duration trip because of your efficiency. Continuous thrust major advantage is you don't have to wait for transfer windows. Yeah, I know what acoustic run trajectories
no
are.
throttle up.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I I understand that, guys. I know what a Verkehrstückrun trajectory is. I understand all that. The problem is you're not doing that with people on board with 5 newtons of thrust. That's the 5 newtons of thrust could maybe move an ant colony to Mars on a reasonable timescale. Maybe. Maybe. Hey, Sean. Hello, sir. Keep up the good work and keep being awesome. I'm trying. Is nuclear fusion even a possibility in spacecraft? Yes. So will you be running as NASA administrator under the 2028 Jared administration? I'm not sure Jared and I see eye to eye on everything. Not that my word to his is anything. I would believe him over anything that I say. You know? You just have to have enough trust to tip the balance of it being faster, hence the trip estimates. For reference, 5 newtons is enough to push a ping pong ball at roughly 1 G. I'm more of a fan of magnetoplasma drives. Yeah, and I want hyperspace drives, so, I mean... At that rate, it might be better to propel the spacecraft by getting astronauts to fart out the window. Yeah, I mean, guys, once again, nuclear electric could be a thing, and I kind of... You know, like... Splitting hairs aside, like, differences in Rook's policy, like... You know what, man? It's a plan. Okay? It's a plan, and I don't mind it. This is not necessarily what I would be doing if I was administrator. I mean, I would be, I would be very much championing an SLS expansion and refactoring SLS's architecture to not suck complete balls. Sorry. Anyway, why doesn't NASA just develop an Epstein drive? Are they stupid? Yeah. Anyway, okay. Are you still starting your company that will reproduce the F1 engine and basically make Saturn V with only 2 stages instead of a 33? Instead, it's 2 stages with a 33-foot fairing. Dude, I still think that's a good idea. Ship watching. That article sounds like advertisement to move into a political role. Just you. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what that means for the Polaris missions. I'm still holding out hope that the president and Elon kind of made amends and that he might still end up being administrator. That's my gut. That's what my gut's telling me. I'm going to say that gut feeling is based off of more hoping than anything, not necessarily like EJ's intuition on what's going on with the space program. I just hope Elon and Trump kiss and make up and freaking Isaacman gets there. But I don't know, man. So I want to talk to you guys about Slick 37, and I want to do a little bit of a deep dive into the history of Slick 37 here. But first, I thought about this. I thought about not showing this, but I changed my mind. If it mutes the VOD, it mutes the VOD. I don't know, Trey, maybe. and Oppenheimer. But in 38 years, there's only ever been one. Spaceballs? Oh shoot, there goes the planet. Until now.
After 40 years, we asked, what do the fans want? But instead, we're making this movie. May the Schwartz be with you.
Oh man, dude, Mel Brooks has still got it, man. That's really funny. Spaceballs, the sweatshirt. Is that what it said? That's what it says. Oh. Spaceballs 3. The search for Spaceballs 2. We asked the fans what they want. So we're making this movie instead. He's still got it, man. That's really funny, man. I love that movie. That movie's so good. Oh. Space News, the t-shirt. I don't care. What did that text say? Hold on, let me see. 38 years ago, there was only one Star Wars trilogy. But since then, there have been a prequel trilogy, a sequel trilogy, a sequel to the prequel, a prequel to the sequel, countless TV spin-offs, a movie spin-off of the TV spin-off, which is both a prequel and a sequel. Not to mention 2 Dunes, 7 Jurassic Parks, 2 Avatars, plus 3 upcoming Avatars, making 5 Avatars, 36 Marvel Cinematic Universe movies with 2 different Robert Downey Jr.'s, DC Comics Universe Attempt 1, DC Attempt 2, an animated Lion King, a live-action animated Lion King, a live-action animated Lion King prequel, 8 Harry Potter movies, a TV series remaking the same 8 Harry Potter movies. A whole streaming service of Star Trek, 7 Alien movies, 2 of which were also Predator movies, not to be mistaken for the 6 Predator movies that are not also Alien movies, 1 Prometheus, which is kind of an Alien movie, 4 Beatles movies, and Oppenheimer. Oh, man. That's awesome. Still funny. Yeah, bugs for sure. Yep. Missed the opportunity to dunk on the Barbie movies. No, Oppenheimer. Oh, oh, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty damn funny. And now, on to something completely different. Okay, anyway. Yeah, Spaceballs 2 was announced. But anyway, here, also this. On to something completely different. Do you think there's going to be any cool footage of the demolition close up? Yeah. I gotta check that out. So Max Evans took this footage. I don't know if you can tell. Alex, I'm just messing around, dude. But yeah, just in case. Sorry, I thought it was funny. I'm a horrible person. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, that's Slick 37B. That is the former Delta 4 launch complex, and now it's gone. Is that where EFT launched from? EFT1 launched from in 2014? Yep. 37B gone. Yep. What are the what are the towers? So that's a lightning arrestor system. In Florida, there's a lot of lightning, and you don't want that hitting the rocket. So this basically is a lightning rod that has an arrestor system. So if lightning strikes it, it'll strike it as a lightning rod, but it'll shoot it off down an electrical wire off to the sides and not go down the tower and arc to the rocket. So like there was a huge lightning rod up here, and then there was an insulator there, and then above the insulator connected to the lightning rod were a bunch of wires going down in different directions. Most pads down in Florida have this. You're good. All right, cool. So they're lightning towers. This right here is the fixed service structure, and that is the mobile service tower. Oh wait, was the mobile service tower. Unless SLS is out there, then the gods bypassed it. Yeah, right. So that marks the end of an era for Slick 37B. It seems mobile. Yeah, that marks the end of an era. So this morning, yeah, here's another shot. This morning they demolished most of Complex 37 here. Oof. This looks like it's taken from Slick 41. Oof. So, why is this happening? This is here. There's a shot, a flyover shot from John Krause. Why is this happening, boss? Why is this happening, boss? Well, the pad was a former Delta 4 and Delta 4 Heavy launch complex. And the Delta 4 rocket was retired by United Launch Alliance. The last launch out of this pad was here. This was the National Reconnaissance Office launch 70. Here's the highlight reel from ULA for that.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. First stage systems propulsion.
Go.
Hydraulics.
Go.
Box.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Launch director.
Launch vehicle is ready to launch.
Mission director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. Status check. Go Delta. Go NROL 70.
We have ignition. 2, 1. And liftoff of the final United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket, carrying NROL 70 for the National Reconnaissance Office and closing Delta's 6-decade legacy of excellence in space.
I really like Delta, man. I thought it was a really good design, but it's not. I think SLS is technically a Delta rocket.
We have strap-on separation. Disturbances look good. And separation occurred right as expected.
RL-10B2 nozzle.
With the successful separation of the NROL 70 spacecraft, this concludes the final commentary for the Delta product line.
So, yeah, that was the, excuse me, that's Complex 37. For the last, basically about 20 years, Slick 37B has been the home to Delta and the Delta IV Heavy rockets down at the Cape. Now, why? Why are they demolishing it? Well, one, the Delta program is no more. That's it. Technically, I still think that SLS is Delta 5. I think because SLS Block 1 has a Delta-derived upper stage, the ICPS, I would call SLS a Delta series rocket. And before you look at me funny, hey, from Delta 3 to Delta 4, they saw it fit to keep the naming convention, and the only thing that in common that Delta 3 and Delta 4 have is the upper stage. So if keeping the same upper stage is enough to have the right nomenclature, to keep the naming nomenclature, SLS has a Delta-derived upper stage. SLS is Delta 5. And Vulcan is Atlas 6. You're wrong if you think differently. I believe Boeing internally called SLS Delta 10,000, because it is. Same manufacturer. That's right, Snake. Yep. All right, can't see me. Yep. And that's why Vulcan is Atlas 6. That's right. Is SLS ULA, though? No. Well, ULA makes the upper stage for it, Martin. But anyway, I digress. I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about Complex 37 and what it is and what it was built for. So, also, we have some other flyovers from Max. Flyover picture from Max right there. Oy. So Mercury is the shuttle. Here we go. But I digest. I am digesting. I just whooped some pizza right before Space News. So, oofta. I wonder if the launch frame, was the launch frame still there? Hold on, let me see if we can see Max's footage. It's hard to tell from his footage. I just want to see something real quick. You can't really tell. Anyway. So, Slick 37... Ugh, I'm not going to pause that halfway through. What kind of pizza? Detroit-style pizza. Pepperoni. So, Slick 37, back in the day, was built for the Apollo program. Now, why? Why was it built for the Apollo program? Well, Slick 37, its primary thing was to test the Saturn 1B rocket right there. That's Slick 37B. That's the original Slick 37B. Okay? That is the original one. No methane, don't, no, bad. What happened to the damn pad? They demolished it. So Delta and Atlas still live. Hell yes. Why don't more people talk about that? I don't know. I don't know, man. Now, when I say it was built for the Apollo program and built to test Saturn 1B, that's it. That is what it ended up doing. Slick 37 hosted 6 launches in the 1960s with Saturn 1B missions. All right. Now, I want to be very clear. It was explicitly testing Saturn 1B and not Saturn 1s. Now, why? Why would they build this pad and only use it 6 times? Well, first of all, NASA. That's why. Second of all, NASA figured out better ways to launch Saturn 1Bs. They could do it out of the VAB with the milk stool, but that's another story. So they built out this entire twin pad complex. Slick 37 is a lot of I don't know if you guys know. Slick 37 is a 2-pad launch complex. They never made it a 2-pad launch complex. Well, they kind of did, but they kind of didn't. So if we look at the Cape, there's 39B, 39A, 40, 41, and 40. And then right here, right below 40, there is Complex 37. Complex 37 basically is all of this. It's all of this area right here. Now, once again, why? Why build a twin Saturn 1B complex? Didn't they retool LC-34 for Saturn 1B? Yeah. A Saturn 1B did launch from Complex 34 here. It was the Apollo 7 mission in 1968. Yep. Then after that, this was used to test the first lunar landers, albeit in low Earth orbit, and it was used to test a bunch of other systems with different Apollo payloads, and also testing the Saturn 1B in general. Now, why? Why build 2 pads? Well, you can see here, actually, in this footage, that there's one pad right there. See the diamond right there? The pedestal, a launch pedestal, would be right next to it, like in this picture. The diamond had the fixed service structure on top of it, right? And then there was a gigantic pedestal right here holding the rocket with a diverter. Now, Slick 37, like I said, is a twin pad complex. That is how this works. That is how the pad was originally set up. Why is it such a big complex? 2 pads. Now, it originally had Pad B and Pad A. All right? Pad B and Pad A were both serviced by one mobile service tower that could actually move back and forth between the pads. So you could build a rocket over here while one was launching over here. Or the service tower could go into the center. You could tee up one rocket here, tee up another rocket here, put that in the center, and then launch 2 rockets in near quick succession. Now, why? Why did they do that? Why did they do that when the Saturn V exists? Anybody know? I'll tell you. They did that in case the Saturn V didn't work. That's right. It was insurance for the space program in case the Saturn V in case they couldn't get super heavy launch figured out. So, think about this for a second. Apollo, when they first developed, when von Braun and NASA first started developing its stakeholder expectations and its systems architecture, came up with the idea of launching everything on one big rocket. Launch everything on one big rocket. That is the most expedient way to get this done. But they did toy with other ideas. The Apollo program, the actual Apollo program, utilized what's called an LOR style architecture, Lunar Orbit Rendezvous, meaning you send everything in one shot. You have your CSM and your lander. They separate from each other. The lander goes down to the surface, comes back up, re-rendezvous in lunar orbit, and then everybody goes home. That was ultimately the architecture that got the United States to the moon 6 times out of 7 attempts. There was Apollo 13, but we don't talk about that. I mean, we kind of do, but you get the idea. Now, lunar orbit rendezvous, or LOR for short, was the preferred method, and that was the way that worked. But there was another way to do it. EOR is what it's called, Earth Orbit Rendezvous. Earth Orbit Rendezvous was there. It was an architecture that they developed in case the Saturn V didn't work. If they tried to get it to work and it blew up or something, didn't work, right? So you have to do it before the decade is out. So what's EOR? Well, if you think about what a Saturn V launches, Saturn V has the command service module with 3 people on board, the LEM right below it, the lunar excursion module, and then an upper stage. So you have that's what a Saturn V puts into space to get out to the moon. All right? Technically, there was also the direct ascent option. Yeah, but that was never done or thought was a good idea. So the Earth Orbit Rendezvous would have required 3 Saturn 1Bs to launch in pretty quick succession. You'd need a Saturn 1B to put the people up there, a Saturn 1B to put the lander up there, and then a Saturn 1B to bring the transfer stage up there, right? So that's what these pads were built for. In case the Saturn V didn't work, you would need 3 launches of a Saturn 1B in very quick succession. Crew launch from Complex 34, lander launch from 37B, and transfer stage launch from 37A. I mean, the crew launch pad would be over here. 34 had a crew access arm. These pads, as far as I can tell, 37A and B did not have a crew access arm. Okay, so there would have been cargo Saturn 1Bs from here, crew Saturn 1B from here, in case the Saturn V wasn't ready or it didn't work or anything like that, because they didn't know if you could make a rocket that big. So they hedged their bets. That's why Slick 37B, or Slick 37, was built in the first place. Now, each pad has a common fueling area. You have your hydrogen over here on the north side of the pad and liquid oxygen over here on the south side of the pad. There's also an RP1 facility next to the hydrogen facility right here. So all your fuels are over here and all your oxidizers are over here, and they could fuel either pad, right? And then you had a blockhouse. This was still in the time in the mid to late 60s where you'd have people actually at the launch site to send it, right? So I assume they built all this out in case the Saturn V failed. Obviously, it didn't. Easy to say in hindsight, I suppose. But why didn't they wait until they knew if the Saturn V was going to work or not before spending money on a new pad? You wouldn't have, because if waiting to see if the Saturn V would have worked meant they wouldn't have been able to build a pad fast enough by 1970, Badger. Slick 37 came online in 1965, if I'm remembering correctly. Actually, here, check this out. 64. So the first launch out of Slick 37 was the SA-5 mission. And it was the first S4 second stage launch. And then AS-101, which was the first boilerplate CSM in May of 64. 18 September 18th, 1964 was another boilerplate mission. February 65, you have AS-103 with Pegasus 1 and another boilerplate CSM. Pegasus satellite studied micrometeorite impacts. And then July 5th, good day, 1966, you had a Saturn 1B. Okay, so it was made for Saturn 1. I didn't say that exactly right, but that's good. Which tested the S4B second stage. And then on the 22nd of January, 1968, you have Apollo 5, which was the first uncrewed test of the lunar module. I think by this day, by 66, they kind of figured that the Saturn V would be working. Pegasus sats are really cool. Absolutely. So it was built for Saturn 1 as first. Sorry, excuse me, I misspoke there. But yeah, it was built for Saturn 1B to make sure that, if they couldn't do the lunar orbit rendezvous, they would fulfill President Kennedy's request to make sure that they had Earth orbit rendezvous as a backup plan. That's why they made these pads. Can we watch the Apollo 4 footage? Yeah, they also built the Saturn 1B way before the Saturn V. The Apollo 4 was the first test of the Saturn V in 1966. And then Apollo 6 was in 1967. And then Apollo 8 was in 1968. Those are the first 3 launches of the Saturn V. So I think that they were they were hedging their bets here. Now, after January 22nd, 1968, after the Apollo 5 mission, they got rid of it. They abandoned the pad. Facility was deactivated in 1972 following the conclusion of the Apollo program. Proposals were drawn resuming Saturn 1B launches from 37 and 34 as part of the Apollo applications program, but NASA instead opted to modify 39B for that role. LC-37 would sit dormant for the next 30 years. First mission with humans outside of low Earth orbit, Panta, yes. So, Slick 37 lay dormant basically until the early 2000s. In the early 2000s, Boeing picked it up. Boeing picked it up for their Delta IV style rocket. They needed a bigger pad because Delta IV was Boeing and McDonnell Douglas's, McDonnell Douglas was part of Boeing at that time, or McDonnell Douglas was wearing a Boeing skin suit, which is still what Boeing is to this day. Yeah, when McDonnell Douglas and Boeing merged in 1997, McDonnell Douglas basically took Boeing's name, or basically skinned Boeing alive and took Boeing's skin and has been wearing it as a skin suit around since. Yeah, you wanted that image in your head, but you wonder why they suck nowadays. It's because they're McDonnell Douglas. But I digress. Anyway, so they needed a pad for their new Delta IV. Delta IV was an extremely big, an extreme scale up in rocket design from the other Delta rockets. The Delta rocket family here, you could see the big difference here. So Delta II was basically not a small sat launcher, but it was a light to medium duty. Delta III had a fully cryogenic upper stage, a hydrogen upper stage with a shortened Delta II core with a bunch of SRBs behind it. It launched 3 times, and then it never launched again because it was a piece of junk. And then after that, they wanted to scale up to the Delta IV. You can see Delta IV is a little bit bigger, so they needed a bigger pad. So they took 37B, or they took Complex 37, and they just kind of put a Delta pad over here. They took all the cool stuff with the Apollo architecture, the twin pad launch complex, twin fueling, etc., and ignored all of that and just built something new over here in very, very nice 90s fashion. You know, just whatever. You don't need any of that. But they did use the fueling complex because Delta IV was a fully cryogenic rocket. Hydrolox first stage, Hydrolox second stage. So you had hydrogen and oxygen to be able to fill it. It was also scalable because you could launch it in a Delta IV single stick configuration. You could launch it with attachable SRBs, or you could launch it in a heavy format. They also built out a 3-bay horizontal integration facility here to allow 3 Delta stacks to be able to be built all at once. This was done in anticipation of a really, really high demand launch market in the 2000s. Everybody thought that commercial was going to be the way to launch payloads into space, and the commercial market was going to overtake NASA in the late 90s, early 2000s. The reason why is because a lot of tech companies that made money during the dot-com boom transitioned to launching satellites into space. A lot of tech companies transitioned to launching satellites into space for better data transfer so they could make more money. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And then the dot-com bubble burst in the late 90s, instantly collapsing the launch market. it instantly collapsed the launch market, that so much to the point that this rocket and launch complex that was designed to launch very rapidly and very quickly, anticipating high demand of launches, was really only relegated to maybe one launch a year. And you wonder why Delta IV carried a heavy price tag. So that's what happens when you launch once a year, when you tool out an architecture to launch like 60 times a year. And then you launch once, price goes up because you're paying for maintenance. So the commercial market collapsed. It collapsed, basically retiring Atlas III and Lockheed, retiring Atlas III, retiring Delta III, and basically consolidating the launch market down to Delta II, Delta IV, and Atlas V. Now, here's the thing. The launch market collapsed so ridiculously hard that Boeing and Lockheed were basically planning on pulling out of building rockets altogether. There was no profitability in it. And they also were spying on each other, spying on each other's rocket designs, but that's another story. The government stepped in, and in 2005, formed United Launch Alliance, which is a joint venture between Lockheed and Boeing, so the Department of Defense could have assured access into space. Yeah, that's how ULA came to be a thing. Now, what does that have to do with Pad 37? Well, Pad 37 basically relegated the Delta rocket to only Department of Defense missions. Now, throughout the 2000s, right? The first launch was the Eutelsat W5 in November 2002. And throughout the 2000s, basically all the way up until the 2020s, the rocket was pretty much relegated to Department of Defense missions and some NASA missions like Parker Solar. I saw that Delta IV Heavy up close. Yeah, I flexed. I don't care. The reason why is because it was too expensive. They also had some pretty high profile missions like EFT-1, where Delta IV launched a boilerplate Orion spacecraft into a extremely eccentric orbit, which was the first test of an Orion capsule in space, or Orion capsule. First test of an Orion capsule in space, and the first Artemis mission. Now, Delta IV did have a pretty storied career. How many times did it launch out of there? 43 times over 20 years, which would be really good if something like Falcon 9 didn't exist to make it look totally ridiculous. Once again, you'd be hard pressed to get 2 launches a year out of this thing. And by the time they got into the 2020s, it was less than 1 launch a year. Good old Artemis 0. So, that brings the Slick 37B to today. Now, I'm fairly confident that had the dot-com bubble not burst, that they probably would have built another Delta pad over here. You can kind of see that at some point there were plans for that. Like, it looks like they would have built a mirror image over here now that I'm looking at it, because see all this stuff right here? It looks like they'd thought about it. You can kind of see the same shape. Because ULA and Boeing always called this Slick 37B. Despite it being a dual pad launch complex, there's only been one operational pad at this launch site since Delta IV was made. So, I don't know. Maybe they would have expanded it, maybe not. Who knows? Now, there's your little bit of a deep dive into Slick 37. It was originally built as a backup to the Apollo program, then it was abandoned, and then it was taken over by Commercial Space, and then that folded, and then ULA took it. Well, ULA was given ownership of it, and it's basically been operating off and on, basically to the tune of like 1 to 2 launches a year for the Delta rocket. basically until the last launch, which was last year, the L-70 mission in April of 2024. Now, is this the end of an era for Slick 37? Is it over? Is it so Jover, or are we back? Or are we so Barack right now? You tell me. No, we are so back. The reason why they're getting rid of all the Delta architecture here is, in case you've been living under a rock, SpaceX was given the lease to Slick 37, not Slick 37B, the entire launch complex. They were given the lease to it, and it seems like they've been carrying out renovations, if that's what you want to call that. They've been carrying out renovations as soon as they got the lease. Now, SpaceX has introduced a draft environmental assessment, or draft environmental impact study. The draft environmental impact study converts Slick 37, one, back to a twin pad launch complex, reject modernity, embrace tradition, and two, into a dual pad launch complex for Starship. So this is a big day, dudes. This is a big day.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So it does kind of suck seeing Delta 4 basically be erased. But for Starship, I'll take that trade. That's fine with me. Also, I want to be very honest with you. I hate this. I've always hated it. Now that this whole pad is gone, I can say this. I hate Complex 37B. I think it's ridiculous looking. I really something about my spaceflight fantism is just like you didn't use the Apollo stuff. You just haphazardly placed this huge pile of crap over here, and you didn't even use the pad. You could have just built this right here on a pedestal instead of on this stupid big dirt mound. It's stupid and it looks dumb and I hate it. It's just that you got this gigantic pad complex and you built this crock of crap over here. Why are you in your racing rig? Because we're playing Summer Car tonight. Again. I hope they keep the blockhouse. Me too. Me too. They should keep the blockhouse. Could Slick 37 also support a Falcon pad with 2 Starship pads? Goatman, I had theorized that they would, but those plans don't look like there's any room for any type of Starship pad. Let it out. It's over. Good. I hate this. I hate this pad. I've always hated it. It's ridiculous looking. I can't stand it. Slick 6 is a superior Delta launch facility, okay? How do you really feel about this? I hate it a lot. RC, I never said this was irrational hatred, okay? Everybody's allowed to hate something irrationally. Just one thing, okay? One thing. I can't stand it, dude. I hate it. I hate it so much. Like, you know, Boeing took this twin pad complex and they're like, nah, we're not going to use any of this. We're just going to build this over here. It's fine. Whatever. Like, They didn't even get rid of the old Apollo launch pad, man. They just kept it there. And they just had it there looking, they just basically kept it on life support, looking longingly at every time the rocket launched. This pad just is there. It's like, wait, I'm the real Slick 37B. No, I am. No, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it a lot. I hate it a lot. I hate it so much. It's terrible. Even though it's probably not possible, it would have cracked me up seeing SpaceX move the MST down the street to 39A for Falcon Heavy. Kind of like that. Yeah. Yeah, Phil. Right? I repeat, will the real Slick 37B please stand up? We're going to have a problem here. No, I don't know. It did its job as Delta, but dude, it's like just sitting over here on the side. And like I said, I think it was done. I think Boeing was going to make this a dual pad launch complex. I think they were, but they never got around to it because the market collapsed. Like, if you look, it speaks to reason that they would, you know, build another one right here, identically to it. I'm just kind of going back in the timeline. You could see that A was right there. That was before Delta even. It's gone now. You can let it go. Good. It's looking good. It looks stupid. This is the superior architecture, Paul. It's superior in all ways. Single mobile service tower moving left and right between pads. It's superior. It's superior. Why couldn't you just do that? Do that? No, you had to be Quaid. So I'm not. A lot of people are sad about this. I ain't sad. Frick that thing. It's stupid. Stupid. Good. Now, to be very clear, SpaceX is not utilizing the Apollo pads from what I can tell either. It looks like they're just going to bulldoze right over them, which does suck, to be honest. But, you know, hey, at least we're going to get a twin pad complex out of there. Dual Starship pads. And I don't care what SpaceX calls them. It's Slick 37A and Slick 37B. I'm never not calling it that, okay? It's reject modernity, embrace tradition. Oh, so it's fine for SpaceX to do it. No. If Boeing had gone in there and demolished everything and just built a road that goes right here to a singular Delta pad, I would have been fine with it. It would be fine. That'd be fine. No, they didn't even get rid of the original Apollo stuff. They just crudely pasted their pad on the side. What is that family picture? What is that family picture, Cal? You just crudely pasted your face over mine. Yeah. I don't think you realize the consequences. Cal, I don't think you realize the implication of your actions. What's implication mean? It means that we are no longer friends. Why? What do you mean, why? You're wrecking my life. Hey, look, you lost your wife, you lost your house. Don't throw out your best friend because of your anger. Delta Force Slick 37B, probably. Seldoon, I don't know if they're going to tear down the blockhouse. I don't think they are. It looks like the road deliberately goes around the thing. Correction, Slick 6 was a good Delta pad. Slick 6 was a better shuttle pad, but, you know. What was that white circle? That's the blockhouse. This is where launch control was when the Apollo program was around. When the Apollo program was around, a bunch of launch controllers just drove their cars up here, parked in this parking lot. You had about 20 to 30 guys in here, and you launched the rocket from right there. It has to actually launch a shuttle to be a shuttle pad. Yeah, exactly. There can be no shake and bake when you just crudely paste your launch pad over another one. Right? This is the Magic Man, and this is El Diablo. El Diablo is better. It's like Mexican for a fighting chicken or something. Okay? This is ridiculous. You just crudely pasted your launch pad over mine. Have you ever been to the blockhouse at LC 26? 26? That's down here. This guy, right? Yes, I've been in there. Yeah, I've seen all this. I've seen the only Delta 4 in existence. That is the original Delta 4 CBC. That was their test mule. Back in 2011, I went on the USAF tour of the Cape facilities. The blockhouse was quite nice. Pretty cool. I'd watch a rocket launch from there. It's so crunchy now. I know, Neymar. I've heard about it. Yeah, not cool. It was pretty rough in 2015 when I saw it. But anyway. It's still there. Is it for sale? I don't know. I have an idea. We acquire the site and launch it. Well, Graham, acquiring the Delta 4 site to launch Delta 4s from Slick 37B is probably not happening. It's probably not happening anytime soon. Hi, Pone Sister. If you start ripping everything down and changing names, you're going to come at him like Spider Monkey. Oh, yeah, Sean, I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. It'd be cool if they took down the White Room from there and put it at 26. This didn't have any crew access arm. If you're talking about the one in the tower, I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, so Slick 37B. This isn't the end. This is only the beginning. The reason why is not only is SpaceX looking to make this a twin Starship launch pad, but from what I understand from their proposal here, Starship Super Heavy launch landing and support infrastructure. Not only is it going to have 2 launch towers, but it will have 2 concrete landing pads, approximately 225 feet in diameter, could be construction on site if space allows within Slick 37. 2 catch towers, similar to the integration towers, would be placed on the landing pads. You saw the nicest 80s Bronco in your neighborhood during my run, and I thought about you. It was a deep green color. Very nice. Highland Green is the name of that Pone Sister. Yep. We can rebuild it. We have the technology. No. I want this launch pad. We don't need to rebuild any Delta 4 stuff at all. So 4 towers. That certainly is what it seems like, Geek. Yeah. You're not only going to get double launch pads, but 2 towers. And if I had to guess, if one of their pads is like right here, and the other one is over here, and the fuel farm is right here, that your catch towers are probably going to be right in line. That I have seen renders of that with double catch towers, basically exactly where the mobile service tower and Slick 37A is. So 1 catch tower here and 1 catch tower here. Highland Green. Wow, you're a nerd. One of my favorite Ford colors, dude. Now, I already know that Zach will have opinions on the catch towers. My guess, guys, is that those catch towers will eventually turn into launch pads. Eventually. Or hear me out, 4-pad complex. Hawk collects! Yes! My guy! That's what I'm talking about, man. So, like I said, this ain't the end of Slick 37. Oh, I think Slick 37 is going to be the new hotness very soon. Very soon. Time for some Frank Lloyd Wright Gattaca launch complex. Gattaca. Wait. A starship and 3 tankers, rapid fire. Welcome to what NASA should have done with Apollo. Yes. Hey, Cosmic Impulse. Is that the pad that ULA lit the lawn on fire after every launch? Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, very, very nice form of brush fire control. Actually, yeah, I'm wondering if we could see it on the map. Yeah, see, You see how there's a lot of trees right here, and then you see how there's no trees right here? You see how there's really nothing right here? Delta launches were so infrequent that the Florida brush basically grew over, right? You could actually see the vegetation, right? They were so damn infrequent that because it's Florida, everything started growing, right? And then you could see right after a launch that it basically burned out everything in this area. See the scorch marks? So quad launches and quad catching. Yeah. I mean, Geek, I'm looking at this. I mean, look at the complex, dude. So I have some questions about this because we know that Slick 37 is a big piece of property. We're talking something, this is the size of 39A. Now, look, see how, you got to remember, it goes all the way back here to the horizontal integration facility. Now, I have to wonder, what the heck is SpaceX doing with the triple HIF that's right here? This is what I originally thought. This is the reason, that building right there is the reason why I originally thought that Falcon 9 would move to Slick 37B and Starship would take over operations at 39A. That's the reason why I thought that, because if you wanted to make a double Falcon pad, well, there you go. You have two HIFs already there and ready to go. You could just make a crawlerway of sorts that goes all basically here to both of the launch pads, and then you're fine. There you go. You just make a road that goes right there to move the transporter erector. Make the road split right here and go to Slick 37A right there. Double Falcon pad complex. You have plenty of space for landing pads over here or over here or over here, right? But now that we know, and we've had this environmental impact, that ended up being wrong. But now that we know and had an EIS here, right? We know that it's for we know that it's for Starship. Curious. So the black line the black line represents the parcel of land that Slick 37 is on. That's the entire Slick 37 complex. Now, do you notice something here? You notice something? The red line is the construction area. Gray is the air separator. There's the Delta substation. That's the power station. Launch pads sap up a lot of power. You need a lot of energy to launch a rocket. Fun fact. Now look. What are you doing down here? What is the HIF going to be used for? Something interesting here. Now, once again, what about over here? There's plenty of extra space here. Starship storage bay. Maybe. So, Toaster Chip, how are they getting the ship's boosters from Roberts Road to Slick 37? Look what's highlighted in red, particularly right here. Old A1A and Samuel Phillips Parkway. Those are highlighted in red. Those roads both go north. Old A1A is right here, and Sam Phillips is over here. It looks like SpaceX is upgrading the road infrastructure here for Starship, because the only way Starships can get out the only way they can really get out to here is, well, actually, there's two ways that they could theoretically get here. One is if you're coming from Roberts Road is over here. It's right here. This is where SpaceX is building their Gigabay and their Star Factory. It's this parcel of land. If you're going to do that, the only way to get out there is follow the 39A crawlerway right here. See it? This road. That road is heavy enough to move a Starship and a super heavy booster out there. And at 39A, you take a right at the HIF, right? And if you notice, this road has these weird looking shoulders on it. It has a weird looking shoulder on it because the road was very recently redone with a thicker subgrade to take heavier stuff. And the bridge here was renovated to be able to transport heavy vehicles across it without it collapsing. And then, look, you have a radiused road right here. See that? Telltale sign of something big moving down this road. And that right away goes past pad 40 right there and leads directly, that was 41, directly to old A1A. So they're going to be upgrading that. They're going to be upgrading all the road infrastructure around here. But, Tozer, what if they weren't moving stuff? What if they were, the EIS calls for them moving starships horizontally, that were assembled in Boca Chica with a breakover device, moving them horizontally and getting them to the Cape. If you were doing this by a boat, you could drop off a starship at the turning basin right here, or a super heavy. You drop it at the turning basin, and the turning basin would lead right to the crawlerway road, so same route, right? How many miles is that? Oh, that's like from Roberts Road all the way over here. I don't know, 10 miles. Or, now check this out, another thing. You see how the red goes past the Delta substation and it goes all the way down to here? That's complex 34 over there. Right, it goes all the way down this way. This road is it already has a heavy subgrade. This road is already upgraded. You can tell because there's a lot of cleared land around. Now that road leads down to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station kind of proper. This is the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station industrial site. Well, I don't know if it's called that, but at the very end of the row of hangars here, you have hangar AF. Hangar AF was a solid rocket motor recovery and processing facility for the SRBs from the shuttle program. That's hangar AF right there. Cool thing about hangar AF is because in order to receive the SRBs, you need a heavy dock. A heavy dock with a heavy subgraded road designed for moving heavy things attached to Samuel C. Phillips Highway, which leads right to Slick 37. Starships could be dropped off here at the old SRB processing and recovery area. Totally doable. Couldn't be any more hangar. That's hangar AF. There's also hangar S. There's hangar AE. There's hangar M. There's the stealth hangar. There's hangar N. E. U. There's hangar K, J, I, B. Are you going to the mall later? That's what I'm asking. H, G, TV. Yeah, there's a lot of hangars. You get the idea. Hangar F, you're a gimp. There is a hangar X. I ain't saying where it is, though. You're going to have to find it. I wonder who's using that one. Anyway, moving on. So you could drop them right here. That's a heavy dock. It was dredged out during the shuttle program, and it was built during the shuttle program in the late 70s. And they could drop starships down here. That would make a lot more sense than driving them. I could see them going in around and making a whole new route just to save time if they want multiple times a day. Well, Tozer, that's kind of where what I'm wondering here. And I guess that kind of does it for Slick 37, the Slick 37 deep dive right there, or at least a relatively deep dive. Sweck had a 30-month resub 20 minutes ago. Thank you. Ow. What the heck is that noise? Why did the background music just start playing out of the blue there? I did not click on that at all. It's ghosts. Is there a hangar 18? Yeah, but it's not at this site. You know what I'm talking about? It's not at this site. It's at another site. What site? Don't know. See, I'm wondering what this triangle is for. They're clearly putting an air separator unit in there, right? How long until they start building starships at the Cape? Probably late next year, Tycon. They have to build the entire factory. They're starting from scratch over there. So I'm wondering what this triangle is here for. So if we know that there's going to be a launch pad here, there's going to be a launch pad here, 2 catch towers here with the potential for more pads, right? I wonder what they're going to do over here. What's this area supposed to be? There's a lot of empty space here, you know, and then there's a lot more empty space down here. What are they going to do with the horizontal integration facility? The triangles for triangulation. I'm not sure if it's for that. I think it's for the square hole. Why don't they have rocket manufacturing right next to KSC? What? Who? The build rockets in Alabama. Who builds rockets in Alabama? Who are you talking about? Build more pads in the triangle? I don't know if you'd want to build one that close to the air separator tray, but I'm thinking probably, yeah. I think he's talking about ULA. NASA, ULA, SpaceX. ULA makes Vulcan rockets in Decatur, Alabama. They do that because the first stage engines are also, they're made in Huntsville. They're made down the street. ULA is very horizontally integrated, which is ironic because they vertically integrate rockets. But SpaceX is building out. So ULA doesn't use Slick 37 anymore, Phone Sister. It's SpaceX has the lease to that pad complex now. Moreover, SpaceX builds their starships in Texas. Right now they build them in Boca Chica. That's the only place. But SpaceX is building quite actually a copy of the Boca Chica factory. They're building another star factory at the Cape down the street from the VAB. And it will have a gigabay that's about 2/3 the size of the VAB. And that's down the street from Blue Origin's gigantic facility where they build New Glenns. Also huge. Look at the legend. Red lines are construction lines. Yeah. See, that's what I'm wondering, guys. That's what I'm getting at. So I know that people are going to look at me funny. And you have your air separator unit right here for liquid oxygen. And you have a gigantic triangle right here. And they're beefing up the road over here when they're already beefing up that road over there. What are you doing down here? Are they going to build more pads down here? My guess would be yes. Yes, they are. I think they will build more pads down there. I think that Slick 37 will have 5 to 6 pads when it's all said and done here. No way that SpaceX is pulling that off. I've been to KSC. I've been to the KSC VAB just a year ago in December, and it's massive. I really don't think people understand what SpaceX has teed up, dude. I don't think people think they know. I don't think people understand what's coming. And I'll be honest with you, I hate people that vague post like that on social media and stuff. Let me explain. SpaceX has called for a massive scale up in the Starship program, okay? Elon's called for a massive scale up. The draft environmental assessment for Slick 37 calls for 76 launches a year from Slick 37. 300 Starship activities maximum throughout the year. That's integration, road closures, movement, launches, landings, catch attempts. Why would they do that if they didn't plan on scaling? Now, what's the next question? Yeah, okay, I know that people that are skeptical will be like, okay, how they're going to do that? Well, they're building they have one factory almost operational, the one in Boca Chica. And then they're building a second one, a duplicate that's actually bigger. The one at Roberts Road, down the street from Slick 37. These gigabays that they're working on have up to 27 processing positions for building rockets. 27 stations, so to speak. The current megabay can hold 6. 6 starships, up to 6 starships in Megabay 2, and up to 6 super heavies in Megabay 1. But if you do 6, you're going to have a hard time moving them out. It's really more like 3 if you're optimizing for ideal movement. The Gigabay, which we have the plans for, SpaceX has showed their plans for it pretty much, calls for 27 processing stations. And a factory to back it up that's probably going to be one of the biggest factories around. We're talking about factories here that are as big as the Everett plant, Boeing's Everett plant in Everett, Washington. The plant that was originally conceived as the place to build the 747. And it did until last year. The Gigabay is huge, Cake. SpaceX is planning to scale massively. They're building the complexes for it. They're scaling their propulsion systems. I mean, I don't know if you've seen SpaceX's footage of just warehouses full of Raptor engines. Now, keep in mind they're Raptor 2s, I understand. You're going to need to scale Raptor 3, but I think they're working on that. There's a reason why Raptor 3 is so ridiculously simple and how it's so ridiculously, seemingly not complicated. The reason why is that Raptor 3 is an engine that's literally designed to be mass produced on a scale that makes the Merlin engine look like a shuttle engine. All right? Now, if you're still skeptical about this, where are you going to get the money to do all this? Where are you going to get the money to do it? Starlink is funding the entire Starship development program at this point. That's right from Elon. He said that the other day. The Starship program's funding and revenue from Starlink, because SpaceX is a private company, I don't have to pay shareholders or anything. Because SpaceX is a private company, the revenue is almost as much as SLS's budget. So I remember a lot of people saying back in the day, man, imagine what SpaceX could do with SLS's budget. Well, there's your answer right there. This is putting every other rocket maker to shame. There's a reason why I speak very highly of SpaceX. Because they get it. They understand. Now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean I hate other launch providers. I like every launch provider. But also at the same time, the scope of what SpaceX is trying to do is coming into focus. And I just explained to you what we know, right? Like, that's public information. We know that SpaceX is ramping. They are going to ramp 76 Starship launches a year. 76 launches. That is almost 2 launches a week. Calling SpaceX 10 years ahead of everybody else is an understatement. This is the point that I was trying to make the other day, Space Ghost, and I don't think I made it very well. Dude, 76 launches? Now, I'm thinking about the logistics of this, right? 76 launches. You're going to need 2 launches a day. All right. You're obviously not going to be able to integrate and transfer. Like, you're not going to be stacking one when one launches. So there has to be some downtime to the pad. So what's the way to solve that problem? Right? The way to solve that problem is to put a lot out on pads all at once and send it all in very rapid succession, which also jives very, very much with SpaceX's strategy, their refueling strategy and their tanker strategy for HLS and for getting starships further into space. They're basically going to need to roll a train of freaking super heavies out there, have all the super heavies get stacked, roll a train of starships right behind him, stack all the starships, send 1, send 2, send 3, send 4, send 5. Right? Think of it like loading missiles on an airplane. You load them all at once, and then when the plane's flying, you fire 1, and you fire 2, then you fire 3, then you fire 4. Right? In order to do that, you're going to need more than 2 pads. Right? Because you're not going to have a super heavy with people. Right? You're not going to have a super heavy with people sitting down here while a Starship launches. That would kill you, being that close. Starship is really loud. I've heard it. It's loud. How many Falcon launches do they do on a single pad per year? About that, Toothless, about that. But you got to remember, landing and recovery operations for reusable Falcon infrastructure, fairings, first stage, Dragon capsules is not done on site. The launch pads are just launch pads. This is a launch and landing facility. This is a spaceport, dudes. This is a spaceport. This is Star Wars. Like how a major airport, would have multiple runways. This is a spaceport. It is a launch and landing facility. Right? You're not launching 76 times a year with 2 pads. You're not doing that. You need way more than that. You need 6. You'd need, and they want to do catch towers, right? To try and divest, launch from landing operations on 1 pad. I personally don't think they're going to use catch towers. Why build a catch tower? I kind of agree with Zach, but also I would build catching towers with the explicit intention of converting it to a full launch pad eventually. And we know they want to build at least 2 pads in their EIS. They want to build 2 pads and they want to build 2 catch towers. And that means eventually Slick 37 will have 4 Starship launch pads down in a row right here. That might be enough. Might be enough. It's possible. How much LOX and other fuels will that require on your near side for the launch cadence? There's a reason why they're building an air separator over here. And Andrew, that's my other question about this entire triangular area. What are you building down there? If it was me, I'd probably build a gigantic I would probably build a huge, LOX plant, right? And then some type of methane facility here, right? And then I would pipe them directly down Beach Road to this over here. There's a GSE support building right there, right? And they're doing construction on that road. So I'd put a LOX pipe that goes right to the storage area. The Coronet Spaceport on Corellia. Doctor selling buff and carabiners, tumbling for tips. Dude. Star Wars Galaxies reference, Mayor. Also Coronet. Nice. It is called Coronet, isn't it? Think about this, guys. You want to do something like this? That fuel farm might not even be enough. You'd need a row of pads, like 5 or 6 pads going all the way down this row right here. But then again, you got to keep in mind they have 39A too. And there's a reason why I think 39A is going to have another pad, is going to have 2 pads, or at least a catch tower that will eventually be turned into a pad. So let's think about this. 4 pads at 37, right? 4 of them. 2 pads at 39. A launch and a catch tower at 39A. Oh yeah. There's going to be 6 pads. They might not all be at Slick 37, but there's going to be a lot. The fact that we are even talking about this is absurd. That is ridiculous. So, you know, for anybody that's bumming about Slick 37B and Delta 4 going the way of the Dodo, I am kind of bummed about Delta 4 going the way of the Dodo, but if it was going to retire and all of its buildings were going to be demolished, there's very few scenarios where I'd be like, all right, that's fine. This is one of them. Hear me out. Crew pads at 39A and uncrewed pads at 37. If they already said they want to launch every day from a pad, 76 times a year isn't too much on one pad. I think we could see 300 plus launches a year from Slick 37 with 4 to 6 pads. Trade that. Here. Look. I gotta find it. I gotta see if it's here. Overall, this calls for 300 Starship activities from the Cape or something ridiculous. I'd have to find it. I was reading this the other day. It calls for an insane amount of activity from the Cape. Oh. Hang on. I just noticed something. This part I didn't read. 1.51, launch sites eliminated. Following launch sites have been eliminated from further analysis in the EIS. The rationale for their elimination is provided in the following sections. Slick 40. Falcon 9's there. Slick 50. Slick 50 is an undeveloped plot on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station located between Slick 40 and Slick 37. In the range of the future Cape Canaveral Space Force Station district plans, USSF 2022A, Space Force identifies the need for a new medium or heavy lift launch site in the area. However, Slick 50 is currently green space and does not contain any launch infrastructure. Slick 50 is also located in an area with high potential for endangered species and archaeological sites. The development of Slick 50 is less ideal than the redevelopment of an existing space launch complex and does not meet Section E criteria. Where would you build your test site for all of this? Do you test airplanes at an airport, or do you test airplanes on a test stand? The launch pads are the test stands, dude. It's always been that way, Trapo. Now, okay, I want to read more about that in a second, but think about this for a moment, okay? Bear with me here. SpaceX wants to launch Starship hundreds of times a year. They want to launch Starship as much as Falcon 9 right now. Now, if you think about all that, right? You know, because you're asking about test sites. And what did I say? The best test site is the launch. Think about how little of a blip Flight 7, 8, and 9 are going to be when we're at Starship Flight 300 by the end of this decade. Do you remember when I said 7, 8, and 9 having all these problems is not a big deal? SpaceX needs to step on the gas. It was because I understood the scale that SpaceX is trying to get at. That's why I said just All right, send another one. Well, will ships be static fired in Florida? Launchpad. Launchpad, baby. Maybe we see a test stand at 39A or something like Massey's for starships. Dual launch pads all over the place. Massive cluster of pads. And I think, yeah, mate, that's the overarching point that I'm trying to make. You know, it may suck to see Slick 37B get demolished and, you know, the end of an era with Delta activities. But what is planned to replace it is beyond even the Apollo engineers' wildest dreams for that launch site. I wonder what the launch mounts would look like without being able to dig down for the flame trench. Huh? What are you talking about, Zeldian? They had no problem digging down for a flame trench at Boca Chica. It has a lower water table than the Cape does. Or a higher water table than the Cape. From the news article, a utility company has proposed building a liquefied natural gas plant west of Port Canaveral on Merritt Island. The LNG plant would potentially support cruise and space launch industries. Karen, where's this at here? So Merritt Island, west of Port Canaveral, that would be right here. They're already digging out the flame trench at 39A. Yep. There's so much room for activities. The amount of activities down here is making my head spin. Where will ships be static fired in Florida? Well, if they're using a breakover device, Kai Fox, right? If they're using a breakover device to get Starship and Super Heavy horizontal, and the initial Starships will be delivered from Massey or from Boca Chica, because the Roberts Road facility won't be up to snuff just yet, I'm going to go ahead and guess that Massey's would be your test site for initially for stuff fired in Florida. It's not so far-fetched of an idea. No Falcon 9 is tested on the launch pad, not anymore. They were once upon a time with static fires. Remember when SpaceX used to static fire every single Falcon before they flew it? So really, I didn't realize that. I thought that's why the Delta pad was built like that. It is built like that, Nimar, because that is a cheaper solution than digging a hole in the ground. It's just in line with typical 90s aerospace nonsense. Well, we could save money if we just buried the other pad underground and just built another one right on top of it. We wouldn't even have to worry about a flame trench. That's so 90s aerospace. I hate it. I hate that. I hate that idea. I hate it. I hate it a lot. Only brand new ships will need to be static fired, right? Not Chris B's alt. Yeah. You love it? No. 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 There's something very poetic about that to me, to be honest with you. Like, let's, let's sit here. We could save money by building the entire pad up on a gigantic mound of dirt, and then we won't have to worry about building a flame trench and digging into the ground and building a flame trench. We're going to do that to save money. Literally creates the most expensive rocket dollar per kilogram amount for an expendable launch vehicle ever. Oh yeah, you really saved a lot of money there, pal. Nice, Sea Kraken. I hate this. I hate it so much, dude. Reject modernity, embrace tradition. Delta 4 cost, guys, a Delta 4 Heavy costs like $400 million. And it could move a little bit over 25 tons to low Earth orbit in the heavy configuration. The space shuttle at the end of the program cost $425 million for a stack. $425 million for a shuttle stack. That moves 25 tons and 7 people, and it comes back. Delta IV was massively expensive. Like, that's part of the, dude, I remember Elon testifying before Congress, probably like 10 or 11 years ago, testifying before Congress and say, like, how did you make that cost so much frigging money? How is that even a thing? You're screwing the taxpayer. Like, I remember, dude, he embarrassed the CEO of ULA in front of a Senate congressional hearing so badly that the board fired the CEO of the company the next day and replaced him with Tory Bruno. That's how Tory Bruno got to be the CEO of ULA. The last guy got embarrassed so hard by Elon Musk in front of politicians, he got fired the next day. Tory Bruno's a freaking man. We love Tory Bruno. This is a Tory Bruno appreciator stream. That guy's awesome. And that was for Delta IV? No, like, not necessarily, but yeah. He Tony Starked him. He absolutely Tony Starked him. It's really funny. Have you seen the stuff from Tory Bruno today? No, but he started a blog, or not a blog, he started a podcast. I have yet to listen to it. We should probably listen to it. That guy is one of the smartest people in the aerospace industry, full stop. Tory Bruno he's the chief executive officer of ULA. But the thing is, guys, is he's not no master, he's not no MBA. Tory Bruno's an aerospace engineer through and through. I don't know about you guys, it's pretty cool to have an aerospace engineer running a aerospace company. That's kind of neat. We should do that more, you know? Boeing, I'm looking at you. Then again, though, Kelly Ortberg is also an engineer, and he's running Boeing now, so. Was the flame trench lined with $100 bills? No, the reason, Andrew, why Delta carried such a heavy price tag is because the way that Delta boosters are assembled was designed to be assembled very, very quickly. It was designed to be built very, very fast because it was designed in anticipation of a lot of launches. Ironically, what SpaceX is actually trying to do with Slick 37 at this point, right? That's what it was supposed to do. It never happened because the dot-com bubble burst. So this rocket that was designed to be driven or flown all the time ended up not flying less than once a year, right? That's why it carried such a heavy price tag, because you have to maintain all those systems that were designed to launch a rocket every month or every 2 weeks, and now it's launching one every 6 months. You have to maintain all the damn equipment for it. That's why Delta ended up carrying a heavy price tag. Like I said, it's poetic. I think that's quite funny. Remember the time he called Raptor 3 unfinished? That was funny. Yeah. His reusability take was something. I still like him though. Yeah. We should have an aerospace engineer run NASA. I disagree. I think somebody that's politically savvy needs to run NASA, but also somebody, if you're politically savvy and an aerospace engineer, I wouldn't have a problem with that, Crispy Zalt. Having a straight engineer or scientist trying to run NASA would be awful. That would be very bad, because they would be thinking too logically, and politicians are anything but, as evidenced over the past week and a half in aerospace news. If you don't use something like that, you're supposed to, it costs more. Now you're talking nonsense. Yeah, I know. So what you're saying is we need dual major aerospace engineer and a politician. Yeah, but that only comes once in a blue moon. Yeah, Tory Bruno's ideas about reusability come from market demand. It's a pretty nuanced take. That's a pretty smart move. So, okay. The way that ULA looks at reusability only makes sense if you have a customer that's going to need you to launch a lot. Otherwise, looking at reusability makes no sense. What are you going to do reusing a rocket that you only launch once a year or twice a year? Space shuttle. Space shuttle would be the operative example there. That makes perfect sense. That's right. That's correct. But this is kind of that's a good way to look at it. I'm not going to lie. That's pretty smart. However, there's something interesting to understand here, okay? What's interesting to understand is the fact that there's kind of two kind of big, like, prevalent ways of looking at spaceflight macroeconomics like that. One of them is that way. There's no market demand for a reusable vehicle, so why make a reusable vehicle? Why am I going to do that? That's just me pissing away money, right? The other side of that is kind of more what SpaceX is about. SpaceX built a reusable vehicle. I mean, they built a reusable vehicle for a reason. They built it because they induced their own demand with Starlink. Now, a lot of people use that as a criticism of reusability, that SpaceX didn't really solve that demand problem. They're artificially inducing demand. But it's working for them because if you can artificially induce all the demand you want, if you're making profit off the satellites that you actually launch to, reusability makes sense. You arguably launch Falcon at a loss, but the revenue gained back from Starship or from Starlink more than justifies the cost of reusability there. Now, with all that being said, and this is the second part, this is the other way that I'm talking to you guys about. So let me just review. The first part is why would you build a reusable rocket? There's no market demand for it. If there's no market demand, why would you build it? Why would you build something nobody wants? The flip side of that, and this is what SpaceX is doing with Starship. They didn't necessarily do this with Falcon 9. What SpaceX is doing with Starship is the demand will come if we build something that everyone can use. Does that make sense? Think about it. If you have a rocket that launches 70, 80 times a year, and every time it launches, it's fully reusable, you get it back, and it's 100 tons to low Earth orbit, the argument there is that markets will open up because more people will invest in space technologies. The reason why more people will invest in space technologies is because a lot of your budget doesn't get eaten up from buying a $400 million launch vehicle to launch their thing into space. That's the idea. The field of dreams method. If you build it, they will come. So on one side, you have Tory Bruno's look at it, which is like, there's no market demand for this. I'm taking a huge risk trying to build reusable vehicles. Rightly so. With his company, that makes sense. SpaceX is, if we build this, people will launch things on it. That's what that's like two prevalent spaceflight macroeconomic points of view. Like, I kind of agree with SpaceX on this one. I like Tory Bruno. I respect him a lot. That is a very astute observation of current market conditions. But that's just it. They're current market conditions. How far are you trending outward? Trending out for the next 10 years? The next 10 years, the market conditions ain't going to look like they do now because of that thing, right? See what I'm trying to say? You know, if Henry Ford had listened to everybody say, no one's ever going to, like, not every single person is going to buy an automobile. There's no way, you know, a horseless carriage, no one's going to pick up on that. Everybody has a horse and carriage. Why would you make that? It doesn't make any sense. There's no demand for an or whatever, right? There's no demand for that. And then Henry Ford got a bunch of investors and then started mass producing them. And he started making a ton of them. And because he made so many, he was able to lower the unit cost and flood the market with Model Ts. Model Ts still require maintenance. They do not require as much maintenance as a damn horse. Right? That's called I said there was induced demand with Starlink. That's what induced demand is called in just regular economics. Then by the 1920s, everyone had a car, and most cars that people had were Fords. The Model T to this day is still one of the best-selling cars of all time, period. Because it was the first mass-produced automobile. It's the first one. Everybody wanted one. It eventually got to the point where cars were so cheap and inexpensive to operate, you would be crazy to have a horse. SpaceX is basically making the Great Western of space. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, sure. I think, Tessa, I would say the DC-3 of space. Maybe even the 707 or de Havilland Comet of space. Hopefully it's not the de Havilland Comet. No square window. Starship's renders have square windows, Tessa. Oh, crap. Maybe you should put circle windows on there. You know. $16 million Model Ts versus 41 million F-Series. I had to look it up. Trucks, baby. Trucks make the world go round, right? Don't forget it. So do Chinooks. You're picking up what I'm laying down. Chinooks, that's what I'm trying to tell you. A Chinook can pick up a truck and just move it over there. Just saying. Where does the square window go? That's right, in the decompression hole. Truck. The spruce goose of space. The hooks mostly repel the earth. Yeah, that's right. I believe you mean Hercules. Why are you guys talking about Howard Hughes? What, the spruce goose? He made one. He made one, and it was late. And that's why the Department of Defense said, piss off. He promised it by 1943, and he built it in 1946. He said, look, it works. And they said, great, the war's over. It's been over for a year. Why are you still making this? And then it never flew again. That's weird. Yeah, I wouldn't say Elon Musk is like Howard Hughes. He's more like Henry Ford in this regard. And, idiosyncrasies like that aside, right? He is doing with Starship what Henry Ford did with cars 100 years ago. He's doing with Starship what Boeing did with the 707 50 years ago. Actually, it's more like 60 years ago at this point. But in my mind, a World War II aircraft is a 60-year-old airplane, not a 80-year-old airplane. And an F-16 is a 20-year-old airplane, not a 50-year-old airplane. I hate that. You know what? Screw this conversation. I don't like this. This conversation took a turn for the worse. Anyway, did we ever finish the Ars article? Yes, we did. Anyway. The F-22 was over 20 years ago. The F-22, the YF-22 prototypes first flew in the early 90s. 20, try 30. Maybe we should play some summer car now. Oh dear. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the deep dive on Slick 37B and talking about what SpaceX's plans are for it in the future. I think it's a really cool launch complex, and I think it's finally going to it's finally going to get its paid its dues. All right? It's finally going to get some work done. Yeah, 2014 was like 5 years ago, dude. The 80s were 20 years ago. Obviously. And it's still an overpriced piece of junk. You take that back. The F-22 is amazing. Can you please link the EIS? Yeah, sure, man. Let me just reopen the tab. There you go. If you guys want to read more into that EIS, it's pretty awesome, dude. There are grandparents that are born in the 80s. Bro, why are you doing that? Stop that. Stop it. Stop. Look, here. Now I'm showing you that. Look. Yeah, you like that? You like what you see? Good. Well, you should. That's pretty cool. Get rid of the abomination pad. I hate it. I agree. The 90s was 10 years ago. The 80s were 20 years ago. Yeah, W. What? Yeah, of course. That's what happened. You're going to see kids that were born when I joined the Navy in 2 years. Dude, Victor, you want to know something weird? I was in a Mon Pa store the other day. And you know how Mon Pa stores at like the cash register have to, you have to be 18 to purchase cigarettes. If you were born before this date, you can't purchase, like if you're born after this date, you can't purchase it. Dude, the date was 2007. No. That one kind of hit me in the face. I'm like, what the hell? "2007 is 1 year before you were born." How can somebody be 18 that was born in 2007? Can you share the road with him? Yeah, don't do that, man. Don't do that to me. This doesn't seem like that was that long ago, dude. Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to sit here and say that like, oh, I'm old. Yeah, I know that. I get that. I understand. I can look at a calendar. Thank you very much. But also, did you talk at all about Air India? No, Oz, I haven't. And I'm probably not going to, dude. I have covered plane crashes in the past, but I only cover plane crashes if there's no casualties, if nobody dies. I have this thing about making money off of death on stream and how I don't really want to do that, like, ever. Dude, I can tell you this, in my 10 years of streaming, I've never shown the Challenger explosion once on stream, ever, and I never will. And I've never shown Columbia either. I get too upset. I get so mad. Like, it makes me so damn upset. So, I don't show death on stream. Nope, won't do it. And I know it's kind of funny considering I have an M&P shirt on. Like, I get it, but yeah, that, from what I can tell, that looked like a double engine failure. I didn't get this from my own analysis. I saw someone post it on X. There's the footage of the plane flying over and then going over the horizon and then a big puff of smoke coming up. Somebody pointed out that the rat was on the 787. The sound that the ram air turbine makes. Yeah, you can hear the rat. And so So the ram air turbine is an alternator that's attached to a fan. And in the event of total power loss, total loss of thrust, you deploy the ram air turbine and it spins and it generates electrical power. It's like if you took a fan, right, and you were driving a car down the highway and you stuck the pinwheel out the window, the oncoming air is going to make the thing spin. Planes deploy the rat if you have a total loss of thrust. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good, man. And yeah, I'm not showing the footage. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's play Summer Car. Double engine failures are very, very rare. That it's a 1 in a billion shot, but it's 2025. Dude, yeah, it's like, I mean, Tessa, this is, you know what? I'm not saying that. I'm not going to say that. I thought about it. That's not the right thing to say. That's not the right thing to bring up. I'm not, never mind. I'll talk to you guys about it some other time. Let's play Summer Car. Does it auto deploy or is it manual? I don't know on the 787 diabetic. I have no idea. Yeah, Hokey, it's gruesome, dude. You never want to hit a failure mode like that at that phase of takeoff, dude. It's terrible. My heart goes out to everybody, you know, like that sucks, dude. There's nothing you can do. Like, the pilots know they're screwed. You know you're screwed. Like, you know you're screwed before you're screwed. Like, it's just like, oh, that's good. Great. Lovely. I'm having a terrible day. Oh, here, it's a brick wall. Lovely. Let's eat it. Yeah, I saw that. You said that before. Some rats deploy automatically. Not sure on the 787, but I assume yes. No. Tessa, I'll tell you what I was going to say some other time. Sounds like the engine's lost fuel. I don't know, dude. You don't give up, though. Well, you can't, Aqualex, right? You can't. You, dude. If I'm a pilot, like, if I ever get to the point I'm a pilot on a plane, you fit a scenario like that, I'm controlling the stick all the way down to the ground, one way or the other. There's too many people, there's some people behind you. No. Hell no. My hand's on the damn yoke until the thing hits the ground. Because we're gonna go down, we're gonna go down swinging, baby. Yeah, if you guys want to learn more, I mean, Spoiled, you linked Blank Illyrio's video. Yeah, Juan is way more qualified to talk about that than me. He's probably way more classy about it too. Anyway, let's tool over to Summer Car. I hope you guys enjoyed Space News today. I am going to start attempt 2, part 2 for our new Summer Car playthrough. That's coming at you here in, about 1 minute. I'm just going to put on the title card here, change the titles to the stream, jog the YouTube stream, and I will be back momentarily. Thank you for watching the Space and Rocket Review. We'll be back, same time, same place, next Monday. Next Monday, June 16th at 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay, I'll see you guys in a minute for MSC. Thank you.